All right, everyone, we have 6:30. If we could call the meeting to order, please, over there on the right. Thank you. At 6:30, we'd like to start promptly. We have a busy room here this evening, packed room. If everyone would be kind enough to silence your cell phones, that would be great, and I'll try to do the same for mine. Hopefully that'll work. First, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing of the Marshfield Select Board on Thursday, the 31st day of September 2023.
Would you speak up, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
2023, to consider the removal of Joseph Pasevich as an elected member of the Marshfield Housing Authority for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or other misconduct in office. And I would like a second.
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne?
Aye.
Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy? Aye. Unanimous vote to open the hearing.
The meeting is open. We'll start the meeting by pledge of allegiance, please. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be advised that this meeting may be taped or recorded with advance notice to the Select Board, and that this hearing is to be broadcast and recorded by local community television station, which is Marshfield Community Media. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone that's taken the time out of their busy days and evenings to attend this meeting. I appreciate it very much. Next, I'd like to introduce the Board of Selectmen. To my left is Vice Chair Lynn Fidler. To my right is Clerk Stephen Darcy. Also on the dais this evening is Town Administrator Mike Maresco with an A, and Town Council Robert Galvin. Next, we'll move forward, and I will read the public meeting notice in accordance with General Laws 121B, Section 6, that the Marshfield Select Board will conduct a public hearing on Thursday, August 24th, 2023, at 6:30 p.m. in the Select Board chamber located in the Marshfield Town Hall at 870 Moraine Street, Marshfield, Mass., to consider the removal of an elected member of the Marshfield Housing Authority for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or other misconduct of office. So I'll try to take a lot of time today to prepare what's going to happen this evening, how the agenda is going to work out. I'm going to give that all in advance. I'm going to try to explain what all the terms are, the definitions of the terms, the actual legal statute that applies here, everything I could think of to help you understand how this process is going to work and what the words mean and the law means. So I try to do it up front, so if you'd be kind enough to bear with me while I go through that, I think it'll help everybody out including the Select Board. This hearing was scheduled as a result of a multi-point complaint by 49 tenants of the T-Rock Garden, which is under the administration of the Marshfield Housing Authority, of which Mr. Pasevich is an elected member. This is a significant number of Marshfield citizens, and thus it was the Select Board's responsibility for citizen redress to hold a public hearing. This hearing is to be conducted in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 6, to consider whether to remove a member of the Marshfield Housing Authority or remove for any member due to inefficiency, neglect of duty, or misconduct in office. These are the only issues the Select Board will consider this evening. The Board will only consider complaints of inefficiency, neglect of duty, and/or misconduct in office. We will not consider nor discuss any other issues or past occurrences. It's important to know the verbiage of Massachusetts General Law 121B6. And so I'm going to give you the legalese. Section 6, the mayor or city council or board of selectmen may make to receive written charges against any member of a housing authority, appointed or elected by such town, may, after hearing, remove any member because of inefficiency, neglect of duty, or misconduct in office provided such member shall have been given not less than 14 days before the date set for the hearing, a copy in writing with the charges against him, and written notice of the date and place of hearing to be held thereon. And at the hearing shall be given the opportunity to be represented by counsel and to be heard in his defense. Pending final action upon any charges, the officer or officers having the power to remove a member may temporarily suspend him, provided that they shall immediately reinstate him in office if they find such charges have not been substantiated, and may appoint a person to perform duties of such suspended member until he is reinstated or until he is removed and a successor is qualified. In case of such a removal, the removing authority shall deliver to the clerk of the town or attested copies of such charges and of the findings thereon, and the clerk shall cause the same to be filed with certificate and duplicate certificate required to be filled within the department and the state secretary under Section 5. So that's the section. So what do all these terms mean? All right? So I'll go over that. So inefficiency in office, the definition can include a willful violation of a law or regulation, and also failure to perform one's duties. That is that criteria. Neglect of duty. Duty refers to failure through negligence to perform one's legal or moral duty to a reasonable expectation. Negligent failure to perform assigned duties or performing them in a culpably inefficient way or manner, which can include a failure to complete training requirements. Next, misconduct in office. Misconduct in office appears in General Law 121B, Section 6. Governing removal of members of Housing Authority includes intentional violation of a known significant rule or duty inherent in obligations of the office. This is backed up by Bunt versus Mayor Boston, 72, and can also include work conduct that has connection to duties and responsibilities of one's office, outside conduct. So now we've gone over the definitions, we've gone over the law. Should the select board find no violation, then the hearing is concluded. Should the select board have a positive finding, then we will deliberate on what, if any, sanctions are appropriate. So what are sanctions? So the notes about sanctions is we can find that no immediate action is appropriate or necessary. Second sanction possible, a warning. This is usually a first-time offense. We also have the discretion to use it for a repeat offender if there are extenuating circumstances, like, say, a decade's gone by and someone served 3 or 4 terms. Next is removal sanction. This is the termination of his term of office and is usually reserved only for the most severe offenders and circumstances. I want to make sure everyone in the room understands that this is not a trial, and that traditional rules of evidence in Massachusetts courts will not apply. The Select Board will only need to determine if there is a violation of state law, MGL 121B6, and its determination need only be by the credible evidence and testimony. So what that basically means is that we just need to find that what was presented, the evidence was credible. So now we go to what is the definition of credible. The definition of credible evidence has both a quantitative and qualitative aspect to it. Commonwealth versus Reese in 03, Commonwealth versus Blanchett in 02, and Mass APP 924 in 04. Quantitatively, the evidence must provide specific facts supporting each of the claims the complainant has made. In other words, you have to give specific details to support the claim. It can't be just a general claim. Qualitatively, the evidence must be of a type which a reasonable person could be relied upon to think there's been a violation. I'd like to go over next some of the background of how we all got here this evening. Mr. Pasevich was given a written notice of this public hearing on August 17, 2023, in hand and by email, along with a copy of the complaint that was filed on August 7, 2023, with the Select Board. Please note, there was a prior date scheduled, but the original notice to Mr. Pasevich did not include a copy of the complaint as required. This was rectified, and the meeting date subsequently was moved to this evening. The Select Board has not considered the merits of this complaint and will base its decision solely on the information that is offered during this hearing. At this stage, the Select Board only has allegations of what we will deliberate on, which are alleged inefficiency, neglect of duty, or misconduct in office. The filing of the complaint to the Select Board scheduling this hearing should not be construed in any way or fashion by anyone as meaning that the Select Board has considered this matter in any way. Although the Select Board had the right to suspend Mr. Pasevich under Mass General Law 121B6, the Select Board did not proceed to consider a suspension, instead preferring to consider the matter on all the evidence in a public hearing. Regarding meeting decorum, this is important, that everyone understands that this hearing shall be conducted in an orderly fashion. I use the word shall on purpose. When someone is speaking, I will not permit any interruptions or disruptive conduct. If there's an interruption or disruptive conduct, there will be one warning given. And then anyone continuing such behavior or to be of an issue in the room will be asked to leave the meeting. The same applies to anyone signing in remotely. The Select Board may receive written evidence, but any written evidence will be only given the evidentiary weight the Select Board, with its sole discretion, that it deems appropriate. All who intend to speak will be asked to state their names, address, and take an oath to tell the truth, administered by Town Council. All questions will be directed to me, as Chairman of the Select Board, who will, together with Town Council, will decide if the questions must be answered. All right, so that's kind of everything we've moved through. Now we're going to go into the order of the meeting. Persons who have complained about Mr. Pasevich's conduct will proceed first, followed by any witnesses to that conduct who support disciplinary action, and any members of the public who, with knowledge regarding the conduct, who support disciplinary action. The reason why the complaint goes first is so Mr. Pasevich is afforded an opportunity to hear what the allegations are against him. After each speaker, the Select Board, Town Administrator, and Town Council may ask questions to the speaker. After the town officials, Mr. Pasevich will be giving a limited opportunity to ask each speaker questions. Again, please be advised that all questions will be directed through the speaker, Chairman of the Board, who together with Town Council decide whether the questions will be answered. After all speaking in support of the complaint, the Select Board will offer Mr. Pasevich or his counsel the opportunity to be heard in defense. Mr. Pasevich or his counsel may also call witnesses, and the Select Board may accept some testimony from the public who are opposed to disciplinary action. Again, after each speaker, the Select Board, Town Administrator, Town Council may ask questions to the speakers. After all of the testimony and any evidence, the Select Board will close the public portion of the hearing and then deliberate in an open session manner. That would be the end of the open session, and the Select Board would be deliberating, would close the open session. Okay, now we're going to outcomes. In the event that the Select Board concludes that the charges are substantiated, and decides to remove Mr. Pasevich, the Select Board will deliver to the town clerk an attested copy of the charges and its findings thereon. The town clerk will be directed to file the same with the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, formerly DHCD, and the State Secretary. A copy will also be provided to Mr. Pasevich. Before we proceed, I want to state again, the Select Board does not intend to receive or consider any evidence that Mr. Pasevich did something wrong in any other context other than his role as member of the Marshfield Housing Authority since his election. Those are the only things that we've permitted to discuss and that we will hear. Those matters, other matters, shall have no bearing on this matter, and that everyone understands that this hearing shall be conducted in an orderly fashion. When someone is speaking, I will not permit interruptions or disruptive conduct. All questions, once again, go through the speaker. Not back and forth, please. Is Mr. Pasevich or his representative here? Mr. Pasevich, do you have any questions, sir, about what I just stated in the proceedings and definitions and things like that, sir?
No, I just reserve my right to object and appeal because I don't think that the,
I'm sorry, would you be willing to come up, Mr. Pasevich, to the podium?
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for your explanation and your warm-up. I just want to say that I reserve my right to object to anything in this proceeding and to enter any further objections or appeals in the future. I have had some communication with town council, and he's aware that I have a lot of questions about the process, the way it was set up.
Would you be just kind enough, we know who you are, but would you just state your name?
Joe Pasevich, 25 Wilson Road, Commissioner, Marshfield Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich.
I think you should offer him a chance to sit at the table.
Yeah. Mr. Pasevich?
Yeah.
Since you're going to be giving a ample opportunity to speak this evening, maybe you just want to sit down up front here. It might be easier for you than stand up back.
We have a copy of those.
There's a copy of the documents here.
Documents.
Okay. Does that include that letter you talked about?
Yeah, I think it's going to be easier than walking back and forth, Mr. Pasevich. So before the proceedings start, the Select Board would like to mark and take into evidence the following. Exhibit A, complaint dated August 7th, 2023, signed by 49 residents of T-Rock Gardens. Exhibit B, notice to Mr. Pasevich dated August 17th, 2023, with attached complaint. Exhibit 3, proof of service by Marshfield Police. Exhibit 4, letter dated August 11th, 2023, by James Marathis, ex-director, with attachments. Exhibit 5, letter to T-Rock tenants dated 8/17/2023 from Mr. Maresco, town administrator. Mr. Pasevich, you should have a copy of all these exhibits. Any additional information will be sequentially numbered after this.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just voice an objection to the fact that this is the first time I'm seeing this letter from the Quincy Housing Authority. I think he called it Exhibit 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, because I have not seen this. Okay, it is marked Exhibit 4. And it is quite substantial.
Thank you.
It's very thick. I'm thinking there's at least 20 pages in here.
Let it be noted. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
in the communications that Mr. Pasevich was speaking about earlier, in one of those communications, I emailed that letter to him earlier today.
And Mr. Chairman, I did not receive it.
Okay. So he claims he did not receive it.
I have the email.
And you
Doesn't
can-
make any difference. He's stated his position, he didn't receive it.
Correct. Thank you. Just turning down all my sounds here.
Excuse me, can you turn the microphones up? I can't hear anything.
These aren't, I don't believe, public microphones, so I'm trying to speak loudly, so I don't get hoarse. These are actually just AV, I believe, microphones. Wow. Maybe there's a seat up front here? Someone could swap with her, maybe a seat up front?
But, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I will try to follow along, but I just have not had a chance to see this at all. I was in communication with town council this morning until, I don't know, 12 or 1 o'clock. I had to go out and do some jobs. And, you know, but at that point, I had not received anything in terms of a letter or an attachment to any emails. And just taking a brief look at this, there may be some things in here that have nothing to do with this complaint.
Are you
I don't know.
referring to that letter at this point again?
Yeah,
Mr.
the
Simmons?
Exhibit 4.
Okay. Yeah,
I
they
mean, I'm trying to follow
they may
along.
not. The select board will look at that, and they may be germane to some of the complaints. That it may not be germane at all.
Right.
So next, the procedure for the complainants. All the questions go through the chair. The speaker is recognized, will speak from the podium. If you're not able to stand, you may sit in the chair here. You'll be asked your name, address, and take the oath. After you've spoken, I will invite the select board and members, town officials to ask questions. And then after each speaker, Mr. Pasevich will be able to pose questions to the speaker concerning allegations of any violation of the state law. If none of the complaints or witnesses have demonstrated that it is more likely than not that Mr. Pasevich has engaged in inefficiency, neglect of duty, or misconduct, the select board can summarily dismiss the complaint. It is then customary to state that the proceedings are closed and make a motion to adjourn the hearing and thank those who have participated. After everyone's spoken, we will then move to Mr. Pasevich's side. So I'd like to proceed now with the complainant's case. And I'd like to invite any of the complainants to make a presentation of their case that there has been a violation of state law for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or misconduct in office by Mr. Pasevich since elected. If you'd like to speak, you may please raise your hand to be recognized.
And you're going to want them to speak at the podium, right?
Correct. Anyone want to speak over here?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
There's a list right there, I think, of people that signed in
All right, we have a sign-in list.
and spoke.
Oh, these are speaker sign-ups. Okay, well then we've got an order of speakers.
Should do oath too.
Yep, we're gonna do name, address, oath. All right, and when you come up, please go to the podium. If you're not able to go to the podium, please take a chair. James Marathis is the first one on the list.
Mr. Marathas, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Marathas is sworn.
Excuse me, if I may, point of order, what is his address and what is his connection? to us?
Yeah, thank you for reminding me, we'll get there. I need you to state your name and address, please.
James Marathis, Executive Director for the Marshfield Housing Authority. Marshfield Housing Authority.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Selectmen. Thank you for this opportunity tonight. This is not a pleasant topic or something that we would typically want to do. Given the circumstances and the severity, I honestly believe we have no option but to seek your assistance. My name is James Marathis. I am the Executive Director for the Quincy Housing Authority for the last 8 years and the Managing Agent for the Marshfield, Hingham, Holbrook, and Hanson Housing Authorities. I first would like to explain the relationship between the Marshfield Housing Authority and the Quincy Housing Authority. I know you said about the facts pertaining to Mr. Pasevich, but I think this is critical information for the board to have, if it's okay.
Just keep the voice up.
Yeah, you need to speak up.
Okay. Several years ago, legislation was passed recommending that smaller agencies with less than 500 units consider entering into management agreements with larger agencies when considering hiring an executive director. The legislation was passed for many reasons. One, it saves the community the retirement and the pension liability of the executive director's position. Two, it provides supportive services to smaller agencies from larger agency resources. In this situation, we have approximately 80 employees able to support the Marshfield Housing Authority. Union trades, plumbers, electricians, carpenters, painters, laborers, floor layers, and a large administrative staff. In the case of a smaller agency, the executive director is charged with a virtually impossible task: daily management of maintenance, inspections, lease enforcement, rent collection, payables, financial reporting, capital planning, capital project management, running the Champ waiting list, managing the applications, recertifications for the tenants, and impossible tasks for one employee. When a smaller agency enters into a contract, they have the option of a 1-year, 3-year, or 5-year contract. In the case of Marshfield, the contract was entered into for 1 year and then later renewed for 5 years. The cost to Marshfield is the same amount that they were paying the previous executive director. However, they received the assistance of all the additional staff and resources. The executive director of the larger agency receives 10% of the contract as compensation. The director is not paid the salary of the previous director.
Mr. Chairman, I object.
This is-
It's irrelevant.
Mr. Pasevich.
What is the
Mr.
relevance
Pasevich.
here?
It's relevant to the comments that I'm going to get into.
So I'll try to be liberal here.
Yes.
But I'm struggling to find the link.
I'm getting
of
there.
this line of discussion with the complaints against Mr.
I'm-
Pasevich. And I want to be very tight this evening.
Okay.
The only thing we are going to discuss is that.
I'll go right to the Board of Commissioners'
Thank you, sir.
responsibilities. The Board of Commissioners are charged with setting policy and oversight of the agency. The Board of Commissioners are not to engage or manage day-to-day operations or have direct oversight of the staff. The Board of Commissioners hire the executive director or vote in a management agreement. The director hires the remaining staff, and they report to the director. The state conducts an independent audit every year called a PMR, and the state hires an independent third-party certified public accountant to conduct an AUP. When I give you the history and background, this is critical information that I am about to get into regarding our most recent member, Mr. Pasevich. Mr. Pasevich has recently been elected to the Marshfield Housing Authority. He has a lengthy history in Marshfield, including his arrest on...
Excuse me.
There you go.
This is not going to be allowed. This is the second time I'm stating.
Okay.
Stay on subject, or we're going to have to ask you to leave the room.
Okay. Contrary to Mr. Pasevich, his comments that Joe asked too many questions, which is the reason why we are here today, it is not the questions that are asked by Mr. Pasevich or the fear of Mr. Pasevich that we are here today. It's his demeanor and his approach to the residents, the staff, and the other board members. Mr. Pasevich intimidates, makes derogatory remarks, states inaccuracies, intimidates the elderly and disabled residents.
Mr. Chairman, that's over the top. It's not part of the complaint. This man is not part of the complaint.
Joe, Mr. Pasevich.
Yes.
So I really want to keep this according to how the rules work, and you can't keep objecting. You will have your opportunity to address each speaker after each speaker is completed, all right?
I would just respond that he's creating prejudicial environment.
Thank you. You will have an opportunity to say that at the conclusion of each speaker. Thank you.
He creates fear in the elderly and disabled residents. He is aggressive, confrontational, and a bully. As you are aware, Mr. Pasevich maintains a blog or a TV show called The Control Room, which he uses as a platform for his inaccuracy and derogatory comments. I would like to quote a few of the comments. The Marshfield Housing Authority, previously charged with maintaining the funds for the Marshfield Housing Authority Trust, could be used to lower tenants' rents. Mr. Pasevich stated this to our tenants at the Marshfield Housing Authority. This, as we know, is false. The funds are the property of the Marshfield not property of the Marshfield Housing Authority, and in fact, they cannot be used to lower tenants' rents. This action would be illegal. The authority and the management of the town is a freak show and a circus. The residents are, quote, so-called disabled. Complaining after he was elected that he did not get a town ID or get paid. The authority is not funded through the town of Marshfield and is not part of town government. The employees are housing authority employees and not town employees. The authority has no legal representation. This was stated. The housing authority always has access to a regional attorney program, as well as our own attorney under retainer. Mr. Pasevich demanded to meet with staff, despite being informed that it was not consistent with the regulations and the question should be addressed to the director or the managing agency. Even after being informed of this, he continued to make requests to question the staff on their jobs and responsibilities. Mr. Pasevich responded to the tenants when they asked a question that their comments were low-blow comments. Mr. Pasevich showed up at our board meeting with a cameraman who throughout the meeting raised his voice and aggressively towards tenants when questioned Mr. Pasevich to bully the residents. He has become loud and aggressive in the presence of elderly disabled residents and refers to the residents as the Amen Corner. Mr. Pasevich showed up at a tenants meeting dressed in military clothing, jacket, pants, and boots, and made the residents very uncomfortable and scared.
Mr.
They
Chairman,
requested Mr. Pasevich leave, and they informed him that he was not welcome. Mr. Pasevich refused to leave, and the tenants were so frightened that they canceled their meeting and left the room. Mr. Pasevich approached one of our employees in a threatening voice and stated, "I am going to fix this place." There are elderly residents, disabled residents, and residents of low income. They are the most vulnerable population in the town. We owe them a right to be able to attend their board meetings and be confronted with professional and courteous representation from their board. We owe them a staff that they can trust, one that they can bring their concerns to, and a home that they can feel safe and comfortable in. Recently, we received a position for a grant elderly support coordinator to do great work with the residents. Mr. Pasevich demanded to meet with the elderly coordinator to understand her role and to get her job description. He was informed that that would be inappropriate. He continued to object to that and wanted to meet with her individually. I urge the Board of Selectmen to hear from our residents and to remove Mr. Pasevich as Commissioner of the Marshfield Housing Authority. Thank you.
If you'd be kind enough to stay at the podium.
Sure.
I'm now going to invite the Select Board and town officials. Any questions of Mr. Marathas?
question, is that
Just a sec, Joe.
a list?
Just a sec, Joe. Or Commissioner Pasevich. You had a lot to say. A lot of it was perhaps secondhand. I'm not sure if you were there for all of these encounters with Mr. Pasevich and the other folks that were involved in what you just.
I believe all of them I was there for.
You were there? Good.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that answer. The things that Mr. Pasevich did outside of that environment, blogs, podcasts, I don't know where we stand in relationship to that, but I would consider that to be something that perhaps we would talk about in deliberation.
Sure.
Insinuating that apparel is something that is fearful, I do have an objection with a statement of that nature, just so you're aware of it. You did bring up a lot of information, as I said earlier, and I am interested in how Mr. Pasevich responds to some of those comments, and that's it. Thank you, sir.
Clerk Darcy.
Mr. Marathas, there are two specific incidents you mentioned in your material that I want to ask you about. The first being a tenants meeting and then also interactions with staff at the Housing Authority. With respect to the Tenants Association meeting, you mentioned that you felt that his behavior was extremely aggressive. What would constitute aggressive behavior?
His loud tone, the way that he was talking down to the residents, and the way that he was speaking to them, and his defiant attitude with the residents.
Or could you mention anything specific that he said to the residents and in what tone?
I don't remember exactly what was said. There was a lot said, and they had asked him to leave, and he refused to do so.
Was there anything about his body language that the residents could have possibly found to be intimidating?
He was getting heated when they asked him to leave.
All right. With respect to the staff interactions, could you walk us through what was specifically said to the staff? And
The staff is here.
Okay, we'll circle to that later. That's all I have for now.
Mr. Maresco, Town Administrator.
I do not have any questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
I have one. Mr. Marathas, were the board members from the Housing Authority or the commissioners invited to attend the tenants meeting?
No.
Has it been the practice of the Housing Authority members, the board members to attend tenants' meetings?
No.
I have no other questions.
Thank you. You like to follow up?
Yes. Did Mr. Pesovich identify himself at the tenants meeting?
I believe he told them that he was a newly elected member.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
I have to object. The
Thank you, Mr.
meeting
Mathis.
occurred before.
You're going to have a chance, right? Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Pasevich.
Mr. Pasevich may have questions of Mr.
Oh,
Moranis.
okay. Then please, I apologize from a procedural
Well, my
perspective.
first question is do I have something in writing that he just went through? Because he went through rapid fire, multiple issues, and I'd like to see something in writing.
I could be wrong, I'll defer to town council, but I think we're going to get testimony from various people that we don't have prior to this meeting.
I do not see
I don't know if you
any-
had a prepared statement or not.
I do not see any itemization in the statement of all those,
Mr. Chairman, the Exhibit 4 is the letter from the Quincy Housing Authority and Mr. Marathis, which speaks to some of the matters I heard him just talk about. I emailed that to Mr. Pasevich at 10:37 this morning because I thought he should see it and was entitled to see it. And he responded to me and mentioned that he got the letter and it was,
that's not true.
well, I'll read the
That's-
letter and I'll put the response into the record.
Okay, put it in the record.
Mr. Pesovich stated at 11:04 a.m. this morning, Bob, while I need to review your long letter, there are two things to be pointed out immediately. First thing is I asked Maresco is how and when did the select board decide to hold this meeting? The answer is that it was a date when they are available. When did the select board elect to hold the meeting this way? As far as I know, and from agendas posted, this never happened. The letter from Marathis, what letter, when you were planning on, when were you planning on springing that on me? Is that a complaint or part of the complaint? Either way, it should have been given to me at least 14 days ago and identified as a part of the complaint. Goes on, as far as the usage of executive session, is that what you would tell a firefighter or town employee whose character or behavior was called into question? I can see there is a lot to read and understand in your long letter. I believe you are violating the law and my rights. I want this meeting canceled. Joseph A. Pasevich, Commissioner. That's the entire response.
And no response in there has to do with the letter that he says came from Mr. Marathis.
It was an attachment sent at 10:37.
And it was not there, and I did not reference it here.
So is it,
I'd be happy to print it out and provide
I
it.
can,
if you want.
here's right here,
It-
11:04.
No, that's your response at
Yeah, and yours
10:37.
is
Sent you the letter.
attached, and your long letter is attached to it, which is not Mr. Marathis's long letter. It's a long letter that you wrote regarding the procedure for this meeting.
So it
Mr.
is,
Attorney Galvin, is it the responsibility of the select board to provide all evidence up front? I mean, what is the responsibility?
it's customary that when someone is involved in a proceeding like this, to request all the information that's come in.
Usually the
The person requests it.
person that has the complaint against them.
Right.
Okay.
And I gave him this because it was included in what you had in your file.
Okay.
So I thought he should see it.
Okay,
So I emailed it to him. It was an attachment to that email at 10:37.
but it's not a requirement.
Not a requirement.
Okay. I take you at your word, Mr. Pasevich.
And Chapter 121BC.
It's very
6,
difficult, we have both back and forth. but-
Right, and Chapter 121B,
Would-
Section 6 says nothing about the entire record of the case. If you were going to trial, Mr. Counsel.
So
would you
direct
not
all,
allow
Mr.
another-
Pasevich,
Mr.
we
Chairman,
direct
I'm
all
sorry.
conversation.
If a lawyer was going to trial, opposing counsel would demand to know what kind of evidence was going to be,
This is not a Massachusetts court, I call that out up front,
Well,
and this is, the proceedings don't go that way, it's not a court. Do you have any questions regarding?
well, first question
Statement,
is, I'd
sir.
like to see this long list of alleged misconduct, or whatever you want to call it. I'd like to see that. I could not take the notes fast enough.
It's the Quincy Housing Authority letter, I think.
Yeah.
It is not. It is not in here.
Mr. Marathis,
And I
Are the
just
co-
got this now.
Excuse me, Mr. Brothers, are the comments that you stated this evening from the letter that you sent to the
No,
Select
these are
Board?
my notes.
These are notes, so these would be separate.
I think you could get a copy of it from local cable. I believe they provide you copies.
From local what?
So these are your notes for this evening?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to have a lot of people speaking this evening that we don't have their notes. So thank you for clarifying that. Your words this evening were from notes prepared and not from the letter, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Pasevich, any other questions?
Of course. This incident regarding a tenants meeting, what was the date of that tenants meeting?
You have the date of the Tenants Association meeting,
April 28th.
April 28th.
So once again, we can't have crosstalk?
I don't-
If you don't know...
I don't know.
Mr. Pasevich's answers, then just reply, you don't know?
I don't know.
That's fine.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I asked the question, what date was the meeting?
He has replied he does not know.
Well, he did refer to the date of that meeting in a subsequent piece of correspondence that he sent to me. And it is April, I believe, April 28th, which is before the election. And by your rules, anything happening before my term in office is off limits, number one. So I don't even want to go into the ridiculous, spurious accusations being made about my attendance at that meeting. Suffice to say that I went there because, well, I can't even go there. It's just so ridiculous. But it was before the election, and by your own rules, that was something that happened before my election. And it wasn't anything, it's something I decided to do, quite honestly, because I wanted to hear what people were saying and what their concerns were. Here's the letter from Mr. Marathis dated May 4th,
Excuse me for 1 second,
2023.
Mr. Pasevich. I'm trying to speak very loudly. Can everyone hear Mr. Pasevich so that... we really should have set that up, but so everyone just needs to speak up. Sorry,
So,
Mr. Pasevich.
in reference to that particular alleged incident, which is totally fabricated, Mr. Marathis said on May 4th, 2023 letter, before I summarize, and I'll quote a part of the letter that applies, before I summarize, I would like to first say that I am taken aback by the fact that on April 28th, Friday, April 28th, when I met you at the local tenant organization meeting, and we conversed. So he documented the date of that meeting here, and I'm sure he's well aware of that meeting date. But again, everything that was alleged to have happened at that was total fabrication. Regarding the idea about me meeting staff, Mr. Marathis, why do you think I wanted to meet staff?
Mr. Pasevich.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like Mr. Marathis to tell me, why does he think I wanted to meet what he called elderly services staff? Where did that idea come from?
Mr. Chairman, it would be impossible
that-
for me to answer that question.
I was going to suggest that that's not an appropriate question as to why he thought something.
Okay.
Not an appropriate question.
Okay. All right, so I will
let me put it
remind
this way.
sorry, excuse me, Mr. Pasevich. I will remind myself and my team to assist me that after a question is made on rebuttal, that it will go to the chair and/or I will delegate to the board if they have objection, Attorney Galvin, whether a question is appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, okay, I'll tell you where it comes from.
This is questions, because Mr. Pasevich is going to have a full opportunity to explain everything.
Yeah, you're going to have your whole side.
questions.
Questions regarding this particular discussion, Mr. Pasevich.
Okay, my question to Mr. Marathis would be, he claims to have went to the local tenant organization meeting on April 28th. And again, I'd like a ruling right now. Is that part of this discussion, before I go any further into it? Since it's outside the scope and outside the time
I think
period?
we have to determine, but we can't do it with this witness because he doesn't know when that occurred. And if-
I just gave you the evidence. Here it is right here.
Mr. Pasevich. Mr. Pasevich.
So when I was trying to say is, this-
It's difficult to hear without side conversations, please. Thank you.
Mr. Pasevich is claiming, but he's not testifying at this particular stage, that it occurred before. No one who's testifying has told you what date that was. If Mr. Pasevich is right, it can't be considered.
Thank you.
Simple.
And therefore, Mr.
Do you
Chairman.
have any other questions?
Yes, I do. Does the, Mr. Baratheis have a written record of all these things he's claiming I said in various settings? He said that I'm making comments on a cable TV show. You know, where is the record of that? And how did he surmise this? Where did he get that information from?
I think Mr. Pasevich can ask through the board where Mr. Marathas got that information. And if you don't receive that video or a transcript or something from some witness, then it's not going to be considered.
Okay. Mr. Marathas, can you tell us where you did that, and will you be able to provide that to the board?
I can. I watched it on I believe it was on the 18th, on August, let me tell you the date. I believe it was August 18th. It was Mr. Pasevich's show.
Are you able to provide that to the board?
I believe I can get you a copy, yes.
Is it this evening, Bob, or a copy?
These are all online, and we could watch it if we needed to.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next, a speaker sign-up
May I
is...
ask one more question? He just left the podium before I had looked at.
Do you have another question for Mr. Marathas?
Well, actually,
Mr. Pasevich? You're going to be given ample time to ask a lot of questions.
I'd like to know again, what was the basis for him claiming that I demanded to meet staff? Who told him I demanded to meet staff? And who heard me, or where and when did I demand to meet the staff?
You could ask him to come back.
Mr. Marathas, can you come back for us, please? Sure. Could you answer that question from Mr. Pasevich, please?
Yes, Mr. Pasevich asked at a board meeting, and I informed him that that would be inappropriate, and then he again asked after the board meeting.
Which board meeting?
I don't have the dates of the meeting with me.
Do you specifically recall that occurring at a board meeting?
Yes,
Would you be able to provide the date?
I could.
Thank you. Mr. Pasevich, any other questions of Mr. Marathas?
Well, again, I think I'm missing a few things because he rattled them off so fast, but for now, I'll reserve my right to pursue them later.
Thank you. All right. Next, we're going to go to Colleen Whalen. Would you be kind enough to state your name and address, and then we'll swear you in?
Yes, my name is Colleen Whalen. I am the
You have to
assistant.
speak up, Colleen, sorry.
It's okay. My name is Colleen Whalen. I am the assistant executive director at the Marshfield Housing Authority, 17 T Rock Gardens.
Ms. Whalen, could you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
She's sworn.
Thank you.
I have been working with the residents of the authority for 3 years now. In the last few months, several residents have come to me regarding their feelings and concerns surrounding the behaviors of Mr. Pasevich. Many are genuinely afraid of him. They have described him as, quote, demeaning, unnecessarily aggressive, uninformed, against us, intimidating, and angry. On the occasions that I have had contact with Mr. Pasevich, I too find him to be demeaning and a frightening individual based on his aggressive behavior. His confrontational and unprofessional manner have made me uncomfortable to be around him. He does not question, he accuses with half-truths and mischaracterization of the facts. When members of the board and staff try to help him and answer his questions and concerns, he argues without listening and replies loudly and aggressively. It upsets me that anyone, let alone a board member, would frighten the residents, vote against their best interests, and intimidate staff members. Many residents have walked out of meetings because of his behavior. I am concerned for the safety of the tenants and staff at the Housing Authority. I worry about him coming to the offices and being on the property. I feel as though Mr. Pesovich has created a hostile environment for all of us associated with the Marshfield Housing Authority. Thank you.
All right, now we will go to the members of the Select Board and town officials. Vice Chair?
Could you please expand with maybe some specifics on any phrases or demeanor that Mr. Pesovich had towards you specifically, not somebody reporting to you with information?
Mr. Pesovich continues to call me a secretary, even though he has been corrected that I am an assistant executive director. I find that to be demeaning. I find him yelling at a board meeting what his votes are to be hostile.
Is there anything else you'd like to add in relationship to using that as a descriptive explanation of what you're trying to share with the board?
I too have watched the video clips and the videos that Mr. Pesovich has put up regarding the Housing Authority and the staff of the Housing Authority and the tenants of the Housing Authority, when he has been quoted as saying that they are so-called disabled, that their rent is based on their income, not their lottery winnings. I find that to be demeaning to the residents. I find when he says comments like the Housing Authority had nowhere to go but up, and mowing the grass would have been seen as a good thing, also referring to the residents as the amen choir at board meetings.
You also mentioned you were concerned for the safety of your tenants or the tenants.
Because they don't feel safe with him around, because he's aggressive at board
Again,
meetings.
any specific things that you can relate to that would be something that we could have as a detail to what everybody has an idea of what makes them feel safe. So your idea of what makes you feel safe is different than my idea of what makes me feel safe. So I'm just trying to get to the specifics and details of your feelings in regard to what you witnessed in the dealings with Mr. Pesovich after he became a commissioner. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Okay. I find his behavior at board meetings to be very aggressive. When we try to explain things to him, he refuses to listen and constantly tries to talk over you.
Those are characteristics of, in my opinion, of somebody that perhaps needs to work harder at the engaging type of back and forth. So we will again talk about that again in deliberation. So thank you for your time.
Mr. Clerk?
In your experience, how would you compare the conduct of Mr. Pesovich to other housing authority commissioners that you've?
Totally outrageous. I have never, I sit on, I participate in 5 board meetings a month, and I have never, ever encountered, and I've been doing this for 5 years too, I've never encountered a board member act this way.
Thank you.
Mr. Administrator?
I do.
Mr. Counselor?
Ms. Whalen, have you asked him to stop calling you by, or using you to refer to you as the secretary?
Yes,
And has Mr. Pesevich continued to call you by that title, even though your
Yes.
actual title is different?
he has referred to me as secretary in all of his podcasts.
Is that something that he continues to do after you've told him not to do that?
Yes,
Has that happened on more than one occasion?
yes,
And when was the last time he did that?
in one of his podcasts.
In what were the circumstances under which he used the word so-called disabled?
When he was referring to how people are admitted to the housing authority, the admission process.
And you heard that on a...
On his
On a
podcast.
podcast? And you said that he also used the term amen something?
He refers to the residents as the Amen Corner when they are participating in a board meeting.
Is that something that was said on the podcast, or was it something that was said in a board meeting?
The podcast.
I have no other questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Pacevich's turn.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a quick comment myself, if I may. I do want to just state again that in the definition of misconduct in office, this can also include outside of work conduct that has a connection to duties, responsibilities of one's office. And also, when we're looking at what is credible evidence, it must be quantitatively, and once again for everyone, you must provide specific factual support for your statements and the complaints being made, and there must be evidence of the type which a reasonable person would conclude there is a violation. Thank you. Mr. Pasevich.
I'd like to ask Ms. Whalen, she stated that I have voted against their best interests. I'd like to know when I voted against their best interest.
Are you able to articulate why you made the
Yes.
statement, he votes against the citizens' best interest?
Yes, there was a motion on a recent board meeting to accept a grant for $144,000 some odd dollars for improvements to the property energy efficiency, and he voted no.
Just so I heard you correctly, you're saying there was a grant
A grant that...
to the housing authority?
To the housing
A grant.
authority,
For how much?
over $144,000.
Sorry, I got this thing behind me, $144,000. So this is a grant to the,
To the housing authority.
housing
It does
authority.
not come out of our budget, it does not come out of our capital funds for these improvements to be made.
does that answer your question? sir?
I can vote any way I want on any type of appropriation, and I can vote on it based on yes or no, based on reasons, whether or not I thought it's a wise use of money, whether it's needed. I don't think a grant necessarily means it's still not our money. It belongs to all of us. And it may affect other projects.
Answer
Yeah.
period, so.
Yeah. So,
So, I mean, I don't see
we'll
why.
stay to questions and answers. I don't, we
Okay.
will be here until 3.
Oh,
You know
absolutely.
what I'm saying?
Okay, the
So
other thing that was, how many times have I been on the property?
So Ms. Pasevich would
He
like,
claims that people are always afraid that I'm always, when I'm around and.
this is a quantitative question from Ms. Pasevich regarding your comment that he's been on the property.
To my knowledge, he's been on the property at least three times.
And were those to meet residents, or were they part of going to meetings?
So he'd like to ask if that was resident meetings or something else?
2 of the meetings were board meetings, but he does linger after the board meetings and remains on the property for quite some time.
Okay.
When I'm lingering, I'd like to know who witnessed me lingering and what was I doing lingering? This is hearsay, obviously, but maybe she can expound on that.
You could ask, you could ask.
The most recent board meeting ended about, I don't know what time it ended, but I know that I spent at least a half hour in the office, and when I was leaving, Mr. Pesevich was still on the property.
And what did you witness me doing?
You were standing talking to another individual.
Do you see that person here today?
Mr. Pasevich, please.
Does she see that person here? Does she know who I was talking to? And what
Did
the
you
sub-
recognize the person that Mr. Pasevich was speaking with?
Yes.
And I assume the follow-up from Mr. Pasevich was, who was that person?
I believe that person to be right here, behind me.
Is that person a resident of T-Rock Garden, as far as you know?
So
No.
I think he's trying to establish if or not that person who's spoken to after the meeting was a resident of T-Rock Garden.
No.
Okay, thank you.
So what I'm hearing is I've been to T-Rock Garden to go to a couple of meetings.
Is this a summation or a question?
I'm getting to that. And she stated that several residents have, as she said, come to me saying he is demeaning, aggressive, etc. And when was I demeaning and aggressive? And what were the reports that were given to you that indicated I was demeaning and aggressive to individuals? And how many individuals would you estimate reported saying that?
So, Mr. Savage is asking more clarity around that terminology. It gets back to specificity.
I
And
believe
how
I believe it was due to his behavior at the board meetings and then lingering around afterwards. And there were approximately a half dozen or so residents that came to me, personally came to me.
So you say there's only one instance, Mr. Chair. She's saying there's one instance when she saw me lingering, and I was talking to this gentleman here known as Eric Kelly, and that's it. There's no other report of. Is there any other reports of me lingering and talking to residents and being demeaning and aggressive with these people?
So he's asking, is that the only instance that you witnessed?
That I personally witnessed, yes,
Okay, so that is the only time that you personally witnessed it?
yes.
Thank you.
Now, about yelling my votes at meetings, she said that that's hostile. Could you give an example of how yelling, or what do you mean by yelling? Did I speak loudly, or did I scream, or how would you call that yelling?
So
What was
what he's
the-
trying to get at is level, different people have different levels of hostility. One may consider it a lively engagement, another may consider it threatening. So I think he's trying to clarify why you made that statement specifically.
Okay. I would say he spoke emphatically and loudly.
Is that normal and customary?
No,
Okay.
no, and it's, again, I do 5 board meetings a month for 5 years, and I have never encountered.
Mr. Savage, do you have any further questions?
Well, she goes to Ms. Whalen refers to basically the atmosphere of the meetings, and that somehow I'm like a disruptive force there. I wonder if Ms. Whalen, Assistant Executive Director, how she would characterize the atmosphere at the last meeting on August 1st. Did she note, first of all, was she there? And two, did she note that other people in the room were perhaps being rowdy to some degree?
Mr.
Number
Savage's
one,
question
was
is at the last meeting, he may not have been the only person that was enthusiastic.
The residents responded to his non-votes, his refusal to vote. They responded to that,
And with regard to,
as well as engaging Mr. Kelly, also engaged with the residents as well.
well, I would say, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Kelly is not part of this hearing in terms of his behavior.
Question and answer period. He can make any statements he wants during his time. This is question and answers only.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Savage.
Well, I'm just leading into the question. So that's irrelevant, but
Well,
There was a statement made-
you asked about the enthusiasm of the crowd.
Yeah.
Mr. Kelly also was part of that.
Yes, we don't have anything against Mr. Kelly at this time.
isn't it true that at, I think it was the May 2 meeting, well, you recently Ms. Whalen recently was promoted, I believe.
Is there a question?
Yes. When were you most recently promoted to the position of Assistant Executive Director?
2 years ago,
So Mrs. Pasevich would like to know when you were recently promoted.
2 years ago.
Mrs. Pasevich, 2 years.
Can I ask a question? We're at that point.
Well, when you say I referred you to your improper title and that you found that offensive in some way, wasn't that not at the May 2 meeting, May 2nd meeting?
So he's asking about the May 2nd meeting. Did he make a comment calling you a secretary versus by your proper title?
I believe it was, at least at that one, it may have been the last one as well.
So-
At least at that one, Mr. Pasevich. and
So was
perhaps at the time.
was May 2nd the first meeting you had ever seen me at a meeting?
Is that the first time you've ever met Mr. Pasevich?
It was not the first time I met him, it was the first time at a meeting.
Ms. Whalen says that many people left meetings. What meetings is she referring to and how many people left?
So he would like to know what meetings you're referring to.
The last
And do you
meeting-
have a rough idea of how many people may have come or gone?
The last meeting, and I believe that 3 or 4 left the meeting, and one was extremely upset leaving the meeting.
So 3 to 4. Last meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question that I thought about that might help us on an issue.
Yes.
Ms. Whalen, do you know when the tenants' meeting was? You know what the date of that meeting?
Yes, it was April 28th.
Thank you.
April 28th.
April 28th. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is it all right if we have, from a procedural perspective, if a board member has a question?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. Please, Vice Chair.
Is there a code of conduct for your board members and your tenants?
Yes.
And could you explain that to us?
Well, in their lease, there is a code of conduct. They cannot threaten, harass, intimidate any resident, staff member, or person legally on the premises.
That's the tenants' code of conduct.
That's
Your
ten-
tenant's
that's
code
tenant's
of
code.
conduct. So as a board member,
They're probably held to a higher standard than that, or they should be. I'm not aware of what the code of conduct is for a board member.
so encouraging behavior that respects and protects the rights and safety of others
Exactly.
would probably be just part of normal
Yes.
business. Okay, thank you.
And once again, if I may ask, Mr. Chairman, how many people supposedly came to you and said that they felt that that I am demeaning and aggressive? How many people and what instances did they give to support that?
So Mr. Pasevich just wants to reiterate previous statements of how many people have you heard say these comments about Mr. Pasevich, and do you have any specifics you may be able to add?
There were approximately a half dozen, I would say. And the specifics would be his demeanor and his way, his mannerism at board meetings, and that he does linger after board meetings.
Mr. Pasevich?
And is the lingering associated with degrading, aggressive behavior? Is any lingering that she's heard of associated with aggressive behavior towards any of these people?
So to paraphrase, do the residents feel that him lingering results in any of this behavior?
They feel it's intimidating.
Has he, and he expresses this behavior not only when he's at the meetings, but when he is, to use the term, lingering?
I would just,
Have
I
you
can't
personally
answer that.
observed?
No, I have not.
Any other questions, Mr. Pasevich?
That's all for now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're calling Robin Dunn.
Is it okay for somebody to stand up with her so we don't nervous?
Sure. Ms. Dunn, if you'd like to sit, you may sit as well.
No, couldn't sit next to you.
Huh?
You should stay.
She should stay? All right. She should stay. So name and address, we'll do oath.
My name is Robin Dunn, and I live at 13 T Rock Gardens, Apartment D.
Okay. Council will administer the oath.
Yep. Ms. Dunn, do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. She's sworn.
Thank you. You may proceed.
I have witnessed Mr. Peshkovitz display intimidating attitude towards residents and staff members. Mr. Peshkovitz, in doing so, has created fear and anxiety amongst the residents in 2 separate meetings he has attended. The first meeting was on April 28th, which was a tenants meeting that he was not invited to, and he came dressed in military fatigues, and he was asked to leave, and he refused. The second meeting, which was the Marshfield Housing Authority Board meeting on August 1st, Mr. Peshkovitz and his cameraman, Eric Kelly, became very aggressive and loud towards tenants. After the meeting ended, Mr. Peshkovitz and Mr. Kelly stayed on the property behind the community building for over an hour, which further intimidated and frightened some of the residents, myself included, who were bringing their trash to the dumpsters, which is located right there. We, the residents of T Rock Gardens, were granted a resident services coordinator who provides outstanding services to the residents of T Rock Gardens. Mr. Peshkovitz questions the need for this position, which suggests he does not understand the tenant needs. In conclusion, Mr. Peshkovitz is not the right person. I feel that Mr. Peshkovitz is not the right person for Marshfield Housing Authority Board of Commissioners due to his false public statements about the tenants, his intimidation of them, his public behavior is creating great fear and anxiety amongst the residents of T Rock Gardens. I personally have gone to every board meeting since I have lived here and never encountered such a hostile environment at a board meeting. Some residents were so upset they left the August 1st meeting that they had to get up and leave for the majority of the, sorry.
Take a deep breath.
Some residents were so upset at the August 1st board meeting that they had to get up and leave the meeting due to Mr. Peshkovitz creating an unsafe, hostile, anxious environment. I know I speak for the majority of the tenants who do not feel Mr. Peshkovitz will be helpful or supportive towards the residents of T Rock Gardens. How dare he attack my integrity, disrespect me or any of the tenants, suggesting that I or they are using lottery tickets and hiding money, and that we have so-called disabilities. Respectfully, I ask that Mr. Peshkovitz be removed from the Marshfield Housing Board Commissioners. He obviously does not have the tenants' concern nor the best interests of the town's concern.
Mr. Savage, oh, sorry. We'll go to the select board members and town council members. Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Robin, for sharing your thoughts. Take a deep breath. It's uncomfortable for all of us. Joe, I'm sure, isn't feeling great about it. So we will get through this evening, and it's factual, so we're trying to just uncover information so we can make our votes based on the facts.
Yes.
So I appreciate you standing there and going through this as well. So my question to you was, you made a reference that it was the lingering thing again. So if the lingering thing you're claiming was something that you were fearful about, I want to just ask you again what specifically you were fearful about. in relationship to Mr. Pesovich and the other person that was there with him.
Yes. After that meeting, the meeting itself was very hostile. Tenants were leaving. A lot of us take our trash down in the evening. And because of the hostility we felt in the meeting, nobody wanted to bring their trash down once they saw Mr. Peshovich's truck there and Eric Kelly standing there.
Thank you.
It was fear.
Thank you.
Select Person Darcy, please.
Thank you. Is there anything you feel that we may have missed so far with respect to specific statements made by Mr. Pesovich?
Yes, I'm not sure if it's allowed, I have a 1-minute clip where he states that we are using lottery tickets and we have so-called disabilities.
So this seems to be from his
Podcast, yes.
podcast control room.
Yes, public.
Do you know the date of the podcast? Is it like 16th, 18th, something like that, the recent one?
16, yes.
You gotta turn the volume up.
Yeah, you
so
gotta
that everybody-
turn the
maybe we
volume up
should
as loud
come
as
up
you
and
can.
Play it up here,
Yeah.
so Mr. Pesovich can hear it, and
Take your time.
Programs that are set up around the state. You need to be qualified. You know, there are certain income and asset. No, there's no asset limits. There are people living in public housing that are really worth like a lot of money, but they say they have no income. Of course, as long as you don't count their lottery ticket, income. But it's really income that's a qualifier. And you may have a physical disability, for example, so-called. But a lot of the problems with the housing authority stem, again, I'll say it for the 5th time, from lack of leadership, which translates to lack of maintenance, and really caring.
I
Will
didn't
you
hear it.
recall or hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
Would you be kind enough to play that for Mr. Pasevich again?
You have to be qualified to be able to live in public housing, at least in Marshfield. I understand the whole housing authority programs that are set up around the state. To be qualified, there are certain income asset, there's no asset limits. Like there are people living in public housing that are really worth like a lot of money, but they say they have no income. Of course, as long as you don't count their lottery ticket, income. But it's really income that's a qualifier. And you may have a physical disability, for example, so-called. But a lot of the problems with the housing authority, again, I'll say it for the 5th time, from lack of leadership, which translates to lack of maintenance, really caring.
Okay.
Thank you.
Uh,
Thank you. Mr. Pasevich, Mr. Maresco?
I'm good at this, Marcy.
Select Person Darcy, yes, please.
Thank you. How did you feel being referred to as a lottery ticket by a commissioner on the board?
It was extremely hurtful. It was mean. It was awful. I've never, ever felt like that, ever. And the so-called disability hurt a lot. I may not show my disabilities. Tonight I might be.
And you don't have to give an exact number, but how many of your fellow residents would you say have a disability?
3/4, so there's 64 residents. So I would say 3/4 of that have disabilities.
And would you say that one of the elements that comes across as aggressive or makes your fellow residents feel fearful is not just what is said, but the tone and volume in which it's said?
Absolutely.
And then, how many commissioners have you interacted with during your time as a tenant?
5.
And how would you characterize how they conducted themselves?
They're wonderful. They're nice. They speak to you respectively. They're just humans.
And one last question is one of the concerns that you have that this might be a pattern of behavior that could occur again?
Oh, absolutely. absolutely.
No. Mr. Marisco?
I have no questions.
Mr. Galvin? Okay, no questions?
Yeah, I have questions.
Mr. Pasevich?
Yeah, the reference to lottery tickets, what exactly did I say with reference to lottery tickets? Did I refer to residents as lottery tickets, or, and what was I
If you
referring to?
anytime, just look at me
What
rather
was
than
I,
the
what
rest.
was I referring to?
Sure.
What is this quote about lottery tickets, which now has somehow been transformed into me calling people a lottery ticket?
So I think I personally believe that's self-explanatory.
No, I'd like
because-
to hear.
I personally think that's self-explanatory because I heard the clip.
Right.
You heard the clip, but can you
It-
explain what
He's
what
referring
you
to
think he meant by
people
lottery?
on public housing. And we're all of us here tonight are on public housing. And we don't have lottery tickets hidden under our pillows and things.
So that was her question. They really don't have lottery tickets.
That's not the context. If you'd like, I think we should play it again, because this is not a reference
We
to
played it.
people.
We played it twice. I personally heard it live, basically, and I've heard it now twice again tonight. I'm pretty comfortable with that, unless there's objection from the board.
Well, Mr. Pasevich is going to have a chance to
He's going to
say
plenty of say
anything
anything he wants.
regarding
This is
the
a
content.
question.
Okay, there was a reference to, that I questioned the need for an executive director. What does the Ms. Dunn refer to? What does she mean? What did I say? What does she mean? Where did that come from? How can she claim that I questioned the need for an executive director?
Okay. So he'd like some more specifics on why you feel he questioned the need for an executive director.
The need that he questioned was not for the executive director. It was for the resident service coordinator, who we got on a grant.
So it was regarding this grant money, or some grant money that pays for
For her services.
her
Yes.
services.
Yes,
So that is what you're referring to?
yes.
Okay. That is what.
And what did I say? What is it she's claiming I said? By the way, that meeting is on tape, so, and these people are sworn.
So your recollection is,
He said at that meeting, I'm not sure of the exact contents, what was happening at the moment, because it was getting pretty tense. And when he referred to our service coordinator, he said he looked at, I don't know if it was us or the other board members, and said, you have a senior center.
Can I respond in any way to
you have a
that?
question, you'll have plenty of time to respond afterwards.
Well,
Is there a question?
the question is, what else was decided? Why was that discussion occurring about what brought about that discussion of the services coordinator?
So over here,
What brought that
Mrs.
about? Where did that come from? Did it just
He's
come
looking
out
for, he's looking for context.
I believe, now I could be totally mistaken, but I think it was when they were going over the reports. The board members, the board commissioners, and the executive were going over the reports. And the finances and things, and I believe that's where it was brought up.
Okay.
May I ask Ms. Dunn, how many meetings occurred on August the 1st?
How
Do
many?
you recall if there were any meetings or multiple meetings on August 1st?
One.
She recalls one.
There were two, anyway.
She recalls one.
Okay. Thank you. She said that I attacked her integrity. How did I attack her integrity, and when did I do that?
I'm willing, Bob, to let that go, but it seems duplicitous. I mean,
I think he's going to argue that, he didn't, and I think she's explained how she felt.
that he did.
And if we need to hear that again, I guess we could, but,
I think it's duplicitous, personally.
well, She's already answered that question.
Correct.
I disagree. She did
Then
not
we will
say
pose,
that I
all right,
attacked
we will pose
her
the question again, Mr.
specifically.
Pasevich, all right?
Right.
Why do you feel that way?
No, what did I do to
What
attack her
did,
integrity?
what did Mr. Pasevich do to make you feel that way?
To attack her integrity.
attack
What did I say?
What did he say?
To her.
To you
It
specifically?
was never specifically to me.
Okay.
It was on his live podcast, which I did just play for you, and that he said the so-called disabilities and that we're using lottery tickets.
So you took that as a personal affront?
Absolutely.
That's all for now.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich. Thank you, Ms. Dunn. We have a Constant Hillman. Hey, Constance. Hi.
Hi, do you want me to just come up here?
She could use
Yeah.
one of these microphones and stay right where you are. Could you speak into that?
Yes.
There you go.
Okay,
And like everybody else, we don't have a loudspeaker in here. That goes into the,
okay, I will try.
speak
Okay.
as loud as you possibly can.
Okay. My name is Constance Hillman, and I live at 5 T-Rock Gardens. First, I want to thank you for having this hearing tonight. We really appreciate your concern.
Let's go ahead. Yeah, we need to swear you in. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
She's
okay.
Go ahead. You live at 5 T-Rock Garden?
5 T-Rock Gardens.
All right. I was listening.
You were. And the nature of Marshfield housing, obviously, is particularly T-Rock Gardens, is that it provides housing for a highly vulnerable population. People who are poor, elderly, and disabled, and often all three at once. Additionally, the range of disabilities varies widely and includes physical, mental, or psychiatric disabilities, which are often invisible. Mr. Pesevich's demeanor has been frankly frightening to many of the residents. He comes across to me as angry, hostile, and intimidating, which I experience as threatening to my sense of safety and security. Recently, the management team recognized our particular needs and hired a social services coordinator. It's what we've been talking about. And to identify at-risk tenants and connect them to essential services, such as nutrition programs that enable people to continue to live independently. One of the first things that Mr. Pesevich appeared to question, as we've been talking about, was the necessity of that position. Mr. Pesevich says that all he's doing is asking questions. And obviously, questions are important and necessary. We understand that asking questions is an essential part of the job of overseeing the housing authority, perhaps even the main duty that he has. No one is preventing him from asking questions. However, Mr. Pesevich's manner of questioning seems to me meant to put people in a defensive posture. He comes across as accusatory and threatening. Since he joined the board this spring, he seems to generally denigrate the reputation of everyone involved, of the board members, the management team, the administrative staff, and even the tenants. For example, which we've talked about several times, him referring to disabled people, so-called, and I find that very offensive. He has not made specific threats, and I'm not accusing him of that, but he doesn't need to make overt threats to engender fear. I perceive him as jeopardizing our well-being and not treating us respectfully. Living at T-Rock Gardens does not negate our life experience. Most of us have worked for decades, paid taxes, raised families, and contributed to society. I myself am a retired psychiatric social worker, and what's happening since Mr. Pesevich has arrived has unfortunately reminded me of many of the social ills I worked with in my career. We tenants, when we met to discuss this issue, I was moved hearing my friends and neighbors reveal that they had histories of trauma, and say that Mr. Pesovich's behavior touches off symptoms of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, for them. Simply being here tonight is an act of courage for some. More tenants would be here tonight, in fact, but have openly told us that they are afraid that he might be capable of retribution. In fact, some even declined to sign the original petition because of their fear. In closing, I'll point out that Mr. Pesovich has achieved one good thing. He has motivated the poor, elderly, and disabled residents of Marshfield housing to civic activism by initiating this action. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hillman. I'll now go to the board. Vice Chair.
Thank you again for being here this evening. A lot of what you said is a repeat of those that came before you, so therefore I am going to defer any additional questions in nature of your support of some of the other comments.
Okay.
Is there anything that you feel we haven't already covered that you would like to offer tonight?
I know that when I've heard him discuss issues that he raises, questions that he brings up, it's always very vague. As I know we're not talking about the past here, but he refers to the past. We have a past history of very poor performance by an old management team. And he implies that, just cutting the grass would be an improvement. It's a lot more than just cutting the grass. They have done miraculous things in 3 years, and everybody is so relieved and happy, but he still seems to kind of hammer us with the past and not give any credence to the improvements that have been made.
Thank you.
I do have just one question.
Yes, please.
Ms. Hillman, when Mr. Pasevich makes those comments about the facility itself, is he referring to the residents or to the management?
It just feels like it's all of it. It's just one ball of wax.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No questions.
I'd like, maybe if I could do a clarifying statement. I heard you said that you don't have anything specific, but you said that you just felt it was an overall overt, threatening feeling that generates fear and can trigger PSD and...
Well, he has never said, I will do this in retribution, but his manner is such that it does intimidate people. And so in this day and age, we don't know what people are capable of. And I'm not accusing him of deliberately planning to hurt anybody. He's never done that, and I'm not saying that he has. But I'm talking about the fear I see in my neighbors.
Okay. Mr. Pasevich, questions?
For Ms. Hillman, how many meetings have you been to where I was present?
So Mr. Pasevich is asking how many times you've basically seen each other at meetings.
Probably 3.
So
Which ones were those?
more than one, less than 4.
Which one were those? Which
Well,
meeting?
the April meeting.
Are you asking for? So you want to work through me on that?
Well, okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The April meeting, which was the tenant meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was the first board meeting that he attended, which was in May, and then the August board meeting.
Okay, 3 specific meetings she did recall.
And Ms. Hillman, you did not see me being aggressive towards anybody, but that you're testifying that just my demeanor somehow triggers people.
Well, I have seen.
Just
I'm sorry.
So the question here is basically, is it just an overall feeling he's asking about, or anything in specific?
It's his loud, his body language, his loud, angry tone. It comes across as very angry, which again is different than any of the other board members. And we were used to a very professional, discussion during board meetings. And it suddenly became, when he joined, just a very tense, he was loud, he had an angry tone of voice, and distorted a lot of facts. A lot of the and he did make accusations, but they were very vague. It was like, you're hiding money. Where is all the money? Implying that there's all kinds of cash that, the board and Mr. Marathis has been squirreling away somehow.
Okay.
And that's the impression that we all got.
So it's more an overall impression. Specifically, she spoke about comments she made about hiding cash.
So Ms. Hillman says I said that cash is that somebody's hiding cash. Did I actually say that?
So it specifically asked, what was the context of that? Can you reiterate your recollection of the context of that comment by Mr. Pasevich?
There's actually 2 instances. One is in that podcast where he implies, related to the lottery tickets, that residents are hiding money. And then the other thing is that, he's implying that there's money floating around managed by the authority or the management team that he's not getting a full accounting for, and implying that there's something shady about that.
So may I be clear that this is reference to...
She's making the point that these are implied innuendos is what they're taking from your comments, Mr. Pasevich.
made on the podcast.
Made the comment,
And
and she stated also in a meeting.
Well, I haven't heard what I said in the meeting.
She said I believe she said they were implied generalizations.
Implied generalizations. Okay, thank you, that's all.
Yep, you're welcome.
I could give actually one specific.
If you have a
source.
specifics would be great.
When talking about the housing partnership, not the housing authority, that there were funds that the housing authority was somehow holding before Quincy took over the management of Marshfield, that there was money that was being held by the authority that wasn't the authorities. It belonged to the partnership, and that Mr. Marathis was saying, well, it's not ours, I don't want to take responsibility for it. I think it belongs to the town, and we should give that back to the town. And Mr. Pasevich, implied that that money could have been used by the housing authority to lower rents or to do other things with it, and it wasn't our money to touch.
Okay, thank you. So the specific that she quoted revolved around the funds for the housing authority that were previously held in Quincy that now have been resolved at town meeting by creating a housing authority trust, and it seems that
That's not what she said, Mr. Chairman.
That's what I
She
heard.
did not say money is being held at Quincy.
Question and answer period.
In Marshfield.
Respond when it's his time.
So,
I have another question for Ms. Hillman. She seems very educated and very, very knowledgeable. Does she know what the duties of a housing commissioner are with regards to fiduciary responsibility?
She's a tenant.
Yeah,
You want us to ask her that
I don't think a reasonable person would think that
She's
that's
not a housing-
happened.
Well, what is her understanding of the role of a commissioner of the housing authority?
She's not a housing commissioner.
No,
I don't think that's fair.
Has she developed an understanding of what a
If you want to
housing-
ask her whether she knows what their duties and responsibilities, you could ask her that question, but she's a tenant. She
Yeah.
lives there.
I don't think, we go back to a reasonable person, I don't think a reasonable person would expect them to be able to define those roles and responsibilities. I just don't think a reasonable person would be able to. If you want to take a stab at it, you're welcome to. If not, then that's fine.
I don't know specifically.
There you go.
I've been to
That's the
enough
answer.
board.
There you go. You do
Okay.
not know specifically.
Okay.
Thank you. She does not know specifically.
So Ms. Hillman attends these meetings with a housing board, and
Is this a
what is
question?
her understanding of what the housing board's duties are? That's a reasonable.
She's a tenant.
Yeah.
Right.
I think that's a fair question for Mr. Pesovich to explain to the board or to ask some of the professional staff, but this is a resident.
So as a resident,
From my understanding, she comes because she's a resident.
and what is her understanding of what's happening there? What is the meeting?
Whatever her perception of what's happening there.
She just testified to.
Yeah, she just testified to what she just testified to what she feels is happening. That's what she just spent 10 minutes telling us.
I'm willing to, I've been to enough board meetings
There you go.
to know that the fiduciary responsibilities are very strong, and the board oversees the budgeting for everything and allocates priorities.
So my question to Ms. Hillman is, she has witnessed the board voting on expenditures and the movement of money. So she's aware that there is some fiduciary responsibility, is all my point.
Yeah, so his
Thank you.
point was that there is a fiduciary financial responsibility.
Sure.
She acknowledges that.
Thank you.
Are we done?
I don't know, Mr. Pasevich.
I'm done for now.
You think that's an Aaron Kelly?
Looks like, is it Eric Kelly? That's the address.
171 Pearson Park address?
I can't, Bob, can you decipher that?
Guys scribbled your names on me.
It's Eric Kelly, it's Peterson Path. I don't think he's here to testify for the residents.
No. Where this is resident testimony.
Next.
Thank you.
There you go.
And I couldn't read your handwriting. Okay. Don Clark. Don Clark, when you step at the podium, if you would be kind enough to state your name, state your address, then you'll be sworn in by counsel.
Donald Clark, 18 T-Rock Gardens, Marshfield.
Mr. Clark, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Witness is sworn.
Thank you. Mr. Clark, you have the floor.
All right, I'd just like to take a brief opportunity to thank the Marshfield Housing Authority, Quincy Housing Authority, and the town of Marshfield for going above and beyond of helping me out of a terrible situation. I was a tenant, and another housing authority was displaced by fire. The quick work of the Marshfield and Quincy Housing Authority turned a terrible ordeal into a seamless transition. I attended the first meeting of the Marshfield Housing Authority Board on August 1st, 2023. Much to my dismay, I found it to be a hostile environment with a board commissioner, Mr. Joseph Pasevich, was attacking other board chairman and the executive director of the Quincy Housing Authority. I found it kind of disheartening that in that August 1st meeting, he was, a point came up where he demanded to know the executive director's salary, and I'd never heard that in any type of a board meeting before. There was also an issue on the August 1st meeting where a vote was called on, and if Mr. Pasevich did not want to vote, he wanted to vote no on it, and he was told by the other board members that if you do not vote, or at least acknowledge, you can vote no, but acknowledge that we would lose funding for the Marshfield Housing Authority. At that point, I became very anxious because I had just moved into Marshfield and I was scared of losing my housing again. I was feeling anxiety and fear during this meeting, which was disheartening. I went in with hopes of learning how the Marshfield Housing Authority was working for the betterment of the community, but left with anxiety, which only continued with Mr. Pasevich and his cameraman, Mr. Eric Kelly, stayed outside on the property for about an hour after the meeting. I personally left the meeting and about 45 minutes later came down for a cigarette and noticed Mr. Pasevich and Mr. Kelly were still back out by the dumpsters. In closing, I would like to thank the Select Board for taking the time to listen to the concerns of the tenants of T-Rock Garden.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the Vice Chair?
Sir, you referred to the fire and so can you just explain how long you have been at T-Rock Gardens?
I probably moved into T-Rock Gardens about the 20th of July or so. So I'm a fairly new resident there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second. Mr. Maresca? Mr. Galvin? So, quick question. So, have you participated in other towns or other areas?
I have been to previous board meetings, but not in Marshfield. This was my first meeting in Marshfield.
Did you find it different?
Yes,
Or is it kind of just a similar experience where everyone's just expressing their thoughts and views on boards?
No, I usually, I've experienced more of what I felt. This is my personal feeling, a professional type atmosphere. At this board meeting on August 1st, I felt it was a very combative and type of environment. I was just, just some of the questions, that were asked, demanding to know the executive director's salary, refusing to vote and acknowledge on an article that was told by multiple board members, if this is not acknowledged by you, Marshfield Housing will lose funding. At that point, I became very anxious and very fearful, of what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. Going around here, Mr. Pasevich.
Very briefly, I just want to object to comparisons being made between Marshfield and other towns that, in the line of questioning you're making, that's totally irrelevant. But for Mr. Clark, he stated that somebody said that if I don't vote on something, the Marshfield Housing Authority will lose funding.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think any of Mr. Clark's testimony really relates to the issues here. I'm not sure it's important to continue on with questioning. I don't want to interfere with Mr. Pasevich's, right to ask a question, but I didn't hear any issues. I heard some concerns, generalized concerns.
I heard just general, right?
But it had to do with questions and that really don't have anything to do with the efficiency or the neglect of duty or
the
misconduct.
three issues that we're addressing.
So I don't want to
I
take
just-
away Mr.
May I
Of course you may.
respond?
Yeah.
I disagree because Mr. Clark just said that he had anxiety and fear when he heard
Okay.
that my actions were going to result in some other reaction.
Okay.
In other words, he's saying my action, refusing to vote on something, was going to cause the loss of funding. So my question is who told him that Marshfield Housing was going to lose funding?
How did you come?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
honestly, none of this has to do with whether Mr. Pasevich was inefficient in office,
It's a more
neglecting
it's
his
more a
duty,
commission
or
discussion issue rather
I
than.
was
this.
trying to help Mr. Pasevich by explaining that, but I really think that none of this really is germane to whether he did anything wrong.
Well, then every
It's-
single testimony that relates and uses the word anxiety, fear, PTSD, et cetera, is also then irrelevant. Because
so-
this man just said that my actions created anxiety and fear in him. So I need to know what
So,
triggered
I think he
that.
objects to that.
If he doesn't want the help, we can't help him. He should ask the question.
I'm asking the question.
Feel free to ask the question,
Who
sir.
said that my actions were going to cause the loss of funding for Marshfield Housing?
So I don't
None of this
want to.
has anything to do
I
with
don't
this
want
meeting.
to. I don't want to get real deep into the nitty gritty of the problems
It has.
on commission business and commission time. The three issues we have.
He wants to know who else did something. It has nothing to do with whether Mr. Pasevich did something right or wrong.
Correct. The three issues we're talking about is inefficiency in office, which is the willing violation of a law or regulation, or failure to perform his duties. Neglect of duty, failure through negligence to perform one's legal or moral duty of reasonable expectation. Negligent failure to perform assigned duties. And then misconduct at office, intentional violation of a significant rule. So, Attorney Galvin, I have to agree with you. This seems to be more discussions about things that happen between commissioners and board members, and then how the members felt when the conversation devolved, than specific complaints against Mr. Pasevich. Mr. Pasevich, you're free if you want to ask another question on that. I think that is the feeling of the board.
Okay, Mr. Clark said that I was attacking the executive director. What's the specifics behind that?
But this is once again what happened at the board meeting.
Right.
It's not specifically of a reason why this board would consider any actions that would take against you. It's not germane to this conversation. Am I wrong here, Attorney?
No, well, I think Mr. Clark has made the allegation that Mr. Pasevich attacked the executive director and another board member, and I think Mr. Pasevich is correct. He could ask that question, because that's an allegation of misconduct on behalf of Mr. Pasevich. So I do think
You think
that's
that one
a fair
does?
question, yes.
Okay. So the question is allowed.
And the question was how I felt he attacked the executive director.
Not how he felt, but how did I attack?
No, specifically, how did
At the August 1st meeting, he asked the executive director what his salary was. The executive director said he was not going to tell him, and the executive director said it's a matter of public record. And Mr. Pasevich just insisted he wanted to know the executive director's salary, which I don't think, in my feeling, it created a hostile type environment. He asked the question, he was given an answer, and then he went on about it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other further questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Nope, not now.
Thank you. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more speakers.
Ask them if they have anything to do.
So our next one is Don Clark.
No, next one.
Huh? Oh, just did Don. Sorry, Dottie Wolf. Bob, I know we're not limiting any conversations here. We're adding?
Yes.
Yeah.
I signed that earlier at my
That's okay. I just didn't get it. No worries.
Okay.
So what do we have here is Dottie Wolf. Would you state your name and address, please? Speak up if you can. We don't have a microphone.
Dottie Wolf, 21 T-Rock.
21 T.
Ms. Wolf, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. She's sworn.
Okay.
First of all,
Hope you have
Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak. In regards to Mr. Pasevich, I feel that he is not in our best interest, and the reason I say that is because at our monthly meeting, he refused to sign the end-of-the-year certification several times until he was told that it was a requirement. He also upset the tenants throughout the whole meeting. In my opinion, his behavior leads me to believe that he is antagonistic and also a contrarian. I feel Mr. Pasevich is not a good fit for this position. Every meeting that he has attended, there's been disruption. And I would like to end it with, I have not been influenced in any way. These are my opinions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
I have a
We'll
question.
go to Vice Chair. Oh, would you stay up at the podium for a second? Thank you.
Would you just repeat the end of year certification that you mentioned? That's the first.
He refused to sign the end of the year certification several times until he was told that it was a requirement.
Thank you. That's it.
Superman Darcy? Town Administrator?
No.
Town Council?
No.
Mr. Pasevich?
ask Ms. Wolf, when she signed the petition, does she know who wrote it and who presented it to her?
I don't know who wrote it.
So he's going to come to me and I'm
Oh,
going to
sorry.
come to you. Do you know who initiated the petition and the number of people that signed it?
I know that there were 49 people that signed it, and it was passed around by a tenant. We went door to door.
Does she know which tenant was passing it around?
Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's fair.
Okay, good question.
I do. Robin Dunn.
Okay, thank you.
Did Robin Dunn speak to you at that time?
Well,
Did Robin Dunn speak to you with the
when she had the petition,
yeah?
she just said, "Are you willing to sign this petition after the meeting, that we had on the, what was that? The 1st? On the 1st." And I said, "Absolutely."
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much.
One comment.
Yes, before you go, we have a comment?
Unrelated, like next step.
Sure.
You're good. Yeah. Certainly we appreciate a lot of folks feel impacted, and, we got a long list of folks who have signed up to speak, and you certainly have every single right to speak, for those of you who are here. If you feel that you have something new to offer, you're certainly encouraged to speak. Again, you all have the right to, but I think in terms of expediency, if you have something new we haven't covered yet, then, if those folks could speak, that would be great. But again, you all have the right to.
Somebody over here.
You want to go down your list first?
Yeah, we're going down the speaking list. We have Diana, is it Harvey?
Yep,
15 T-Rock?
yep.
Hello, Diana.
Hi.
Please come up, state your name, state your address, and the attorney will swear you in.
Diana Harvey, 15 T-Rock Garden.
Ms. Harvey, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I have a request that if I could speak briefly about the April 28th tenant meeting, because I'm the one that stood up and asked Mr. Pasevich to leave. And I'm the only one that addressed the situation.
It's up to the board, but Mr. Pesovich was not a member of the Housing
was a-
Authority at the time, and we said right from the beginning that we're only going to consider his conduct during his tenure, and in fairness to Mr. Pesovich, that's before his time. I don't think there's any dispute about that.
So I'll start the discussion on that. I think we laid out very clearly the timelines that we're going to use to make our decision for this. It doesn't diminish your feelings or thoughts
Okay.
what occurred that evening. But the commission laid out for our decision-making process, it is only from the time Mr.
Okay.
Pasevich assumed the position, unless my colleagues want to offer something different.
I think that I would agree with you. I'm sorry. I would agree that we need to stick to the original outline as far as time frame, and we have made that. And
Well, even that small amount of information will help with my context.
excellent. Thank you.
Excuse me 1 second. You agree, disagree?
I agree with you guys.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Mr. Pasevich wins his seat on the board on April 29th. He comes to his first Housing Board meeting May 2nd with Eric Kelly in the audience as a friend, and has placed a letter at each board member's spot that was causing some concerns, not sure what they were, but that's how his first meeting started. The board spoke about the letter, and atmosphere was immediately tense and stressed. Someone did something wrong, according to Pasevich. Meeting continues. During the part where the tenant association gives their report, another tenant and myself received a certification of appreciation from the tenant association for some gardening we did. And as they were handing them to us, we were in the front row, Mr. Pasevich got up, stood by his seat, looked at us, and took our photo on his phone. Then holds his phone up and says to me, "I just took your picture." I was not happy. I didn't notice any other board members jostling for the same photo op. Why did he do that? He shouldn't have. He should delete it. When he leaves the meeting with Eric Kelly on April 4th and May 2nd, they stand together by their cars as it's getting dark and talk for over an hour when the meeting is over. It creeps us out because we hang out afterwards outside very near where they are. Why don't they just leave? We feel like we're being watched. I feel like his main goal is to cause trouble. I have been to many board meetings and not once have anyone's questions been ignored or scoffed at. All meetings have been professional and constructive. In fact, until now, I have never experienced any uneasiness or anxiety about living at T-Rock. I feel weary after the long last while of chaos and stress in our society. I'm hoping for calm, order, sanity, stability, and peace in my future with my neighbors. I don't have much stomach for this drama.
Thank you. If you just hold at the podium, please. Comments, Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Pasevich.
Just again, question, what did I do to, what aggressive behavior did I exhibit against this?
Mr. Pasevich, going to our findings, necessary for our findings, asking for specific that you may have. I know you spoke about the picture.
Yeah.
Do you want to elaborate that, or are there any other specifics you may be able to provide us?
That really pissed me off. I mean, what right does he have to stand up and take my picture? First of all, I hate to have my picture taken. And second of all, you don't need to take my picture. Unless you want to see, this is what I mean about context. Unless you want to show it to somebody to see if you can find out who I am. Because I'm the one that stood up and gave you grief at the tenant meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Nope.
Marilyn Lyon.
My name's Marilyn Lyon. I live at 4 T-Rock. I've lived there for 7 years.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. She's sworn?
Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Lyon.
I'm not going to go into all of it because a lot of it's been said already. So I do want to say that I have one of those, as Joe put it on his podcast, so-called disabilities, he said to the people. I actually have an implanted defibrillator pacemaker. I might not appear to have any disabilities. But from a past relationship that was quite abusive, I take medication for PTSD. And being present at that meeting, the Board of Directors meeting this month, because I've been to quite a few in both this term of Quincy Housing running T-Rock and the previous, being there 7 years. It was a hostile environment. There was a lot of raising voices back and forth to people. I started to hyperventilate. I stood up and said, I can't take it, and I walked out the door. So other than that, that night, I had to hear about it on the podcast, when to me it seems like he's doing entertainment for the people of Marshfield with an attitude of, tune in next month and I'll let you know what's going on at T-Rock. It's not serious. He's not taking the job serious. He doesn't have the same mannerism or care about the people who are disabled, homeless, medicated, veterans, or people who have no where to go. He had all these questions about people's salaries. How did you get your job, to the social care person? Things that weren't even apprehensive as to why would you ask that if you're a brand new member on the board? Wouldn't you think he'd try and get into what's the board's job? How can I help, or ask personal questions of the board members? But it just seemed so unnerving that I couldn't take. I started to hyperventilate and back and forth exchange of words. I took a deep breath and walked out the door. But I watched him afterwards on the podcast, and I heard him do his, his public. I know about you're all entitled to freedom of speech, but not entertainment-wise when you're on a board. I thought he'd sound more proud to be elected to the board of directors, and that's not the mannerisms or attitude that I felt he was displaying online for anyone who tunes into the control room.
Thank you. The Vice Chair?
The physical reaction you had, did it alleviate when you left the room?
After a bit. Like I said, I do take medication for that, but when I sat in on the meeting, I thought, what is going on here? It was a good thing they were separate ends of the room, or it would have happened sooner. So,
No further.
not that anything arose from that, no physical altercations, but that's all I could feel.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Selectman Darcy? Town Administrator?
No questions.
Town Council? Vice Chair covered my question. Mr. Pasevich?
I just wonder if, is it Ryan or
A lion with an
Lion.
L.
L, sorry. I just wondered if she maybe understood the context of the discussion regarding the social services worker. Does she know what that was
So the
about?
question is, you're asking the tenant if they understand the responsibility of the social worker?
No, what did she understand about?
I understood your,
Wait,
may I?
wait.
No, about the
Let Mr.
discussion
Pasevich.
regarding a social service worker. What was it? Was I against it? Was I for it? Was it just a general
It
discussion?
was his
Did you
attitude.
Mr. President wants to know if you understood his general position on that?
I knew what he was asking and why, but it was the way he asked her. He said to her, "What's your job here?" Almost, and what's the need for your position? He wanted an explanation. That wasn't the place for it. I'm not saying he can't have questions of people's jobs or even their salaries, because I think they're public knowledge. But it wasn't the place for him to,
Come on,
I
no side
interrupting you?
comments from the audience, please.
So we're having an issues? I'm sorry.
I don't know, she kept talking in my ear. I thought she was talking to me.
Okay.
Oh,
It'd be really, so I know it's long, we're all trying to concentrate, but each person's comments and thoughts are important.
Right, and my feelings were just personal, how it made me feel when he had that volley of words back and forth.
My other question is does Ms. Lyon, does she understands that the social service coordinator was present at the meeting?
Did you notice that the social service coordinator was present?
I don't think I saw her there.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich. Thank you very much. Next, we have John C. Murray. Seventh inning stretch. All right.
Yes,
Before,
I'm John
before,
Murray, and
hold on one second, Mr. Murray. Before, just so everyone know, after Mr. Murray, it is now 8:40. After Mr. Murray, we'll take maybe a 5-minute break, let everyone stretch a little. And so I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Murray. Please go ahead. Your name and address?
thank you very much. John Murray, 11 T-Rock.
Mr. Murray, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Mr. Murray.
Yeah, this is more about feelings. There are times and places for military attire, and to see Mr. Pikevich come in and with fatigues. T-Rock Gardens is not the place for that, and this time, 2023, is not the time for that. I feel intimidated for others and myself seeing somebody dressed in military combat garb. It brings back some best forgotten memories and my past. This is where I live, you know? This is where I live. It's T-Rock. It's coming up. It's improving. It's very personal to me, you know, to make sure that we succeed and that we get along and that we're not intimidated in any way. And there's, you know, it's not just words that intimidate. It's visual things as well, you know, that restore memories, that give people stress. You know, I served in the U.S. Army, and I dressed appropriately in combat and military police gear during that time. I was usually armed with a loaded .45 caliber pistol, sidearm, when performing military police role. Well, back then, I was a big guy. I was in great shape. Not many people messed with me, I'll tell you what. I was intimidating. And it was appropriate in that time and place. I also learned that there was a time, place, and methods of intimidation that can be employed. A lot of questions from Mr. Pesky. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. During the Housing Authority meetings, but you know, sunshine and questions are both valuable and desired. The questions should be well researched and have substance to them. They should be valid. And I felt the disruptions to our meetings were unnecessary and inappropriate uses of my time because there were so many, and there were some deviations from accuracy that were disturbing and non-productive. But that's all I had to say. It was just, you know, about how I felt, and got to be careful, you know, with our population. You really do, you know, because a lot of us have been through a lot of stuff, and it might not show, but yeah, we've been through a lot of stuff.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it, Mr. Murray. If you just hold for a minute.
That's all I got to say.
Vice Chair.
Again, I'd like to extend my appreciation for you being here and sharing your thoughts. Again, most of what you said is in conjunction with those that came before you.
Yeah.
But it is where you live, and that was what I got out of what you just said. And,
Thank
and
you.
I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Anything else?
Wait.
Nope.
No.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
I have
much,
a
Mr.
question.
Murray, for coming up.
Question.
Mr. Murray, if you just hold 1 second, Mr. Pasevich has a question for you.
Oh, I do want to go back.
Yeah, he has a question for you, Mr. Murray, sorry.
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Murray stated that that I showed up in full military attire.
No, not
If you would,
full
Mr. Pasevich.
Military attire to some degree.
Yeah.
And no, the only question I have is when was that? What meeting was that?
So he questioned that he came in full military attire, and he wondered if you recalled the date.
Not full military attire for him, but it was the first meeting, I believe. I don't remember well.
So he acquiesces that it was not full military attire, it was some military attire.
Is that fatigues or something
Fatigues or
triggered
something
a
to
memory?
such, and his memory is failing him, and he doesn't recall the exact date.
Could it be the April 28th meeting?
He doesn't recall the exact date.
He doesn't recall the exact date.
Well, I'm just trying to. All right, that's all. Thank you
Yeah.
for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray.
Anything else?
Really appreciate you coming
Nope.
up. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Okay, we're going to take a 5. Let me see. It is, let me look at my phone. We'll make this official. It's 8:44. We'll call it.
8:50.
8:50? Do I need to do an official closeout and reopen?
Nope. 8:50.
Okay. All right, we're gonna start back. I did have a question.
Motion to open.
All right, well, although we said we didn't have to, I will make a motion that we reconvene. Second?
Second.
All in favor of reconvening? Aye. Aye?
Aye.
All right, we're back in. I don't think that was necessary, but we did it anyways to make it official. I did have a question during the break on where are we in the proceedings. So, just to recap for everybody, I have right now, we have gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 speakers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 11 more speakers to go, and that doesn't include speakers that may be in support of Mr. Pasevich that have not signed. So we're maybe 3/4 of the way through the first half. Once that's completed, Mr. Pasevich will have his opportunity, and anyone that wants to speak on his behalf, to make his presentation. So that's where we are. And we'll continue with Christine. Is it Began?
Oh, I'm speaking in favor of Mr. Pasevich.
Okay, well, we'll have, if you'll just hold then, and we'll take you when it's on the other side. Okay. All righty. No worries. This may help out a lot. Lisa. Kyle?
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of Mr.
Joe? Okay, no problem. Mr. Pasevich. This might go easier. Ellie Eastwood. On behalf of Mr. Pasevich or on behalf of the complainants?
I work for Marshfield Housing.
So, okay. Ellie Eastwood, if you would please state your name and address, and then we'll be sworn in.
My home address or my work address?
Work address is fine.
Work address is fine.
Ellie Eastwood, 17 T-Rock Lane.
Ms. Eastman, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. She's sworn.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. Chair, I am the resident service coordinator that my position's been brought up several times this evening. I was hired back in May. I was a teacher in Marshfield. I've lived in Marshfield for 25 years. And I took this position because I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to work with our disabled and our elderly residents. I cannot believe that these people are coming to me and they are so scared of somebody that's on our board. As a resident service coordinator, I document when a resident comes to me and they have a concern or they have a need or a service that they need. I have had most of these people come to me and they are so intimidated. They feel bullied. And this is our community. This isn't about finances. This isn't about money. This is about our elderly. This is about our disabled community. And it is just disheartening. I know this is more of a statement than an actual, but I do have documentation of the residents coming to me since the last board meeting with concerns. So I just wanted to speak tonight. I wanted to applaud these guys. It is not easy for them to be here, for them to come forth, and I really hope you take it into serious consideration.
Okay. Thank you very much. Vice Chair?
You mentioned the documentation. Is that available this evening?
I don't have it with me this evening, but I could provide it.
Can you give us a little bit of background into it, of what you know it to be or what you think it was?
Well, the fears after the meeting, I had residents come to me. Who is Mr. Pasevich? You know, what is his, like, why does he act this way? Is he going to be at all the meetings? You know, this is a vulnerable community. And when they come to you and they express that they go to these meetings because they want to see what's in their future, how they're in a safe, healthy environment. They don't need to go to these meetings and be yelled at. And then they come to the office and they talk to us and they say to us, you know, they express their concerns.
Excuse me. I have asked you twice. Okay. I need you to stop. I need to stop turning around and talking. I need you to stop turning around and talking to this person beside you. I need you to stop smiling and making faces. all right? It's disruptive to the meeting, it's disruptive to the speakers, it's disruptive to me watching the speaker.
I appreciate
And
it.
so there will be no other warnings the next time I will ask you to leave, all right? Thank you very much.
So I guess I had something all written out tonight, but listening to these guys, I just wanted to get up here as their support coordinator and say, I'm so proud of them. Watching them shake, watching them be nervous. It's it's just unbelievable to me. And being in this town for 25 years, they come first.
I'd like to ask you one other thing. Tonight, we heard the word bullied once, and it was from you. Is this something, were you bullied?
I've never met Mr.
Okay, so
Pesovich.
that's the answer, and thank you.
He's
for
been
being
eager
here
to
this
meet
evening.
me, but I've
Okay.
never met him.
All right, thank you.
Could we just get her to spell her name so we have it for the record?
It's actually Elinor. It's Eleanor
Eleanor, and your last name?
Eastwood.
Eastwood? Thank you.
Mr. Darcy. Mr. Maresco.
I'm all set, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Galvin.
No questions.
You said that in your capacity, you have tenants. When tenants come to you, you take notes. Do you have any notes of tenants that complain or voice concerns to you that you give us specific states and comments that tenants have come to you regarding Mr. Pasevich?
Yes, I do. Not with me tonight, but as part of my job as a resident coordinator is I document, when I meet with the residents, and I have documentation of my meetings.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pasevich.
Ms. Eastwood said she was hired in May. And also that she is a resident of 17 T-Rock Garden.
That was her work address.
Okay, that's a work address, all right. I want to be clear about that. She mentioned the fact that residents don't need to be yelled at. Does she have some record or evidence that residents were yelled at?
So it comes to here and I go to you.
Yes.
So it's a follow-up to sort of what I asked. I mean, we've heard a lot of broad discussion here that I can legitimately feel people's concerns. But the challenge of this select board is fairly specific. And so we're looking for specifics. Remember, there's quantitative, qualitative.
I believe Mr. Pesovich had somebody videoing the meeting. So his voice and his gestures are on video.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Nope.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Pamela Pristis, I believe you are speaking for Mr. Pasevich, correct? Yep. Jeannie Pavlik, Mr. Pasevich?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go with Derek Reardon.
Dick Reardon?
All right, we'll go with Dick Reardon.
All right.
Mr. Pasevich?
Yes.
All right, sir. Oh, boy. Mike? SQU something LL? Are you speaking for Mr. Pasevich or speak? Yeah, okay, thank you, sir. Madeline Daly? Mr. Pasevich?
Yes.
And Pam Keith, Mr. Pasevich? And Kerry Richardson. Please state your name and address, and we'll swear you in.
Kerry Richardson, 115 Cross Street.
Mr. Richardson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. The witness is sworn.
Thank you very much. You may proceed, Mr. Richardson.
I'd like to just do an opening comment on the, can you hear me?
Keep your
Louder
voice
if you
up
can.
as best you can.
The microphone doesn't work for that.
Okay. An opening comment. I came here tonight with the intention not to speak. And after I listened to, people from the Quincy Housing Authority, and especially the individuals who are tenants of T-Rock, I decided that I should make some comments. And I'll preface it with the fact that I'm on the Housing Partnership Committee, and I'm also the governor's appointee to the commissioners for the Marshfield Housing Authority. I've been on the commissioner for at least 10 years, and through those 10 years, we've had a lot of healthy discussions among the board members. But we've never had meetings like we've had when the two meetings that, and I'm going to call him Joe, because I know him as Joe, that Joe has attended.
You need to speak louder, Gary.
Okay. I've been on the Board of Commissioners for at least 10 years.
Yeah, the problem, Gary, now is now the cameras can't hear you. You need to do the same thing back there.
You can carry this with you.
Yeah, you can walk around with it.
Come up closer, but keep the microphone.
I've been on the Board of Commissioners for at least 10 years. And during those 10 years, we've had healthy discussions, disagreements, but never arguments, never antagonistic remarks, and we've always been respectful to each other. When Joe was running to be commissioner, I was almost standing next to him, but I was voting for somebody else, and I was promoting that other individual. And when Joe won that election, I congratulated him. And the only thing I asked him for was to be respectful at the board meetings. And at the two meetings so far, in my opinion, Joe has not been respectful. He has not respected the executive director of the Quincy Housing Authority. He has not respected the administrative assistant of the Quincy Housing Authority. He has asked things multiple times, and he's been denied or told, no, you cannot do that, but continues to ask. On his podcast, he continues to say that the funds, he doesn't know what's going on with the funds that have been held at the Marshfield Housing Authority for X number of years. I've had 3 personal conversations with Joe about those funds, and I've told him exactly what has happened with those funds. He continues to say that the Quincy Housing Authority executive ran into the town administrator's office and told him, we don't want these funds, you take these funds. Well, that's not accurate. I was at the meeting with the town administrator, with the town planner, and with the executive director.
This is outside the time frame.
No.
Unfortunately, there is no time frame. If you could keep it to maybe the specifics of this evening.
Well, the specifics is that he continues to say on his podcast that those funds are not in the proper place. And I've told Joe 3 times they are in the proper place. But he continues to not accept anybody's answers to that. I'm very concerned about the fact that all of the residents that are here tonight are concerned. They've expressed their concerns. Prior to the August meeting, as I stood outside the community room, 3 of them expressed their concerns to me. After the meeting, 2 more expressed their concerns to me. I do not want to see that happen to the tenants. It's my responsibility as a board member appointed by the governor to protect the people who we are serving. And they are concerned. I am very, very concerned because of that. I don't want to get up here tonight and disparage Joe. However, I do feel a need to protect the people that I've been asked to serve. I think that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Vice Chair?
Mr. Richardson, were you aware that this petition was being signed
You need the mic, Mr. Richardson.
prior to,
I'm sorry, would you say that again?
aware that there was a petition going around prior to it being finalized?
No.
Thank you.
In your experience, what are the duties and responsibilities of a commissioner?
The duties and responsibilities of a commissioner of the board of the Marshfield Housing Authority is to serve the residents, to ensure that the policies and procedures that are put forth by the board and then executed by the executive director or the managing agent are followed. And it's also our duty to ensure that the financial status of the housing authority is appropriately reviewed, taken care of, that there's no fraudulent acts, and that we work with DHCD to come up with a budget on an annual basis and a 5-year basis, and to put that forth to, I know they just changed the name from DHCD to something else, a long acronym, so I can't tell you what that is. But it's our board really to ensure that it's a safe place for the residents and that they feel that we're acting on their behalf.
Can I ask you?
Yes,
sir?
another vote.
Do you feel that Mr. Pesovich is in the beginning of his term of a 5-year term? We all stumble and make errors.
Correct.
We're human. Do you feel that Mr. Pesovich has the capability to overcome what has happened in the last few months and move forward?
I'm thinking on that one. And let me.
That's
I've known Joe.
He's thinking on it.
I've known Joe for many years. I live on Cross Street. Joe has worked at some of our neighbors' properties. And so he and I will talk once in a while. And I think Joe can be a very reasonable person, a very intelligent person. I actually was happy initially when Joe got elected to the board because he does ask good questions. And any of the questions that he presented at the board meeting were good, open questions that we should have responded to. I believe we responded to them in a very respectful way. Unfortunately, Joe did not respond back respectfully, and that's my concern, is that if that continues, then that will create a negative atmosphere at the board meetings, and I don't want that.
Thank you, sir.
Selectman Darcy. Good, thank you. Attorney Gill.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Joe may have a question?
Question?
Joe?
Yes, Mr. Richardson, before you sit down, sorry, Joe, getting tired. Mr. Pasevich, do you have any questions?
Yeah, it has to do with this question about this statement about funds, that according to Mr. Richardson, I continue to say things about funds not being in the proper place. Could you expound on it? Like, what funds am I referring, that you say I'm referring to? And what does it mean when you say that I claim they're not in the proper place?
So I understand you're concerned and want that question answered, but unless my board feels differently, I don't think that's germane to the three issues that we have in front of
Well,
us.
you
this
can't
evening.
ask this witness what Mr. Pesovich is thinking.
Yeah. So,
Well, he's characterizing my remarks, some of my remarks at the recent August meetings as antagonistic, but I don't know, could you tell me what was antagonistic? What did I say that was antagonistic, number one? Number two,
Fair. Yep.
what is meant by me not responding to his offering of an explanation?
The first part is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
What is antagonistic?
Was
The
it
second calls for Mr. Richardson to try to get
Understand
into Mr.
Mr.
Pesovich's mind, which
of what he
is not
thinks
fair.
he's thinking. So the first part.
So what's antagonistic is, Joe, after the board meeting, as we were leaving, you said to me, Kerry, do not get into the dirt with the slime.
Sorry, I can't even hear it.
Joe said to me after the board meeting, Kerry, do not get into the dirt with the slime.
Right, so he said that, Joe, after the meeting, he said to you, Kerry, don't get into the dirt with the
slime, meaning do not agree with the other board members.
Meaning don't agree with the other board members.
Well, he's interpreting something that's not.
That is his.
He's
That's his
reading my mind.
interpretation.
That's my
That's his
interpretation.
interpretation of what he said. So okay. So Mr. Pesovich, do you have another question?
What are the, he says he explained to me funds. You had 3 conversations explaining funds. What was explained and what funds?
Attorney Galvin, is that germane to this conversation?
Yeah, because if he's doing something wrong, it could be neglect of a duty or something like that.
Okay. Seems like we've covered this 6 times. Okay, what did you feel
So
he meant by these funds?
under the planning board, if a developer does not want to build affordable units, they have an option to make a payment in lieu of building those affordable units. That payment is then made to the town, held by the or given to the housing partnership to build additional affordable units in the future. Since the town of Marshfield did not have a place to put those funds, they were put with the Marshfield Housing Authority, and this has been going on for 10 to 15 years, maybe 18 years. And the Housing Authority would hold them. The Housing Partnership Committee would then have a meeting and decide how to spend those funds. And then the Housing Partnership would request those funds from the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority would issue a check, and then the funds would be spent for affordable housing.
So for everyone here, it goes back for a long-term practice where the Housing Authority held money for the Housing Partnership because the Housing Partnership couldn't legally hold money, from what I understand. There needed to be a cure for that. We have a recent cure for that at town meeting, and the issue seems, Mr. Pesovich, to answer your question of that he seems you had concerns around how that money was held and utilized. Any further questions?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
I mean, I have a response on my side of the story, but
That's coming. You get the. We're not even. We're halfway. So we're about to close out. Find out where I am. The first part, which is to invite complainants to make a presentation for the case. All right. Are there anybody else that would like to speak?
I didn't get called. I did sign.
You did, yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. What is your name?
Lauren Sargent.
Lauren. Well, I don't see you, but Lauren, come on up.
Florence.
Oh, Florence.
Yes.
You need this?
I don't know.
You can speak into it so the TV people can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Is that the same person?
Is it all right if I stay here?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Keep that up close
Okay.
as you can.
There you go. So remember, the microphone just goes into the video, and our voices are for here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So, address, name and address.
My name is Florence Sargent, and I live at 2 T Rock Gardens.
Ms. Sargent, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, you have the floor.
Scary. I'm not here tonight to say I'm afraid of Mr. Pasevich. I'm here to say I'm very concerned about his behavior, and I think the manner in which he approaches housing. As has previously been said on the podcast, he's made some very irresponsible remarks about people with disabilities, people who live in low-income housing. And I have been at all the meetings that he has been at, including the Tenants Association meeting. I was the vice president of the Tenants Association. So I wanted to look for references that I could look to compare his behavior to that are set out by the state of Massachusetts. And there are booklets out there for housing commissioners on what is appropriate conduct. And in those booklets, they say that he has to be an ambassador, basically, for the housing authority in the community. That is, it is the position of a housing authority, which is a manner of governance, to work with state or federal agencies, an executive director, the staff, the board of commissioners, local officials, and other invested partners. So my concern is, how can a newly elected commissioner who shows such public disdain for these partners be effective and even ethical? As with all public officials, a code of ethics and a standard of conduct are expected and required. I believe Mr. Pasevich's actions and rhetoric are violating those codes and those standards of his office. And I'm sad to say that. According to the Commissioner's Handbook, misconduct is defined as wrongful, improper, or unlawful conduct motivated by premeditation and intentional purpose. Gross misconduct is defined as obstinate indifference to do what is required, no matter what the consequences. And as was testified or spoken of before by a previous commissioner, that this type of gross misconduct is evident in his behavior. Oh, I've got it. Thank you. He has acted in ways that are obstructive to the well-being of the housing authority. He has not been an ambassador of goodwill in the community for us. In fact, he has just been the opposite. And according to the Handbook for Housing Commissioners, a commissioner cannot be involved in the day-to-day activities of the housing authority. That is the executive director's job. A commissioner cannot request reports from staff members of how they spend their working hours. Again, the executive director's job. And he questioned why a board meeting wasn't held, and it was because the executive director was in the hospital. And you cannot have a board meeting without an executive director, and he protested that. There is a chain of command in housing with laws based on ethical and behavioral guidelines, and they should be adhered to. I believe Mr. Pasevich has acted unethically. Without an effective executive director, a housing authority cannot be successful. Without a working relationship with the board, an executive director cannot be effective. The Massachusetts Office of the Inspector General has published a guide for members of public boards and commissioners, in which it instructs the commissioner is required to follow fiduciary principles and act in the best interest of the housing authority. A fiduciary is someone who owes a particular duty of care known as a fiduciary's duty. A fiduciary's duty is to act with good faith, loyalty, due care, and disclosure. A fiduciary must act in the best interest of the organization he represents, helping it to fulfill its mission. The mission statement of the Marshfield Housing Authority is to enhance the town of Marshfield's community by creating and sustaining safe, decent, sanitary, and affordable housing environments, which Mr. Marathis has accomplished. Mr. Pasevich does not make us feel safe, and I believe his tactics aren't decent either. As a board member, he is subject to the state's conflict of interest law, which is designed to ensure that all public employees act for the benefit of the public organization they represent, free from personal bias or gain. I feel Mr. Pasevich's use of outside media to spread doubts and personal bias about the executive director, the agency's integrity, or the tenants helps him gain notoriety in order to build public bias on his own behalf, which is in conflict with the law of no conflict. I would like to say, too, and I know it's been mentioned before, but I cannot skip this part, and I know we have a time crunch. The so-called disabled, which is what he called people with disabilities when speaking of housing authority tenants. People burdened with disabilities. I was so irate. The so-called label, we have people living in public housing, not just Marshfield. They're mothers of autistic children. Is that our so-called autism? Mothers of Down syndrome children. Is that so-called Down syndrome? Spina bifida. Or how about returned veterans who have so-called PTSD, or battered women who have PTSD? My final comment is about the wonderful job the executive director has and is accomplishing, and I think it's important to say this because of all the comments that have been made by Mr. Pasevich alluding to the intentional non-transparency of this executive director, and collusion with town officials in how to spend housing authority money. My final comment is the Marshfield community is fortunate to have him, Mr. Marathis, in this position. He has worked tirelessly to turn the previously disgraceful public housing properties he inherited around. The tenants are in his corner because we are grateful for his skill, his effectiveness, and interest in our well-being. This man gets things done. He doesn't sit around talking the talk. He walks the talk, and he walks the walk. And to that, we all say amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you just stay there for a second, please?
Yep.
Thank you for your comments. I'll go to the vice chair.
You're referencing the handbook for commissioners.
Yes.
Do you have the details on that?
It's the handbook for housing commissioners.
Okay, that's all right.
And the other one is from the Office of the Inspector General, and it's
I'm aware of that, and I'm aware of the conflict of interest law, and our attorney can help us if we need that later on. I think that's,
my main
I think that's
feeling, though, is that he's supposed to be an ambassador for the town, for the housing authority, for the tenants. And that is not evident at all in his behavior.
Thank you.
Secretary Darcy.
For the multiple incidents and meetings that have come up tonight, were you present for any of those?
Yes, and in fact, there had to be a second meeting, a special meeting, to answer the questions that he had posed. I didn't bring it with me, but on that agenda were the questions about Ellie Eastwood that he improperly posed, about her being accountable to him to describe how she spends her time.
Thank you.
It is there in writing.
Thank you. Mr. Maresco?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Could I ask through you to Ms. Sargent if she would be willing to share her comments? She seems to have something typed up, and it might be nice for us to have those.
I just did that. Oh, you want my
Well,
comment?
You'd like, what you're saying, you'd like me to ask if she'd be willing to put those into exhibit?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Would you be willing to put your comments into exhibit?
Absolutely.
Mr. Galvin, from a procedural perspective for the board?
Yeah.
I hope you can read my writing.
Does
We
the-
need to make a copy
does-
for Mr. Pesevich, but we can do that.
Mr. needs to have his own, do we need to make take a vote on that or not, no vote? We can just,
No, you
we
can
can- I
admit
can
that
just
as
do
an
this, Chair.
exhibit.
All right.
I don't need it back.
So,
I'll just write Exhibit 6 on it. and
Yep, I was just looking, what number that is, 6?
We'll have Mr. Pesevich get a copy of it.
All right.
Would you like Jenna to take care of it?
Oh, Jenna's going to get it for us. So that's going to be number 6, Jenna.
Is that back in the front? too?
Thank you, Mr.
Okay. Yeah, you're very welcome. Attorney Galvin?
No questions.
I have a question that goes back to specificity, can't say it tonight, because that is something we're charged with. We need specifics. So you said that Mr. Pesevich became involved in day-to-day operations.
Oh, he tried to.
Are there any specifics you can articulate?
Yes, by asking a personal report from Ellie Eastwood on her activities. That is the job. It is not her job to report to Mr. Pesevich. It is her job to report to her supervisor or to the executive director. I really feel that Mr. Pesevich, in many ways, at the 3 meetings, the 2 board meetings he attended, tries to undermine the executive director's
So back to my question. So specifically, you say the specific instance of him going outside his boundaries are saying that Ellie Eastwood should be reporting to him. That's your testimony.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what he requested.
Okay. And I think you also stated that he spoke to staff members. Do you have any specifics? Or is this just a view that people have passed around and spoke about?
I wasn't present,
Okay.
so I can't attest to that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's just going to be hearsay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Mr. Pesevich.
First of all, I want to start out because you're accepting written evidence, written evidence. There's been reference made to the meeting held on August the 1st, and there were 2 meetings. There was a meeting called by voters of the town, and there was a regular meeting called by the chair of the Marshfield Housing Authority. The meeting called by the voters of the town was a meeting under the town charter. The town charter provides that any group of registered voters, a minimum of 25 registered voters, can call a meeting of a board or a committee. And on the agenda for that meeting were 7 items to be discussed. And I'm going to give you a copy. I don't know who gets it.
You can give it to me, Mr. Pesevich.
Secretary or somebody. That was turned into the town and resulted in a special meeting on August 1st.
All right.
And I bring it up right now because I'm going to reference to it more, but in immediate response to
Question and answer.
to Ms. Sargent, note number 5. Number 5 on the agenda. It says the special meeting is being called, and these are the agenda items.
Do we have a specific question?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pesevich.
I'm sorry, I just jumped.
I know you
ahead of
got carried away. I know it.
I just jumped ahead of myself a little bit. Ms. Sargent says that I was asking for a personal report from Ellie Eastwood. What did I say? Where did that come from?
So, Mr.
Did I
Mr.
actually
Pesevich
say
is-
I want a personal meeting with her?
Mr. Pesevich is questioning why you have that view. What did he say? Why do you feel he requested that meeting?
It wasn't what he said. There was an extra meeting because he had questions and he had objected to the agenda. He wanted the agenda, which was already published, I believe, changed. And so because that couldn't happen, it's not legal, then a second meeting had to be called, a special meeting after the initial meeting. And on that second agenda, which was his agenda, I think the third question was about the report of Ms. Eastwood's function and how she's spending her time. I didn't bring it with me, I'm sorry, but I know there are copies available.
So she's referring to that meeting, which was the special meeting that I think as a result of your petition by registered voters to occur, Mr. Pasevich.
Is Mr. Pasevich asking that be Exhibit 7?
He's asking this will be,
I just entered it as an exhibit, so it's my first exhibit, I believe.
he wants to enter this as an exhibit,
Okay.
but we haven't gotten there yet because I wanted to finish her first and then we go to that.
Okay, but I thought we should mark it as Exhibit 7 if it's coming in.
Okay, you, right in the middle of this, you want to do it?
Sure, because
Okay,
otherwise
all
we
right.
won't know what it's
All
referring
right.
to, so.
All right, so, Jenna? So this is a petition by registered voters of the town of Marshfield for a special meeting of the Marshfield Housing Authority, Exhibit 7, submitted by Mr. Pasevich.
My
Excuse me, Joe,
question-
sorry about that.
My other question is Ms. Sargent said that I protested the fact that a meeting was not being held in June, that I protested the fact. Where did she hear that? Or who told her that?
So he wants to understand how you gain the knowledge that he,
At
you
the
want to come,
meeting-
you want to come to me,
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
At the meeting, he went into a long, I won't say diatribe, but I did, but then about how could there be not two, how come the Housing Authority skipped 2 meetings between June and July? They didn't have meetings. And it was explained to him by another commissioner that Mr. Marathas had had serious surgery and was in the hospital. You cannot have a board meeting without the executive director. He refused to accept that, and he made a big deal out of it, and then he called for a special meeting. I think he went to somebody, and it turned out, I think, that the special meeting ended up on the 1st of August with our regular meeting. And so it was his request and his protest. People tried to explain to him. Many years ago, I worked as a public housing manager myself in another town, and we always took the month of July off for board meetings. There was no board meeting in July, and I think that's perfectly acceptable throughout the industry. The fact that Mr. Marathas couldn't attend the June meeting because he was in the hospital was acceptable, but he refused to accept the fact that it was acceptable.
So, Mr. Pasevich, her basis is around the fact
Thank you.
that the meeting was delayed because Marathas had a medical condition and that you wanted to have a
I
meeting.
want to add a serious medical condition.
Serious medical
He
condition.
didn't call in because he got a headache.
Do you have any other further questions, Mr. Pasevich?
No, it's just that I'm trying to understand where it comes from that I had some bad reaction to Mr. Marathas having a medical issue.
I think it's on film. I think you have it on film.
So we want to hear to hear.
Sorry, I think Mr. Kelly has it on film because they filmed that meeting.
Okay. So do you have any other further questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Yeah, just a moment, please.
Certainly.
Ms. Sargent says that on my outside media or something about spreading doubt about the executive director. What is she referring to?
Can you provide any specifics on your comments about
Yes,
spreading doubt about the executive director?
On his Comcast, and basically in public, in the town of Marshfield, he's been alluding to the intentional non-transparency of the executive director in the Housing Authority. He's also impugned the reputation of town officials, saying that maybe they were working together behind the doors, closed doors. And that is public record because he has said it on his podcast. I didn't have the wherewithal, as Ms. Dunn did, to bring any recordings with me. I didn't know I was going to have to do that. But I can tell you it's public record because he's made it public record.
Okay. Thank you. Joe, I think you encapsulated that one. Do you have any further?
No, nothing else.
Questions? Thank you, Mr. Savage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Any other speakers on behalf of the complainants that are,
There's a gentleman there.
okay. If you'd be kind enough to go to the podium, give us your name and address, sir, and then we'll swear you in.
I am Ernest Hanson, 11 Freshbrook Way, Marshfield, Mass.
Ernest Hanson?
You got it.
Mr. Hanson, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, the witness is sworn.
And what was your address, sir?
11 Freshbrook Way.
11 Freshbrook Way. I thank you.
Way has an E at the end.
Okay.
Rondo Community.
Thank you, sir. You may proceed. You have the floor.
Okay. So I just wanted to add to that August 1st meeting. I was right outside the building on the sidewalk, and Mr. Petkovich.
Say if you could behind the mic. Oh, okay. Hard to pick up sound.
So I was just out on the sidewalk, and he just appeared and was dressed in army fatigues, and he began to ask me, whose vehicle is this? And I told him. I got to the next one, and I said, well, this one's mine. And then when I got up to the next one, it was Mr. James Marathas's, and that's when he stopped questioning me, and he said, oh, good, and he ran in the building. That was that.
Sorry, what?
Okay. It was regarding the car, and you said that when it was Mr. Marathas's.
That's his vehicle. That was the last car we were at.
Okay.
It was just a few cars, well, many cars parked out on the sidewalk.
And thank you. Is there a specific that you want to link? Is there a specific you want to link that to any of the three items we're addressing this evening? Or it was observational, you wanted to tell us?
I wanted to know what James's vehicle was.
Okay, I understand. You wanted to know what Mr. Marathas's vehicle was. Okay. Mr. Pasevich, any question?
What is Mr. Hanson's connection to T-Rock Gardens and the Housing Authority?
Mr. Hanson, how are you connected to these meetings or the T-Rock Garden?
I do maintenance. I'm a maintenance guy. I've been there since 2013.
He's in the maintenance.
So are you an employee of Quincy Housing Authority?
Do you work for Quincy Housing or?
Yes, Marshfield, yes.
Marshfield.
Marshfield Housing Authority?
Yes.
An employee? Okay, thank you.
Employee, yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your service. It's good.
Any, yes? That's okay. Just because you're going near the end doesn't mean you have to be cheated. We've got another whole half to go. So please state your name and address.
My name is Cecilia Delgadillo, 109 Genevieve Lane.
Can you spell your name slowly? Because
we struggle with that one.
Delgadillo.
Gadillo. All right, and your address was?
109 Genevieve Lane.
109. Thank you. You have the floor.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now you may proceed. I apologize.
I just want to say that this whole situation is unnerving, and it's painful to see. I never thought this would ever be happening. We all have good intentions, and I don't question any of Mr. Pasevich's intentions or questions or anything, which is perfectly fine. But I do want everyone to understand that it's not about my feelings, Mr. Pasevich's feelings, or anyone else's feelings. It's about these residents. I must say that I'm also on the board. And I've served on the board for a year prior to this. But my opinion and my actions and my thoughts my feelings don't matter at all. They are the ones that matter. They're the ones that we're elected to represent. It's our responsibility to represent them and to make sure that they're protected and they're happy and they're content and they're safe. Because these people have been bus drivers, nurses. They've probably fixed your kids' ankles at the emergency room. And at my age right now, I could handle all of this. But if I put myself 20 years from now, that's a whole different ballgame. And these residents deserve much better than what they're getting at the moment. And to just answer a question that was asked before, how was, there was a recent question about the meeting that did not occur. As board members, we got an email and stating, it was very clear, Mr. Pasevich was demanding that the meeting, why is it that the executive secretary has the ability to not schedule a meeting or to cancel a meeting? I demand a meeting be held. I have thoughts and ideas. And again, it's not about his feelings, my feelings, anyone else's feelings. We're here to serve the residents of the Marshfield Housing Authority. And that's all I have to say. I'm trying to be as concise as I can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You hold for a second, please. Questions from the vice chair, comments?
Gina Delgadillo.
Cecilia Delgadillo.
I know, Cecilia.
That's okay.
I appreciate your work with these citizens and residents as well, and your comments about it's not about your feelings, my feelings. It's about your motivation to help this community. So I applaud you in that. But as we've spoken at the very beginning, we're trying to get the specific and the details. And is there anything else you'd like to add as far as anything specific that Mr. Pasevich did to you as you were a member of the board, or do you have any other comments in regard to his capabilities to perform his duties as a member of the board?
Well, one of the things that the residents might feel combative was when we were looking at the financials at the last board meeting on August 1st. And we all had our paperwork, and in addition to the paperwork that I had bought with me, I had my iPad, because the writing is very little. It's very tiny because it's a lot of information, a lot of line items. And Mr. Pasevich said he can't see that, all the details. How could he answer to that? Now, we had gotten it via email and a hard copy prior to the meeting, and we were prepared for the meeting. But I offered Mr. Pasevich my iPad, and I explained that he could look at the iPad and just expand the visuals so he could follow along with the meeting. And he rejected that, and he rejected it very abruptly. So that was something personal that I try to help. We all try to help or do whatever we can to have a productive meeting. But I could see that being taken as being something very obvious, like, I was offering a solution to the problem so we could proceed with the order at hand.
Thank you.
Okay.
In your
Mr. Darcy.
Thank you. In your experience, what does professional conduct as a commissioner look like with the residents?
I think professional conduct in any situation regarding residents or anyone else you happen to be with is respectful. And one of the things that it was drilled into me as a child is respect begets respect. And regardless of what our duty is, the number one thing that I feel is that we need to be respectful to one another, but especially as a board member, to the people that we're serving.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Marasco. Attorney Galvin.
No comment.
Mrs. Pasevich.
Question for Ms. Delgadillo. She should know, as a board member, that we're all required to take a tutorial, a training course, which is offered online. And first of all, I just want to verify, she has completed that training course?
Is Attorney Galvin, is
Last
this
month,
germane
last
to
year.
this?
He's not on trial.
Yeah, I don't think this is
No,
germane to
If I
your
can finish my question, yeah.
Okay.
So I just want to ask a question. She said regarding the financial statement. Does not the DHCD training course indicate that our mission or responsibility is a fiduciary one, and that we need to ask questions, and that we need to have information to make decisions? Do you understand, does she understand that from the tutorials?
So he's asking if you understand your fiduciary responsibility as appointed commissioner.
I've worked as an auditor for a major airline at JFK Airport, and I've also worked as an auditor for a major pharmaceutical company as well. I'm well aware of our responsibilities. I've also been financial chair for the Salvation Army for probably 14 out of the 18 years I served there. So I am very aware, yes.
So I think you clearly heard she answered in the affirmative.
Right, and so my other question was, she referred to the financial statement. I believe she's referring to what's called the year-end financial statement that she said she received by email and in a package. Could I ask her when she received those? When did she receive the financial statement? By email?
Well, I received,
wait.
I'm sorry.
Is that when she received the financial statement?
Relevant to any issue that involves Joe's conduct?
Could you define how that's relevant to the three issues?
Well,
that
she
were discussed?
questioned, she brought up the idea of how I reacted or how I handled the agenda item dealing with the year-end financial statement. And then somehow I was dismissive or not attentive to that issue, and that she offered me her iPhone or iPad to follow along. And she admits that it is a large document. And so what makes her think that I could digest that financial statement off of an iPad in 5 minutes?
Bob, I just don't see how this is.
I think he should argue the point during his presentation.
Yeah, could you save that, Joe? Say that, Mr. Pasevich?
Remind me.
Okay, I'll try. Mr. Pasevich, do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich. Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Okay.
Oh, I had one more question. I'm sorry. I hate to sound like...
If you could hold one more, you might want to come back. Hold on.
What's the question for?
What is the question before you come all the way back? It's a long haul.
Well, regarding serving on the board with me, and she referenced the elections, is it true that she ran against me for the 5-year term?
I don't see any relevance to this on that one.
Oh, okay, well, she did.
Yeah. Okay. So you knew the answer?
I knew the answer. I just wanted to... But the people listening and other board members may not.
Okay. So. So I think we've gone through, unless anyone else on the complainant's case.
Can we have Mr. Marathas come back for one quick question?
Yes, one second if you would. Any other people from the complainant's case that want to speak? All right, so no one from the public, no one with witnesses, and no complainants themselves. Mr. Marathas, would you be willing to come back? The board has a question for you.
Sure.
Can you help the board and understand and help me recall? There's a lot of discussion about year-end fiscal closeout,
Yes.
and we need some clarification on. We heard things such as he had to sign it. It was very important. There was pressure on Mr. Pasevich to sign it. It seemed like he didn't want to for whatever reasons. Can you help the board and the public understand what that document is?
Yes.
And why you felt he had to sign it?
So the year-end financials have some certifications on them. The year-end financials have some certifications on them that the board members sign. There is two options. You can either sign yes or no, but they need to be signed by all the board members. DHCD has made it clear that they will not fund a housing authority without certified financials from all of the board members as well as certifications. That was explained to Mr. Pasevich on that evening, and he continuously refused to sign them. And then he told everyone that I was using a scare tactic in order to get him to sign them. And then we tried to explain to him that you had an option of checking the no box or you had an option of checking the yes box, but in fact your signature was required on the documents from all of the board members of the Housing Authority. And it got into a lengthy discussion because Mr. Pasevich came up with different reasons why he didn't want to participate in the signing of the certifications.
I'd like to open this back up, the Vice Chair.
So what I'm hearing is that there was some sort of a regulatory type of situation going on. Perhaps Mr. Pasevich didn't have the material ahead of time. Would that perhaps be, you didn't spring it on him.
He had the material in advance. He had it in a hard copy, and he had it also in an email. He claimed that evening that he was unable to open the email and that he was unable to see it, and then he claimed that he didn't have it in enough time, and then he said the writing was too small. There was several different statements that were made throughout the meeting on why he wasn't going to sign them.
Is there anything else in addition to that type of discussion as far as receiving materials that you've seen as a problem going through the meetings that he did attend? Was he able to collect information, process information?
I believe he's made several requests for information through legal process requesting information, and we've mailed it to him as well as emailed it to him, and there have been claims that he has not received them. So,
Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Question?
Select Person Darcy.
In your experience, given the fact that if the certification isn't signed, it's effectively a freeze, nothing can move forward.
Yes.
Would you say it's a basic fiduciary responsibility of a commissioner to sign yes or no that certification?
Yes. I previously, prior to working for the Marshfield Housing Authority through the Quincy Housing Authority, I worked for the Massachusetts Department of Housing and Community Development. And there were times that commissioners would refuse to sign the certifications, and DHCD sent them notification that their funds were going to be withheld until they could get the certifications from all of the board members.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Question?
Mr. Russell.
Mr. Chairman, if you could ask Mr. Marathas,
Yes.
do all the commissioners get the information at the same time?
The town administrator wants to ask about how you distribute the information. Is it a general email? Do you send them out individually? Does everyone get it at the same time?
Typically, we would email financials so that folks could open it up on their computer as well as deliver hard copies. And they're not delivered on the exact same time, but they're delivered on the same day. So they're delivered to each board member, to their residence.
Thank you.
In a package.
Thank you.
I have a question. Mr. Marathas, did Mr. Pasevich ever sign that certification?
I believe he ended up signing it that evening.
Okay. So there's been no consequence to the Marshfield Housing Authority?
No, there has not.
Thank you.
Mr. Pasevich.
In Mr. Maratha's experience on the Marshfield Housing Authority, he refers to the year-end financials, the process of certifying year-end financials. Isn't it true that last year, the initial attempt to sign the year-end financials in August did not succeed, and so a subsequent meeting was called to have that done?
I'm trying to struggle with relevance over last year's.
No, he's claiming that if you don't sign.
Wait.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maratha is claiming if you don't sign right then and there, that's it. You're at jeopardy of being defunded.
I didn't
So
say
what I'm
that.
trying to say is there are alternatives. And what happened last year was that they called another meeting after the information had been distributed and people had a chance to review it, and then it was signed. So it was a scare tactic to announce to the audience present at the August 1st meeting that we will now be defunded.
Could you present this any possible way a question rather than a dialogue?
Well, the question is a board member not signing it on that first attempt when it's on the agenda? Are there alternatives? And are there ways of addressing the impasse?
So it goes back to Mr. Pasevich's fiduciary responsibility is what was brought out. And Mr. Pasevich's question is, was there that huge sense of urgency that evening? Would there be other avenues at a next meeting or something like this to solve it, or was there a specific deadline?
Yes, there could have been other avenues, but none of those questions were posed on that evening.
None of those questions, I'm sorry?
None of those questions were asked on that evening.
Okay.
Chair, do you mind if I read this into the record?
We have a request from the vice chair to read something into the record. Please,
Would that be appropriate, Council?
please go ahead.
This
Could
is
you give
the
background?
Yeah, responsibilities of an HA board, LHA board. And there are several bulleted items that are part of the process and the responsibilities, including but not limited to, I'll just say a couple of them, but then get to the crutch of what we're asking here. Adopting and revising bylaws, electing officers annually, and this is what you're I believe, and from what you're saying, this is what we're talking about here, certifying as truthful, accurate, and complete the annual budget, the top 5 salaries at the Housing Authority, the total salary of the executive director, adherence to lead paint laws and regulations, and the year-end financial statements. So that is part of the obligations of members of your board.
That is correct.
Thank you.
May I take this opportunity to introduce exhibit number 8?
Certainly.
What is it?
Could you tell us what you're submitting,
What it
Mr.
is-
Pasevich?
What it is
But we are open to
I
it.
was just told that I had, and this was related to Ms. Delgadillo's testimony.
Okay.
I was told that I had or should have had the year-end financial statements. And what had happened was, apparently, at least one thing that happened was that they were mistyping my email address, so I wasn't getting the package of financial statements. And this is the exact email from the Quincy Housing Authority
So
saying.
This is the question and answer period. I think we should have Mr. Pesevich put that on the record when it's his turn to speak.
Well,
Okay.
I could add, I'd
So-
like to just enter it now and then speak to it, if I may just enter it
But
now
it's
so I don't forget.
Maratha's question and answer.
Yeah, we're with Mr.
Because it
Maratha, and
pertains
you're going back.
directly to Mr.
He's about 2
Maratha's-
minutes away from being able to say everything he wants to say.
Yeah, we're almost there.
I just want to enter this so you have it in front of you.
Put that right there, and we're gonna put it right here. We're gonna enter it.
Okay.
As soon as it's your turn. Because we're going backwards to another testimony with Mr. Marathas now. We are going to enter it, Mr. Pasevich. Don't
Thank
worry.
you.
We will enter it.
We all set?
Any other questions?
On that particular financial year-end statement, no.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pasevich.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marathas. All right. Let's see if I can find where I am here in this.
So if we move over to Mr. Pesevich, we have to begin by swearing him in.
We will, yes. outcomes, I did that. That. All right. Now we're going to proceed with Mr. Pasevich. We're closing out the complainant portion of the meeting. And so I would like the council to swear in Mr. Pasevich, if you would, please.
Mr. Pasevich, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I hope to do. I do, I'm sorry. I was
Yes
gonna
or
say-
no?
Yes.
Is the preferred answers.
I was going to say.
And would you be kind enough to give your name and address as well?
Joseph A. Pasevich, 25 Wilson Road, Commissioner, Marshfield Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich. So I'd like to invite Mr. Pasevich to make a presentation of his case. And this can be done like as a narrative explanation, or you can ask witnesses, and however you really want to approach it, Mr. Pasevich. And please be reminded that all questions, responses for your respondents are through the chair. And Mr. Pasevich, you have the floor, and I think the first order of business is you would like exhibit, is it 8?
It'd be 8.
Exhibit 8 entered, if you would, John.
Yep.
Just tell us what that is, Mr. Pasevich.
That is an email from the Quincy Housing Authority. It might be Grace McAuliffe stating
yeah,
that she has not
it is.
been able to successfully send me a package of financial information because
It's a
because
statement that she
admitted
misspelled his email
She
address.
mistyped my email. It's also, also exhibit number 9.
All right.
It's a letter from James Moratis dated May 4th,
Okay.
2023, to Marshfield Housing Authority regarding open meeting law complaint response to Marshfield Housing Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich. This is a letter from the Marshfield Housing Authority
And that's the only copy
to
I
Mr.
have with me.
Pasevich from James Morathis on, looks like on Marshfield Housing Authority letterhead. Is that 10?
9.
9.
And I also have exhibit.
10's coming.
10's coming.
10's coming.
Is there an 11?
This is,
There's a lot of pieces of paper there.
yeah, well, actually, this is for reference, but this is excerpt from the Inspector General's Guide for members of public boards and commissions. It was updated, I guess, June 2023. So that's excerpts from the Inspector
Would you-
General's. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Pasevich.
Number 10.
Number 10, exhibit number 10, it's table of comments.
Just write the 10,
Contents.
number of 10 on it,
We'll
so
put
when she
10.
copies it, so we keep them straight.
And this seems to be an updated version for boards and commissioners.
And exhibit
And
number
it's,
11.
it's quite lengthy. Vote of the-
Hold on a minute, he's got more.
Okay, don't go away. We're going to 11.
And exhibit 11, I'm at 11 or 12, what am I?
11.
It's 11.
This is an open meeting law complaint that I filed, but it's it gives the important background that it helps understand the letter from Mr. Morathis on May 4th.
Okay. Okay, so we have an open meeting violation.
Mr. Chairman,
To
I
the Housing
think,
Authority.
I think we also have to remember, this is a hearing that involves specific issues, and nobody else is on trial here.
12, sorry.
Oh,
Oh, sorry, 11.
these are all,
So-
and this is exhibit 12.
This is supporting something we haven't even heard yet.
No, it has, it is. Well, I have to.
Yeah, I know, we haven't heard anything. It would be great if you just like spoke and then said this exhibit supports that, because we're not sure what these are all connected to, Mr. Pasevich.
This is
Okay.
a letter from a certified public accountant to the Board of Commissioners of the Marshfield Housing Authority.
Okay.
This is the letter that accompanied, one thing that I could read was this letter.
Okay.
And it's from Fenton, Ewald and Associates, PC, certified public accountants, with regards to Marshfield Housing Authority.
Okay, this is number 12. And this is to the Board of Commissioners, Marshfield Housing Authority from Fenton, Ewald and Associates on, looking for the date here. It looks like June 26th.
And unfortunately, I do not have extra copies of those, so we're depending on you, I guess, to help get this rolling.
So we'll go back to, before we enter into the exhibits, I would like to invite Mr. Pasevich to make his presentation. This may be done by a narrative explanation or asking witnesses questions, and everything goes through the chair. Mr. Pasevich, you have the floor.
Well, that's how they say it in Belarus. They say Pasevich.
Pasevich.
Okay. So back in the old sod, that's how it's pronounced. Where to start? I guess begin at the beginning. I been in Marshfield since I was a kid as a regular visitor because my relatives bought property here in 1958 and 59. And I always had a great affinity for the town, for the environment. Had a great affinity for the people that were here, and a great affinity for, of course, my relatives that, vacationed and spent time with me here. I got involved in issues in Marshfield even when I was still a teenager. I could see what was happening to the neighborhoods. I was worried about the environment, and I was worried too about some of the residents down here. Back in those days, back in the Ocean Bluff, Fieldston, Wrexham area, well, we knew of like 2 or 3 full-time residents. They were old-timers, so to speak. They were senior citizens, as they're called now. Back then, we called them old-timers. And we checked up on them. We cared about them. We communicated with them on a regular basis. They told us what was going on, if the houses were okay, and we'd come down and help if we had to help. My grandfather was my best friend. He was into his 90s. I was driving him down here to work in the yards. Amazing, tough guy. So then I traveled a lot and lived in Marshfield off and on. Worked overseas, worked in different consulting companies, eventually moved here full-time with my son in 2001. I worked in the consulting field. I got more involved in local issues, especially with regards to environmental issues, and using my education and expertise to try to help the town and help to preserve the town and protect the residents. I became semi-retired from that business, and I began working as a handyman. And I've got a lot of experience in training in carpentry and other fields. And what I found was that almost all of my clients and customers were elderly. They couldn't do the work anymore on their homes. So I became the go-to guy. And during that process, up until this day, I have been serving and helping the elderly, primarily as my clients, and spending the necessary time I have to with them, because some cases they don't have anybody left or to talk to. I've helped a few people move into T-Rock Gardens. And the reason why I'm saying all this is because for anybody to suggest that I don't care about senior citizens and elderly and disabled people, many of whom have disabilities. I've experienced dealing with disabilities in my own family, among my own family members. But for anybody to suggest, even hint, that I somehow would ever talk down or in a derogatory manner about senior citizens is beyond the pale. It's absolutely outrageous. I can't tell you how many hours I spent sitting, and you have residents at T-Rock Gardens now that know this story, but they're afraid to come out and come here and speak in my behalf, they know the people that I helped care for. They wouldn't sign this petition. A petition signed by 49 people when only maybe 6 to 15 people have ever been to a meeting, when maybe 2 or 3 have ever actually spoken to me one-to-one, where the rest wouldn't know me from a fence post, except for maybe some story they heard. So when somebody goes around inside a very tight community like T-Rock Gardens and prints information saying we have a criminal on our board, and he's bad, and he's given me bad reactions, you have to wonder what kind of peer pressure applies in a situation like that, and how that spreads. It's probably a good dissertation subject for a sociology PhD candidate to see how things like that. And I say that from a point of concern, not in any way a derogatory way. But again, I've run for office before with a desire to serve the citizens, with a desire to preserve and protect the town and its citizens. And when the opportunity came up to run for Housing Authority, I said, that's good, because I'm really concerned about the senior citizens. I'm really concerned. I know a lot about housing and construction.
Joe. So I can hear that over here.
I hit a button and it went off.
Well, then keep the button off. Okay. You should be out right now. I'm being kind.
This was an error.
You're the only person in this whole room I've spoken to. This is the 3rd time.
This was a
I don't care.
innocent error.
Then get off the phone. You interrupted Mr. Pasevich.
So,
and you interrupted his train of thought. You interrupted our train of thought listening to him. Thank you, Mr. Pasevich. I apologize.
So anyway, I used the opportunity of my semi-retirement and my knowledge and my care for the seniors of this community, again, out of my value for what they've gone through. I mean, to get into your 70s and 80s and 90s, I mean, that says something just in itself. And when I heard the stories years ago of how badly managed, and people here have testified, even board members that have been on the board for 10 or more years, they all recognized what what terrible conditions existed in some of these projects areas. And when I was moving people in to their apartments, and I saw, the smelly noticed the smelly rugs and the unpainted walls and chipping and broken tiles and brick molding and other trim around the windows and doors falling apart, and repointing that needed to be done. I noticed all those little things. And it was always in my mind, what can we do about that? What can we do? Then, of course, the big scandals came up with regards to the October 2014 report of the Office of Inspector General regarding misappropriations, misspending, et cetera, by personnel at that project area. And the point I'm trying to make is that I've followed the situation for years. And my concern for people that are living there and for seniors in general has never waned. And so to run for office of Housing Commissioner was a wonderful opportunity for me. And it just worked out. It just worked out somehow. And so I had been doing my research up to that point, even before the election. I've been reading the statute. I've been reading the CMRs dealing with housing, DHCD and housing authorities. And I wondered, what is there to be done? Housing also came up in the spring when it was decided by the select board, by you folks, to put an article on the town warrant, and this addresses things that were talked about tonight, so I'm not coming out of the blue on this. it was brought up that an article should go on the town meeting warrant to create an affordable housing trust fund. And so I began to research affordable housing trust funds, and I began to look more in depth at the statutes and the regulations that govern housing authorities. And the question came up in my mind, why isn't the housing authority doing the things that they have the power to do? They have the power to maintain and create affordable housing. Why isn't that being done? So I began to look, well, what do they have to work with? What kind of funding do they have to work with? I began to doing a little research into how it's funded. So that's always been in my mind. And then we heard a story, and it was brought up by a tenant, somebody testifying earlier, that I claimed a false story that the executive director of the Quincy Housing Authority was running around the administrator's office saying, I've got all this money and take it, take it, take it. And that's not something that I made up. I went to an advisory board meeting and I went to town meeting and I asked the question specifically about funding for this new Affordable Housing Trust Fund. It was being proffered that basically the seed money for this new trust fund was going to come from money being held by the Marshfield Housing Authority. So I asked the question at town meeting, well, how did that happen? Did the Marshfield Housing Authority vote to turn over some money that they were holding to the town for other uses? And the current chairman of the Housing Authority said, yes, we voted. However, nowhere in any agenda or in any minutes for the last 3 years can I find any reference to that vote. I asked around, I said, well, where does this money come from? And different sources in town hall said, yes, there is a bylaw, a zoning bylaw. It's an in lieu of payment system. If a developer is building 10 houses and they don't want to include an affordable unit, they make a payment to the planning board. The planning board then, by law, transfers it to the housing authority for usage, not just to sit there and collect dust. So that's where my concern about funding comes from. I then was told that there are other monies being held for affordable housing opportunities. And I began asking about that at different places. And then I got elected. But I must preface that, though. Before I got elected, I went to a meeting of the Housing Authority on April the 1st, I believe. And I looked at the agenda for that meeting on April the 1st. And this ties into the exhibit number 9. And the agenda for that meeting, and I'll give it to you as an exhibit. I do have it here. It's just in this stack. The agenda for the April 1st meeting was very simple. Goodness gracious, let's see if I have it here. Well, to cut to the chase, the meeting was conducted.
Order.
Yes, sir.
The MHA isn't on trial. If we could get to the heart of the matter, I think they'll appreciate that.
I'm trying to explain
Mr.
this.
President, I'm trying to give you as much leeway as possible
Right.
in your dialogue.
Right.
You've had quite a bit of testimony in opposition to your position. But I think you'd be
Okay.
well served if you stuck to replying to those 3 areas.
Well, this is directly related to my criticism of me and criticisms of my actions.
Okay.
And my concerns. So,
It's just maybe we're not hearing what you're trying to say, so you maybe can
Right.
help us understand
Right.
how that actually ties back.
Mr. Chairman, also, we're not, the board is not looking into anything that occurred prior to the date that he was elected and sworn in. So things that occurred before that date are not relevant to your case, to this matter.
I have a letter, Exhibit 9, dated May the 4th,
May the 4th. It is the 4th.
which is when I was elected.
Right.
I was in office.
Sorry, Mr. Sevitt, was it?
And I did
was it
participate-
the first? What was the date? First, what, the 29th, 30th?
The meeting I went to,
No, sorry, your date of office.
Well, I was sworn in May the 1st.
First, okay.
Okay.
So this is within that timeline.
Right, and there was a meeting on May the 2nd.
That's what I'm trying to establish.
May the 2nd. But this meeting came from the fact that I attended a meeting on April 4th of the Housing Authority, wherein the open meeting law was violated in an egregious way, and the guidelines of DHCD were also disregarded on how to handle certain business of the Housing Authority. So not only were the DHCD guidelines ignored, but the way one very, very critical action, which is the presentation of the 2024 plan, the way that was handled, it was supposed to be subjected to an open meeting, public notice of the entire town, giving everybody a chance to give input, and it was not done. The annual presentation for the following year, in this case, the 2024 plan for the Housing Authority, was never given a public hearing, was never announced as a public hearing, and at the April 4th meeting, what happened was the executive director said, hey, you guys got to sign this form. I forgot to tell you. That was included in his executive director's report. It was not a separate item. It was not voted on as a separate item. It was, hey, you got to sign this form so we can submit it to the DHCD on time. The minutes are false. The minutes were falsified, indicating that there was a discussion and a vote on that plan, on those items. So I said, you know what?
Excuse me, Mr. Pacific. You were holding up a document. What exhibit is that?
Oh, this is not an exhibit, but I can make it one. It's exhibit, I guess, 12 or 13.
You're saying that document has false items in it?
It's the minutes from the April 4th, 2023 meeting, if you want it as background.
April 4th.
But I could also.
So April's before the things we're going to cover in this.
Right, but that's why I'm just trying to finish this part to tie it into this letter. So I'm just about done with that.
Okay.
Just another minute.
Because we really want to stay within the timeline. We required others to do that.
Okay, so now there was an egregious violation of DHCD guidelines and open meeting law. I submitted a complaint. The complaint was heard at my first meeting, was mentioned at my first meeting, May 2nd. Nice way to get a start, right? The complaint states, and that's Exhibit 11, and this was discussed on the agenda, at the meeting on May 2nd, that a vote was taken on a plan for 2024, and it did not appear on the agenda. And it should have been presented and voted upon in accordance with the open meeting law and DHCD regulations. So that's what I submitted.
This is number 11,
Yes.
correct?
Exhibit 11.
And it's dated April 28th, correct?
Yes, it is, received by the clerk on April 28th. Now, here's what I'm finally getting to.
This is once again outside the timeline of.
Yes,
what we
but it
made
ties
others
in
speak.
directly to this Exhibit 9, which is the letter dated May the 4th.
Okay.
From James Marathis.
Okay, now 9. Hold on a second. Let me get to 9. Okay,
Mr.
9.
Chairman, point
Yes.
of order. We're
Yes.
not here to discuss OML. We're here to discuss the conduct of Mr. Pasevich.
I'm trying to give Mr. Pasevich broad leeway. I'm acknowledging this is the second time you brought this up. It would really help Mr. Pasevich and to get to addressing the complaints against you rather than open meeting law violations against the existing director, how money's being spent. It's more the accusations by the complainants that we really want to hear about, because that's the only thing we're going to vote on.
Okay, fine. There's been so much introduced that goes beyond that.
I understand. That's why I've been.
And there are inferences being drawn from the fact that I was somehow out of my range in bringing up and in pursuing different issues. And the thing, what I'm trying to say is that I take the guidelines of the Inspector General seriously. I took my training provided by DHCD seriously. I take the open meeting law seriously, which the Housing Authority is supposed to be obeying. And as a result of that, I got a letter that was kind of nasty and full of mistruths from Mr. Marathis. It was just not accurate.
Mr. Chairman,
accused
I
me-
have an opportunity to respond to all this, because again,
he
we're
can't
going through all these.
I'm really sorry, this is the same thing that I asked of Mr. Pasevich. This is his time.
Okay.
So,
But Mr. Chairman, point of order, he's not on trial either. Like, we're not getting to the heart of the matter, which is how Mr. Pasevich conducted himself. It's not an issue of you can't ask questions or look into things. The issue is how you conducted yourself. So if we can get to the heart of that matter, I think we would all appreciate it.
so one of the concluding paragraphs here, which goes to that issue, is that Mr. Marathis stated that I reconsider my suggested action, and he suggested that we should have a productive and positive review and discussion of the Quincy Housing Authority, Marshfield Housing Authority workload, the open meeting law, and the matters we typically deal with in the frequently in the monthly agendas. So that was although he admits that they broke the open meeting law because it wasn't posted publicly, he's at the end reaches out and says we should have a discussion about how this works.
So, Mr. Pasevich, so we have 48, I believe, complainants. Many spoke this evening. They spoke in mostly broad generalities, but the overall message was cumulative. And I really would like you to help us understand the defense against that rather than open meeting law violations and other issues, because that we're not even going to discuss that when we go to closed session. So I'm trying to help you redirect your comments to how you can best serve yourself.
The point I'm trying to make is that how the open meeting law violation was not a personal affront to anybody. My
I say something
asking
about-
questions about finances is not a personal affront to anybody. When I don't get responses, it gets frustrating. When I'm given a year-end financial statement, and I'm told that I have to sign it, and the residents are being told directly that because I didn't sign it at that moment, that they would be defunded. The question has to be, who is the one really causing the scare and the fear here? You heard the residents testify that they were horrified, basically, that two had to leave the room. They were horrified by what they were hearing. It was me refusing, for example, primarily, me refusing to sign that year-end financial statement, which is my obligation. If I don't have a copy to read, I don't have a legible copy to read, or I'm not given time to review it, the residents and you and everybody understands that I'm doing the right thing. That's my fiduciary responsibility. And for that, I was jeered at, I was heckled, I was insulted, I was called names, and it's all on tape at the August 1st meeting. Now, as far as the issue raised by somebody that I was angry about there not being a June meeting, yes, it's true. I got an email saying there'll be no June meeting because we have nothing to vote on. My response to that was, well, isn't it the chairman that determines if there's a meeting or not a secretary? I got no response, nothing. 10 days, 2 weeks later, finally, Mr. Cantwell wrote me an email saying that the executive director had a medical situation. And that's fine. I have no reaction to that in a negative sense. And then the month of July came along. No meeting. What happened? No explanation. So I said, we're getting behind here. In my mind, I said, we're getting behind, and there are things that need to be addressed and understood. Therefore, we residents, voters, put together a petition, and it's given to you. It's obvious, that's exhibit, what's the petition? Exhibit 7. because I had asked for more information from DHCD, and because my research wasn't yielding any results, I thought it was imperative and urgent to bring to the board, through a meeting called by the voters, these 7 items, including something very basic like organization of the board. Who's the chair? We don't know. I need to understand where the funds are and assets that are under our control. So I've asked for that information from the Quincy Housing Authority, and I've gotten less than helpful response. I had to submit public records requests to Mr. Maresco for his emails, to Mr. Cantwell for his bank statements under his name in the Housing Authority. Those were due to me, the responses were due last week. I still haven't got them. I have asked for, as recently as this past Monday, Mr. Moratis will know that my last email to him is dated Monday, the 28th, when I said, I am still waiting for my clean copy of the year-end financial statement. I am still waiting for a copy of the contract between Marshfield and Quincy Housing Authorities. It looks like I may have gotten it tonight, finally. So please understand there's a degree of frustration here when I'm not getting answers that a commissioner is entitled to. And as far as the whole affair with regards to a social services coordinator and how I'm being characterized as being somebody who is demanding that social service coordinator meet with me and deal with me, that's completely overblown, exaggerated, and false. Here's what I said about that position. A meeting on the agenda, a meeting with the new social services coordinator during the board meeting for a presentation, report, and to take questions. In other words, I had heard that we had gotten a social services coordinator, which is wonderful, part-time. I said, wouldn't it be nice for that social services coordinator to come into a board meeting and say, I'm your new social services coordinator. I want, to just meet the board. Not to tell her what to do, but to just talk about, brainstorm, share some ideas. And the comment that somebody said that I made, that we have a senior center, in other words, they were trying to imply that I was saying we don't need a social service coordinator because we have a senior center. That's not true. I've spoken to senior center people, I've talked to librarians here, I've talked to food pantry people, and my point is, the social service coordinator, I don't know who she is. I didn't know she had connections to the community, but she should know that Marshfield has a whole array of services available, and so she should be able to tie into those and coordinate usage of those for the benefit of the residents. So my character and reputation is being sullied and put into question by total either misunderstandings or malicious thoughts that have no basis except maybe something that somebody was told. Again, how do you get 49 people to sign something against somebody that they don't know? You tell them there's a criminal in town. There's a criminal in our building. So that's what that's based on. So I had all the best intentions with regards to doing research on funds, which I'm still trying to find out about. I don't know where the money is, but I need to know where it is because that's what DHCD tells me I have to do. That's what the Inspector General tells me in their guidance documents you have to do. So I'm sorry if I...
But I don't think that's... I don't think...
The point is...
It's not the question that the citizens are concerned about, whether that's... They did state. They understood questions ago. I heard multiple people say that. But I guess maybe it's delivery or this or that or how they interpret what you say. I don't know. But I didn't hear them question that you didn't have a right to ask.
Well, I'm trying to say, Mr. Chairman, that I think that's where the problem is. I think people see that maybe I'm a bit of a zealot or I'm a bit enthusiastic about getting to the bottom of these issues, and it's being interpreted as aggression. And somebody is telling them, and they were told, that because I was basically because I'm executing my fiduciary responsibility, we're going to be defunded. That guy Joe is bad. Look at what he did to us. And please, the residents need to understand It's all about ensuring the maximum amount of money available for the residents and for the project and its maintenance and upkeep. It's got nothing to do with being, having a bad demeanor or being hateful or calling people lottery tickets or so-called disabled. And with regards to that, I have to address that. I've done research into housing authorities. I've talked to people who know the housing authority's history in Marshfield. And here's the Inspector General's report and all the other information I've gathered. Marshfield, and as I said, this is what I said, and this is what I meant. This goes directly to that recorded comment you heard. People get into places like T-Rock Garden based on their income. Okay, they may have assets. They may have disbanded or dispersed their assets to their relative, but they may have assets. But their rents are based on their income. And so what I was saying is that, you know, whatever your income is, whether it's from Social Security, lottery tickets, or anything like that, it all should be reported, and it's part of your income when you're evaluated. It wasn't saying people are lottery tickets. I've heard stories about how lottery tickets are handled in different projects, but that's all that was about. As far as me saying so-called disabled, that could have been put better, I admit, because the definition of disabled now includes people who well, quite frankly, had a bad breakup. You had a bad relationship, you had a bad breakup. Now, not minimizing the psychological effects, but disabilities are very broad and wide now. So-called does not mean I am questioning someone's disability. It just means that disabilities are labeled, and they can be anything. Almost, there's such a broad range of disabilities that people have to deal with. And some people have disabilities that they sometimes fail to recognize. So that's why we have social services coordinators and counselors and things like that. That's not a put down. That's an understanding of where the journey through life of these people has brought them and how it's important for us to make sure they're taken care of. And when I get opposition, and like I said, my last email was to Mr. Moratis on Monday, asking for the contract and for the a clean financial report, which I have in another email. I was told after the August 1st meeting I was going to get a clean copy of the year-end financials. They said they emailed it to me. No, they said they mailed it to me at my street address, 25 Wilson Road. I wrote back saying, no, I have a P.O. box. No mail comes to the house. I wrote that back once or twice saying, you know, where is it? This is my mailing address. They said, oh, we didn't have that on file, but now we do. Never got it. I check my mail frequently. Never got it. So the point
I understand you're trying to defend yourself on a broad basis. I do understand that, and you're trying to convey the good that you were trying to do, and your methodology. You're doing that, but the complaints are specific. The time and dates are specific. So I'm just trying to again get you focused so that your presentation to us gives us something to utilize.
So. Well, again, we've asked the witnesses, what specifically did I do? And it's all we're hearing is like innuendo, like, well, his demeanor, well, his presence. There's nothing I've actually done, and I've spoken firsthand again with maybe 3 or 4 residents, and that's it, including Mr. Murray. We had a very nice conversation talking about his work at TIC and all that kind of stuff. And even at that so-called meeting that's outside the window, the April 28th meeting, one person just admitted to you tonight that she was the only one that objected to my presence. She was the only one. She said that. And the complaint says that at that meeting of the Tenants Association, He was asked to leave, became aggressive, and I believe it was Mr. Marathis that said the meeting had to be abandoned and shut down. That one person left. I offered to leave in her place, and the other resident said, don't mind her, we want you to stay. And we did. We had a very nice meeting, very good conversation. So that's addressing directly an accusation from Mr. Marathis, directly addressing an accusation inside this, even though you may say it's outside of the scope of the time period for this discussion. But here's the thing, Mr. Chairman. When this went around, when the talk about me being criminal, having a criminal history went around, the bell was rung. You can't unring the bell. I contend that's what brought your 49 signatories onto this sheet. That's what brought this crowd here today. I don't know what the motives are with regards to the executive director. I do know, yes, I did ask again, basic questions I'm entitled to ask. In the minutes of Marshfield Housing Authority's meetings, it says the executive director was paid $0. I said, that can't be. We got to pay you something. So how are you remunerated? The answer was, well, the Quincy Housing Authority pays me. I said, well, can you tell me like how much roughly? And he basically said, good for you, GFY. Interpret that for yourself. So I said, well, it is public record, so. And I did. I had to submit a public record so I can understand what our budget is. But they see that as an affront. They see all that. They don't understand what I'm trying to do is not to hurt anybody. It's the exact opposite. I want the most funds available for these people and the future people to come, and to do more, make more housing available for these people and people that coming along than to cut it back. So my intentions are 100% pure with regards to this job as housing commissioner. And I have the knowledge of construction. I'm learning more about financing. There was a cover letter that came with the financial report. That's one thing that I was able to print out. It was from a CPA firm. I checked with other CPAs as to what this means. They said it means nothing. It means the CPA firm assembled the numbers, but they didn't evaluate them, and that there was information that was omitted from the Quincy Housing Authority. So they can't make any kind of comment on the stability of our Marshfield Housing Authority. That bothers me. And I want to get to the bottom of it. So I have a lot to offer, a lot of enthusiasm, and only the best intentions for all of these people, despite what they said to me about me tonight or any other time. I think a lot of things have been misunderstood. I think that if I do a cable show, I'm entitled to free speech, to voice my opinion. I'm entitled to keep the residents of Marshfield informed. That's my mission, is to help keep them informed. I'm very enthusiastic about it. And I, as a commissioner, again, following the guidelines, want to do my job and want to do it well. All this tonight, there's been no specific allegation of me performing aggressively or hateful or in a threatening manner to one single person here. There's just stories of, this is how I feel. And that's fine, that's how you feel. But nothing is attributed to anything specific I have done. Did I say loudly when we voted on the financial statement? No. Yes, I did. The crowd, the people were chattering and hurling out heckles and insults, and they were told they were going to be defunded on the street, basically, because of what I did. So I had to speak up to say, no. What else could I do? That was a roll call vote. So again, not one single incident here, one single accusation about me being aggressive to an individual has been substantiated. And you obviously should make a ruling right off the bat. I don't know what the term is, Mr. Galvin, sua sponte, or basically that this case has got nothing to stand on. These accusations and this call for my removal, they've got nothing to stand on. And I guess I'm out of sympathy for everybody here. I'll have to cut it short, but I'm Any questions, let me have it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Pasevich. I know you have a lot of passion around everything you do. Is your presentation complete?
I think so. There's so much. But again, you might consider it me responding to the, in a tit-for-tat way, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I personally think it enhances your case to stay focused on the response and not other areas.
Well, the
Because
problem
that's all we're going to debate on.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I understand and I appreciate that for you, but the point is that I just felt compelled to, so many things were thrown out. And not related to any incident or act of aggression or meanness or anything like that. Just that I feel this because of an interpretation of something that I did as a fiduciary. As a fiduciary, I voted on something or refused to vote on something, and then that was presented to the residents, in this case, and especially by the executive director, as a threat to them. And it wasn't, because I know from researching DHCD and how they handle disagreements about financial statements that it can get kicked back to them for review, or as it happened last August at the very Marshfield Housing Authority, it was moved, it was voted on August 4th, it didn't go through, they came back 2 weeks later, and the issues were resolved. Everybody had their clean paperwork. But immediately they came down on me like a ton of bricks. You did this, Joe, and the residents reacted. And I understand their reaction. And I'm sorry for that. But I didn't do it. I was just doing my job. I promised to tone it down. Other than that, I'm just doing my job. And I want them to understand that. And I don't want them to be misled with an interpretation. You know, sure, Marshfield Housing's T-Rock Gardens has come a long way. Did I say you had no place to go but up? Well, if you read the most recent survey of 2019 that was done of the residents at T-Rock, T-Rock Garden was ranked at the bottom of the barrel in the state of Massachusetts. That's the residents themselves in 2019 rating T-Rock Gardens. That's included in the 2024 annual report submission. So no one can deny that conditions were bad. But at that point, the way things were, waiting days for hot water and heat and lights to come back on, et cetera, you know, that's why I made that comment, in defense of that comment, really. And I'm not saying Quincy's a bad organization, but I need to understand the financials, and they're not answering me. The last email, no answer. Multiple emails, no answers. I've had to resort to filing public records requests.
I understand these are frustrations yours for inter-team, inter-commission issues, but we're addressing citizen complaints
Right.
on behavior, basically, right? And so that really, for us to decide, Mr. Pasevich, and that's why I keep on trying to bring this back for you, we're not going to decide on whether he answered to your question about when you should have finance, because it's just not in the...
And that's the point I'm trying to make, Mr. Chairman, is that not one allegation or story involves me being personally aggressive towards any individual on the board or among the residents. None. They're not substantiated. It doesn't exist. But what has happened is someone else's interpretation of what I'm doing is being fed or transmitted to residents, and they're reacting. And they're going to the social service coordinator and say, what are we going to do? Somebody comes to you with a petition saying there's a criminal on the board in our buildings. He's got a history. We're afraid of him. You heard one woman testify that when Robin Dunn came to her door with the petition, she said, would you sign this based on after the last meeting? You know, and people just signed it. I can't get into the minds of all 49 people as to why they did this, but if I was given a petition saying, you know, there's a bad person living on Plymouth Ave or something like that, and, you know, we want someone to deal with them, you know, they go, oh, yeah, you know. And again, these people in this community, I understand, that there is an element, as many of them themselves have said, an element of vulnerability. And I understand that. But that's not me doing that. That's somebody telling them or interpreting what I'm doing as being somehow a threat to them.
So
That's
the-
all I have to say.
All right. So I want to allow you to have everything you want to say that's germane to helping your case and not going broad. So the next portion is where the select board and town officials ask questions regarding this. So that might help you explain your position a little more.
Right, and you know, right, fine.
Okay?
Go ahead.
So would you like to move on to the next portion?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So the next portion is for the select board and for the town officials to ask question of Mr. Pasevich or his representative, but he does not have a representative, he's representing himself. We've historically started with the vice chair. I feel bad that I keep doing this to you, but since you are the vice chair.
Since I'm the vice chair.
Yes.
Again, Mr. Pasevich, I understand this must be uncomfortable for you as it is for the residents here this evening, and you were very explicit in your responses. You gave a lot of background on the housing authority, which, as our chair has described to you as, maybe it wasn't pertinent to why we're here tonight, but we did offer the opportunity for you to share that. But I do have a couple of questions. I just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to answer that. But before I go there, I do want to commend you on one statement that you made, and that was, I understand their reaction, and I am sorry for that. So in light of you saying that, it gives me another perspective into your behavior. I have been across the table from you on many occasions, and as you know, I have a respect for folks that have something to say, right? And I know you have something to say. And I applaud you running for office and making it a what's the word? Something that you feel so intense and intense as far as investigating and understanding and creating that kind of forthright type of openness. So I understand where you're coming from with that. And this evening, it's not entirely about that. It's about how these folks came to be in front of the select board. We didn't ask them to come in front of us. I was actually kind of taken back by the fact that we had the petition. So what I want to ask you are a couple questions, and that is the Amen Corner. Were you just joking around? Was it just something? Can you just share with us, set the record straight, and explain where you were when you were making that comment to the podcast and to many of these residents that heard that? So that's question number one.
It's something that I can't explain because I don't understand it. But if you watch a tape or attend one of these meetings, like the meetings I have, there is an effort to play up the performance of the Quincy Housing Authority. It's in the minutes. You'll see in the minutes things like, we've got a social service, and I'm trying to remember quote as quote, we got a grant for a new social services coordinator, and there'll be a bunch of exclamation marks after it, like, wow, you know. Or Mr. Moratis has promised to provide free taxi rides to some event.
Can you just focus? I know you're, Amen Corner. Were you joking around?
But yeah, it was tongue in cheek. In other words,
Okay, that's the answer.
Right.
You're going beyond when you need to just come out with an answer.
Yeah, it's tongue in cheek, but there is an element among the residents that has come to the meetings that does literally clap and cheer. And what I see from the minutes, there's an effort to cultivate that almost. You see it, it's a promotion that goes on. That's what I'm saying. So that's my definition of what it is.
Yeah, I'd appreciate
Can I ask
some
a
help
follow-up
with this,
question?
because it's.
Do you think it's funny referring to tenants as living at Amen Corner?
I didn't say they're living in Amen Corner.
Well,
I said there is
why
an
would you
Amen
refer to them as being at Amen Corner? I mean, because that statement was made.
Because in any organization, or among any board or committee or organization, there are always boosters or followers.
So do you think the tenants feel good about you referring to them as living at Amen Corner?
No, I didn't say they're living at Amen Corner. I'll say that again. I did not say they are living at Amen Corner.
So what was the context in which
context
you
is-
you used the words Amen Corner?
The
Because it
context-
sounded like it was in reference to the tenants or their neighborhood.
Well, that's not what it was. Why would you say it sounded like that?
Because that's what it sounds like.
To who?
And I'm asking you to
Did you
explain it.
hear me say that?
I actually watched the tape.
Okay.
And I heard you refer to the tenants at Amen Corner jeering
I
at you.
didn't say in Amen Corner. I said there is an Amen Corner, like there is in any organization.
All I want you to do is explain to them. Don't explain to me.
Well, you're
They
the one
did-
that's
they-
engaging me.
I am, but I want you to explain to them what you meant when you used the words Amen
I'm
Corner.
sorry, Vice Chairman, but he's engaging me directly, so that's why
Okay,
I'm doing
I
that.
appreciate.
Is that what you were trying to get from him?
Yes, and I'm
So again,
trying to get him to focus in
again,
on
it
the
was
question
it was a
and
tongue-in-cheek.
answer.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It was a tongue-in-cheek comment, and it referred to the idea that in any organization and in a situation, there are people that are overly expressive. Like they may say, I'm overly expressive in some way. They're overly expressive in their adulation or approval of things. And I can see by looking at the minutes that I'm not surprised.
Do you regret making that comment?
I would keep it to myself.
You will keep responding to me for that, to yours?
No, making a comment like that, I would keep to
In the
myself.
future, you would not use
Yeah,
that.
because what happens is it can get spread over a larger group, and it can sort of color the entire situation in a way that's not accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Do you want to
I have two other questions, if that's all
and take a
right.
break?
I think this goes in line with what we were just talking about, so we'll
Please
finish
proceed.
up and then we'll, are you bothered by any of the comments that were made this evening?
Oh, absolutely,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely. No, but I'm trying to understand them at the same time.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I've been bothered by this since I saw this petition. I have been bummed out.
Okay.
Honestly, I've been in the doldrums for 2 weeks.
Mr. Darcy, you have a question?
Yes. Do you believe that the tenants at T-Rock Gardens are there based on merit and need, or someone trying to play the lottery to get lucky to get a position there?
To play the lottery, what do you mean by that?
In reference to your comment earlier, that the people who are living there got a lottery ticket?
No, the comment about lottery ticket, let me clarify it again for you. It has nothing to do with them as people. It was a reference to a form of earning money. So like if you have Social Security or if you have lottery winnings and all that kind of stuff, technically, and I've read the regulations, you have to report that, and it has to go into your evaluation, which then creates how much rent you pay. So this lottery ticket thing is not the people. Are they there on merit? Oh, well, the process for selecting tenants is a whole nother area. And we, as board commissioners, are not supposed to be involved with that. We're not supposed to put names to have somebody bumped up or exert any influence against the executive director or his staff in any way. That's a selection process, and there is specific people that are involved with that. So no, they are not lottery tickets.
Sure. And you mentioned earlier that, you would like to walk back some of the comments that you made about the so-called disabilities. What do you consider to be, in your estimation, a real disability?
Well, I used maybe a an inaccurate term. When I said so-called, that doesn't mean that I'm questioning this disability. I'm saying it's so-called as in it's labeled a disability. And disabilities have a wide range of what is a disability that affect people. And, I mean, you can look it up for yourself. It's physical disabilities, mental disabilities, et cetera. So I'm very sensitive to that. And I know from my experience with friends and family and from just my own research that disabilities often explain why people are in the situations they're in. Some people say, oh, the world's against me, I've had bad luck, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's why the need for mental health service is so extreme, because people don't even know what's causing the situation they're in. I'm a big advocate for that, and we need that even in our public housing. People that can't afford it, that don't know where to find it. But I may have gotten astray on your main question.
No, you're good. You answered it.
Yeah.
And just to make sure that I heard you earlier and, it's in proper context, did you mention earlier during your closing remarks that, during the course of your work and requests for information that you got frustrated and that you may have taken out that frustration on some staff in front of residents?
No, I never said I took out frustration on staff. I felt I was feeling frustrated because I had to keep doing multiple requests, and to the point where I had to resort to filing public records requests, which I shouldn't have to do. So the frustration is mine, and I have not taken it out on anybody. No, not at all, and I wouldn't want to do that. I understand how sacrosanct. Again, it was on my petition. I said, let's talk about the relationship between the board and the executive director and administrative and maintenance staff, including hiring and spending decisions. Let's have a discussion on that, because I'm getting up to speed. I recognize I need to know the relationship. I want to understand the relationship. In no way am I going to say I'm going to start telling people what to do. That's crazy. I would never do that. Never do that. I understand from reading and researching the DHCD 760 CMR and the 121B legislation. I said, no, that's not my position. My position is to oversee and to review things like financials, and also to do performance reviews. And to do performance reviews, I need to talk to the personnel. Like, well, how are things going? What happened? What did we do? What projects do we have? That kind of stuff.
Sure. Does it give you pause that 49 residents signed a complaint against you, and some of them, or a good number, might be afraid of you?
Like I said, when you read this, you don't even have to be the subject of it to go, wow. A friend of mine read this list of complaint items, and they were just speechless. They were like, wow, speechless, and because they said, because that's not you. That's just not you. Like I said, and I worked with senior citizens all the time, and some of them I go and do a job and I end up talking for 4 hours. And this is not me. And anybody that knows me knows it's not me. Does it give me pause? It just bums me out. It just bums me out because it's just not me. And I search my mind, what did I do? What did I say? I don't know where it comes from.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'll take one. We'll go to you, Michael. Bob, again, if you may.
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question. In regards to that, through you to Mr. Pasevich, if he could change one thing, what would he change?
Change where?
In this whole situation with the residents, what would you change? The residents that you're elected to take care of.
Well, I want them to understand that I'm doing my fiduciary responsibility because I want to enhance what they have, what they can get access to. I want them to understand that's my job, and it's got nothing to do with being threatening or demeaning. Or I don't know how we can do that. If there's a way to do it, I'd be glad to do it. You know, do you want to talk to me more, or do you want to meet me, or what? You know, I honestly don't know. I'm still kind of in shock at this, but I'm glad to take suggestions. Maybe the social service coordinator can offer a suggestion, but I mean, I go to T-Rock Gardens because that's where they have the meetings. You know, I sit in my chair at the front of the room. That's what I do. I don't linger there. I mean, I did talk long. I've talked to one of the residents a little bit of length after the May meeting, and I talked to Mr. Kelly. He's probably he's still here for some time. But what would I do to change it? I'm open to suggestions, you know, but I can't stop being a fiduciary. In other words, if I want to understand the contracts and the financials, I'm going to keep trying to get that information. And I may come across as being a pain or, you know, insistent or something like that, but what else am I supposed to do? I mean, you can't put it in a Hallmark card, you know, it's like, this is what I'm looking for. Why can't I have it, you know?
I've always loved your passion. I've not always agreed with your passion, but I've always loved your passion, and I know you approach life passionately. Not everybody is exuberant. Since I truly believe, that you had no malice at all. I truly believe everything you're saying about that, and I truly believe that you feel bad about it inside, that you would get this type of feedback. But given that it did happen, do you think you might need to rethink your approach? Not necessarily objective, approach on how to achieve your objectives. Is that a possibility that you think you could achieve?
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree with that statement, but at the same time, what has to be solved is understanding that there's another side to this. You know, the residents also need to understand where I'm coming from, just as I need to understand where they're coming from. And where I'm coming from is no way, and as you say, there's no malice. The approach part of it, well, there's something that they perceive as an approach that's, or some way of acting that's aggressive. And that also has to be thought about at the same time.
This is just my feedback, okay?
Yeah.
And I guess it's somewhat of a question as well, Mr. Silvers. Do you think it's a difficult adjustment from being years and years of being a citizen advocate to become a commissioner? The way you behave, work, and interact with the public and with boards is very different when you're part of a board.
Absolutely.
Than when you're out here questioning boards. And I'm saying, you've done it so long, do you think that might be an adjustment you might need to think about? Once again, I'm going back to approach, not objective.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Big adjustment. You're here.
No, I realize that.
You're not there anymore.
I realize that, and I told friends of mine, I said, you know, things are going to be a little bit different now.
Yeah, so that's my question is, do you think you can make that change? Because this is feedback, once again, I think that you're operating within an elected official on a commission as if you're still a citizen advocate, and they're kind of your enemy, and you're trying to put transparency on things, but you're actually part of their team. And I'm just saying, do you think you can make that leap? I mean, it's not an easy task.
You're a member of a team, Mr. Chairman, but you're still an advocate for the citizens. You still swear an oath to the Constitution of Massachusetts and the United States. And so I'm still an advocate for all of those things.
Those would be the outcomes I say I support.
Those are
It was the approach.
the approach. I understand where you're coming
You can do it?
from. No, I think I do.
Okay. That's what I want to hear. Was a yes. Thank you, Mr. Galvin.
I have a couple of questions. Mr. Petrovic, is it clear to you now that maybe the residents here are afraid, anxious, and nervous around you?
It's like the discussion regarding the social services coordinator. I mean, what she deals with are confidential records. What you deal with are a whole panoply, a whole range of individuals. No one person can ever can predict how another person's going to react. That's the whole thing about free speech. You cannot predict how someone's going to react to what you say or do. Someone has a T-shirt that says "Caution," may contain opinions harmful to you or danger or something like that to you. So it's really hard to understand each individual's reaction to almost anything.
Right, but 49 people swore out a complaint against you, and 9 or 10 of them stood up tonight. I'm not talking about Mr. Marathis or the assistant director or any other staff member, but some residents came, and they said that they were anxious and nervous around you. Is it clear to you now that maybe something in the way you interacted with them or in their presence?
I'm not denying that.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Created a problem for them. And they're the residents there. Is it clear to you?
Something did, but I can't explain it because each individual is
I thought I heard a number of people say that they're not offended in the slightest by your questions. They acknowledge you have the right to ask those questions. They encourage you to ask those questions. But yet they come away from those meetings that they were at and you were at anxious, afraid, nervous. And I'm just trying to find out, are you listening to what they're saying? Because you're their advocate. And they're anxious, nervous, and anxietous around you. And do you understand that that's a potential problem?
I do, and I understand also, as I've tried to emphasize, that number one, I don't know each individual's makeup. And number two, I've emphasized many times now that no one person has been able to cite a specific instance from me of aggression other than maybe raising my voice to vote no on something. What the reaction seems a lot to have to do with is what people perceive or were told are the consequences of my actions as a commissioner.
Right. I'm going to move on. How are you going to make this better? Tell the board what you're going to do to make this situation better so that these fellow residents of yours can have a peaceful living arrangement where they're not anxious, nervous, or afraid of you.
Well, like I said before already 4 or 5 times, I'm open to any suggestions. And I also...
I was hoping that you might offer some suggestions that you could provide.
Well, I'm willing to talk to any person or group of persons.
Look, Mr. Petrovic, I wrote down 2 phrases that you said. I am sorry. I promise to tone it down.
Yeah, that goes, definitely, yeah.
I was hoping you could explain to the board, and I don't decide this, but I'm asking this question so that they can hear.
Oh,
okay?
I'm sorry. I thought I was going to be repetitive to say those things, but no, those.
I think you should say it, because when they close the hearing, there's not going to be any more testimony. And if you've got a plan on how to make this work better, I think you should tell the board right now, because it's your fate that they have to decide.
Well, I really do need more input from the residents to be more specific about what it is I'm doing, and then I will apply it.
Well, one of the things I heard was that they're troubled by your tone of voice, the volume of your voice, the discord between you and potentially the executive director and maybe the assistant executive director, who says that you were very disrespectful to her in the way you spoke to her and addressed her in her professional capacity. How would you propose to resolve that so that the residents are not exposed to that going forward?
Just to make the relationship as professional as possible.
Can you, like the board asked the residents, can you be any more specific about anything you might do to make that better?
Just again, to emphasize and recognize the relationship, the working relationship that's there, and to conduct it such.
Can I ask you, do you have a sense that maybe some of the people that are in the room that live there were offended by some of the tongue-in-cheek comments that you made on your show, and maybe that affects their ability to maybe get to know who the real Joe Pesovich is, that, you know, is an advocate for the elderly or is an advocate for the disabled?
I think some of the terms I used were not the right ones to use, and that they were definitely misunderstood, and I've explained exactly what I was intending to say, what the meaning was.
Do you think that the tenants misunderstood them?
I hope they heard me, and I do think they misunderstood them, yes.
I mean, because a lot of them probably don't know you, and if that's how you joke around, you understand that they could possibly be offended by some of that phraseology that you used. You do understand that, right?
Yeah, like I said, I agree with that, and I also, as I said, know that it's just part of life, that you can't always go around being afraid of other people's reactions. You have to adjust to them as much as you can, but you can't always go around thinking, I better not say anything to anybody because of how it might be interpreted.
Well, you're not dealing with your average people there. You're dealing with people that have a whole bunch of either through poverty or disabilities of any type or other circumstances in their life. They're in this housing authority property, and it sounds to me like there's a possibility that you don't understand all of the things that they're really going through.
I deal with people with disabilities, with infirmities on a daily basis. And to say that I don't understand it, I'm not sensitive to that, that's not true.
Well, the only reason I suggested it, because it sounded a lot to me like you might have been joking about some of the things that were going on with them.
When? I didn't joke about what they're going through. Why would I do that?
There was a woman that played a tape, and it sounded like there was some joking around going on.
And there were two elements of that commentary regarding the lottery tickets and the so-called, which I've explained.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Galvin. Mr. Mariska?
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Darcy? I know you have one more.
I brought, hang on just a second.
I can jump in if you want.
I think I'm good. What educational types of things have you done since you have taken office and been sworn in as commissioner to prepare yourself to, because as I say, you're in a 5-year term, correct?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of learning, there is a learning curve. So you have mentioned several things that you've done, but is there anything specific that you'd like to share with the board that you have learned in the time you spent trying to prepare for those first few meetings? Not just pinpoint a couple of things that you learned. getting late, so I understand.
It's
Take your time.
It's been so much
I
that
know.
I've taken in.
Take your time, Joe.
And
Did you take a
lot of-
course? You had mentioned.
well, yeah, the
Yeah,
DHCD,
okay.
well, formerly referred to as DHCD, now it's under the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities and Executive Office of Housing and Community Development. But it was, if I got that right, it used to be just DHCD that had, that was charged with overseeing housing authorities. And they have a training course that you take online. And it's several segments to it, several tranches or groups. And then you take a quiz at the end of each installment. And then, of course, there's ethics and conflict of interest training.
Yep. I'm just trying to understand I mean, I know you're passionate about this new role that you're embarking in. I just want to understand that you are prepared to continually learn, because as all of us know, every day we're learning something. None of us know everything. So I want to know from you that you will take and be patient and understand that there isn't everything. You cannot expect to be an expert in the first few months of doing. I mean, I can't, and I'm guessing you're human as well. So I just want to understand that you are willing to do the work, to be patient, code of conduct, all of these things, respect, because those are the things that I think we all cherish in our elected officials. And
I think the two challenges that I've identified myself, besides trying to get through the regulations and the statutes, which are very lengthy, is the number of programs that are there. I mean, the number of programs dealing with different particular needs sets. And the other thing, too, that's a challenge to me is the dynamics within this community. There are dynamics that you need to be aware of, which I was not aware of.
okay.
Now I can see that there are dynamics, and that sense I got from people saying that of feeling vulnerable and feeling fearful, that indicates to me, yeah, there's a dynamic there, and it's something that nobody would know walking in to a job like this. You have to sort of like get into it and feel it.
Okay. Thank you for that response.
Joe, I just have one last one, Mr. Pasevich. It goes back to the year-end fiscal.
The what?
The year-end fiscal vote.
Yeah, sure.
It's a yes/no vote from what I understood.
Yeah, certification.
You can say no, I'm not signing on. You can say yes, I'm signing on, but it needed to be signed on, one way or the other. Although I heard that there may not have been a sense of urgency at that particular meeting to accomplish that vote. I'm a big believer that if either of my colleagues feel they don't have enough information to make a vote, and I think they'll support me on this, I will always say, we'll continue. So I can see some of your perspectives saying there, did it need to get to that, right? Did it need to get to the point where you had to object so strenuously? But given that it was just a yes/no vote, and you could have said no, in retrospect now, given all the ramifications with the citizens and what happened, this and that, was not taking that vote worth all this, to a certain degree?
Well, I voted to not certify it because
No, that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah.
But to get to the no vote was, from what I understand, was a fairly dramatic process.
Well,
that's what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Pasevich. Given you didn't know at the time, but given now that you know that it did cause a lot of concern within the citizens, and you felt the right thing. Given now the knowledge you have of what some of the angst that caused the citizens you're representing, would you do it different next time? Or what would you do different next time?
The problem, Mr. Chairman, was that I didn't have the information. They were emailing.
You could have just voted no, right?
I voted no.
Yeah.
I said, I need a clean copy, and they said, we will give you a clean copy. And I said, good, mail it to me. I'd like a clean hard copy. They said, we'll do that. But then they mailed it to my house address, and I said, no, the P.O. box. So as soon as I get that, and I've asked for it at least twice again since then, because I want to go into a meeting.
That's procedure. The question I'm asking
Yeah.
is not all about that procedure and this and that. It's about, it seemed that was a very dramatic meeting for the citizens you represent. Some walked out, some came upset. And the simple, easy thing to do would have just been voting no right up front.
I did.
Okay, so what I heard from multiple citizens that it took a while to get there, but maybe I misheard.
Well, I think what happened was that I had expressed concerns that I would not be able to vote yes on it at that moment because of the situation, which was I didn't have a copy.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Given all that knowledge now,
Right.
now we can look backwards.
Right.
Do you think standing on, rather than just saying no, right up front, rather than saying I don't have it, you can mail it to me, would it have served your citizens better just to said, I can't support this, I'll check off the box because we need all the boxes checked?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but the problem was I was being pressured to sign it.
Okay, all right.
There was pressure, sign it, sign it, and I said,
I was not there.
I know, well, that was the issue, was that the pressure was there, and it was unrelenting that you have to sign it, you better sign it. And then one of the commissioners said, what's going to happen, addressed the executive director, what will now happen that he hasn't signed it? And the executive director, again, turning to the residents, said, we will now be defunded. And it's on tape, and I had a technical problem because I was the one that set up the camera, actually.
Well, I've tried to watch some of them. I agree with you.
So
They're pretty difficult to watch.
I know. That
They're very
particular
difficult
meeting
to watch.
there was a technical problem transferring the file, but I hope it will be available for viewing tomorrow.
So we're now moving from our section, if everyone's exhausted here, I mean literally questions exhausted, to invite people that may speak on your behalf. We have a list here.
Personal knowledge.
Yeah, and this really isn't, like we tried to say with the others, this isn't basically just saying I've known Joe for a really long time, he's a great guy. Because we all are familiar with Mr. Pasevich. What we're looking for here is to specifically address, if you have knowledge, the charges that are against Mr. Pasevich that can help us make a decision. All right? So is there anybody that would like to speak or feels they have that particular personal knowledge?
Could I recommend this gentleman to speak first?
We have,
No, please, Mr. You can go first, yeah.
Yeah.
Go first, yeah.
okay.
Let him go first.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Wow, you rate, huh?
He's the man.
If you'd be so kind, sir, as to give your name and address, and council will swear you in.
All right, I'll try to speak as loud as I can, but I have an awfully soft voice, as you can see, you've just found out. My name is Michael Squillanti. I live at 222 Ocean Street.
Yep, okay, you've signed, okay.
Mr. Squanti, can you please, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
And I only have two very brief comments. One is I'm here, primarily I came here tonight as a voter. And overturning the vote of several hundred people is clearly a very serious matter. And I'm not sure that Joe may be an annoying person. He may need to work on his people skills. I don't think that rises to the level of overturning the voters' will. And my second comment has to do with some comments that were made very early. And I know as the discussion went on, we moved away from the specifics and went to the general, people don't like him or are afraid of him, which is a horrible thing to hear. But one of the reasons why he was said to be negligent and that he didn't care about the residents was because he refused to sign the financial statement, which ultimately he did sign. And the question I would ask on that, it's a rhetorical question, is the same thing happened a year ago. At least one commissioner refused to sign it, and we went through none of this procedure. And that's really all I have. Can you, want to try to repeat that?
So, no, are you asking me to answer a rhetorical question?
No.
So, do you have any other comments?
That's all.
Well, thank you very much for your comments, sir.
It's late.
Hi.
I'll be brief.
Name, address?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lisa Kyle, 5 Housebrook Road, Marshfield.
You swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth?
So help me God. Yes. Sorry, I was supposed to say yes. So, what's that? Okay. Joe and I have had conversations, I'd say in the last couple months, about his frustrations in being able to see the financial documentation as it relates to his role as a commissioner. I found it odd that when I went to the website that his name is not listed as a commissioner. I find that interesting. I'm not suggesting that somebody's doing it intentionally, but it is interesting to me. Okay? I sat here tonight and I listened to everybody's side, and it's not my role tonight to say who's telling the truth and who's not. But as an individual who deals with boards in large budgets for companies, I understand the desire to take very seriously the fiduciary responsibility, the policy, and the oversight. And I think we're conflating a couple things here, okay? I agree with Mr. Scalanti. Joe may have come in hot. He may have said things in a way that people found offensive. I can get that. I can understand that. But it seems to me that the issue is between the commissioners. And in their issue as commissioners trying to achieve certain goals, the residents got caught in the middle of it, and fear was struck in them as to whether they were going to be funded or not. Comments were made by commissioners across the board. I'm sure it's everybody. It's not just Joe. It's not just the executive director. And so we have a bunch of folks who are in leadership positions that, quite frankly, devolved into non-leadership positions. That's what I'm seeing right now. And I think that Joe's intention is to serve this population of people who deserve to be served well, but also carry his responsibility seriously. Seriously. So as a voter and as a person that voted for him, I want that person to go in there to question. I want him to be the contrarian. And if he sees opportunities to provide funding in a way that supports these folks and potentially reduces costs, gives them more, then he should be allowed to do that, and it shouldn't be seen as a personal affront or an individual who's trying to, say, ruin the system that's in place or try to hurt or offend anybody or break the procedures and the rules. I do not believe that that was the intention. So if we could all take a step back, take a breather, and understand that everybody's intentions here are good, and to Mr. Scalanti's point, not just simply overturn the will of the voters, but also he's willing to receive feedback, he's willing to receive coaching, so let's give it to him. But let's also give this community of people an opportunity to really speak and tell him, this is what you need to change in order for us to accept you. I feel like he'd be willing to do that. He's new in his position. Mr. Chairman, you brought up a good point about transitioning into this role. I don't know how well I do. I work in the private sector. Things get really rough at our board meetings. I'm not saying it's right, but we all end up in the right position. We all end up with good outcomes that ultimately serve our population. And so that's it. So thank you for your time.
That was a short version, right?
What's that?
That was a short version?
That was a short version, yes.
Just for clarification for the public.
Yes, sir.
That if you look at the Housing Authority under Marshfield, only the executive director is shown, so it wasn't as if Joe was left out and others were included.
Oh, I just saw several names on the
Yeah,
commissioners list, and I didn't
I'm
see
looking at it
his.
right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and, whether they should list all of their commissioners is a different issue. than-
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what the intention was. I'm just
There was
saying
no
it's-
intention, because
yeah,
he's the only one on it.
Yeah.
But thank you very much for your comment.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I'll offer a point of information. There is a place to go to on the Town of Marshfield website where their housing authority is noted. But all local housing authorities are required to create their own page. So there is a marshfieldhousingauthority.com.
Okay.
And I believe that's the page.
Maybe that's the one
that
she's
Kyle
looking
is
at.
referring
Yeah,
to.
because like Jim Cantwell is, or not Jim, who's the gentleman with the last name Cantwell? I thought, Kev, I thought they were commissioners, quite frankly. It is a Marshfield site, so I can try to pull it up for you.
There may be different sites.
And
Yeah,
part of the problem is that the site's not linked. So if you go on the Town of Marshfield website to get information
not
on
linked to
housing
the other
authority,
one.
it's not linked to marshfieldhousing.com, and it should be.
And you're right,
I'm a
Mr.
big
Chairman, I'm
believer-
sure there's multiple sites.
So just, I'm sure the town administrator will tell you, I am an avid, big believer that every commissioner should have his name and term on
Totally
the publics,
agree.
right, Michael?
That's correct.
I've
Yeah.
talked about that many times.
I'm sure easily rectified. I felt the need to call it out. as part of
So
our
thank you very much for your comments.
Of course.
So anyone else that has comments that are directly germane to the issue at hand, which are the three issues in front of us: deficiencies in office, neglect of duty, or misconduct of office?
Actual witness to it.
Yeah, or anyone witness to anything that occurred, that would be great. Maybe we do. Name?
Eric Kelly.
Chris.
Eric Kelly, Peterson Path, since my name has been slung around here.
You need to be sworn in, Mr. Kelly.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
So I want to first start out by the complaint right here. I believe it's poorly written. One is they make all these accusations, but it's the residents that filed it don't state 121B6 and anything on it. It looks like it was the the select board that took it upon themselves. So I don't even think this is really
So just
illegal, to be honest with you.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Can you? I don't think I understood what you were just saying.
So in regards to the complaint, the residents file a complaint, but they don't state what the complaint's about, what it's filed under, and everything else like that, which I think that should be on a header of it.
It says right in the first line that they asked for his removal.
Right. Under what, though?
It says right in the first line they asked for his removal.
Under what, though? What chapter? What section? What the removal?
You expect
what?
tenants to know the
Yeah.
specific provisions of the law?
I had to research it.
That's not an expectation we have for citizens.
That's all right. I'm just saying.
I was just trying to
if you're
get
going to
at-
file it, you should have all the pertaining information attached to it, in my opinion, to make
Mr.
this
Chairman,
actual.
the witnesses are supposed to be fact witnesses, and he's got a lot of opinions about the proceedings.
I don't want to hear proceedings because
But we want to know about what he observed or what he saw or, what he knows about what happened involving the incidents.
Correct. It's late. We want to stick to.
Oh, I'm sorry it's late, but, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not running the meeting. I went to when Joe was elected, I went to the first meeting, and there was discussion there in regards to, that was in May, I think it was May 5th or whatever. And there was discussion in regards to appliances and everything like that. And the Housing Authority, I believe, felt that it wasn't in their purview to supply new stoves, fridges, and all that. And so after the meeting, I talked to Florence Sargent about it. And I was like, well, give me a little scoop on what's going on. She told me, I go, look, I would like to help out in this cause, whoever the tenant is that's having refrigerator issues. And if I can, I'd like to make a donation. And all that. So, she gave me a phone number. We conversed, I think, once on the phone. And then she supposedly couldn't get the information in regards to the tenant because it was an anonymous survey they did. And I want to say that because Joe got elected, I went to the meeting with them, and I did my best to try and help out somebody there. The other thing as well is that in regards to another issue that has arisen there that seems to have fallen on deaf ears for some reason was the cell phone tower that was installed behind.
Is this germane?
Star Market.
Is this germane to
Absolutely.
the citizen's complaint? A cell phone tower?
Well, let's put it this way. Everybody kept pointing fingers to me and all that. And so they kind of slung my number on.
This has nothing to do with you. Your job
It kind of does, where they were pointing the
Mr.
finger
Murphy.
at me.
Excuse me. Your job is to help Mr. Pasevich, not hurt him.
Yeah. I mean, I am helping him out.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, one thing.
You're
I
irritating
mean,
the
it was.
chair because
It
you're
was.
irritating the chair because you're not staying on the third time I've asked you to stay on subject.
Mr. Kilcoyne, you said the citizens'
Kilcoyne,
complaint
please.
to the behavior of Joe. The whole thing is that you were asking in regards to how he's going to address it and all that, but you can't control somebody's, or you can't go by how citizens feel on somebody's behavior. I mean, how are you going to do that? Everybody has a certain way of feeling and all that and everything, and Joe can't control that in any way. Lynn asked about people who were offended by the Amen Corner term. And I don't understand what's so offensive about the Amen Corner. I don't find, there's nothing offensive to me at all in regards to saying amen. Is there? No. I got a whole bunch of notes here. I know it's late, but but the whole thing is that Joe, in my opinion, is being persecuted for something that he shouldn't be. All in the name of him doing his job, and like a lot of people have mentioned, in the name of fiduciary duty. And so I hope the board reflects on that and takes it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Zoom iPhone 617-6507. Can we get their audio? Can you hear us? I hope you can.
Yeah, I think they're just muted.
Looks like they're muted.
Is all they need to do, Jay, is to unmute their side?
Yes.
So iPhone 617-6507, you need to unmute your side, and we're waiting for you.
Maybe move on to somebody else if they
Okay.
can't do it.
Well, when we see you on mute, if you just remain silent, we'll come back to you, and then we'll move on here. Who else has something that's germane to this? Come on up.
I promise, under 2 minutes. Pam
That's a-
Christus, 60 Central Street.
Thank you. You need to be sworn in.
Okay,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I promise,
That's
2 minutes
okay.
tops. I actually saw Joe in his winter jacket that's a camo jacket, and I thought to myself, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I didn't say anything, but it's something that's completely innocent, and it's not something that he would consider that might trigger people because it's a winter coat. My son had a camo jacket from the Gap. It's not like he was in something scary. It was a camo winter coat. And I think that it's just something that he hadn't considered. He didn't mean to trigger anybody. He didn't mean to, and the first time I met him, he had one of those things tied on his head, and somebody said to me, I said, "Who's that?" And they said, "Oh, it's Joe." I hadn't known him, and they said, "He's a really good guy." And it took that person just saying he's a good guy that I was like, oh, okay. And I got to know him, and he's smart, and he's passionate, and he cares about people. Had he said to me, oh, he's a criminal, he is bad, I would have looked at him differently based on what I was told. And he's new and to some people, and they may be uncertain how they feel about him, and all it takes is one person saying, he has a criminal record, which he doesn't have, that's not true, to sort of sway people to feel a certain way when they don't have enough information themselves. If you're going in with the filter of looking for something, you're going to see it, and you're going to feel less comfortable or safe or whatever based on what you've heard. And that's all I'm saying, is he's a good guy. He cares about these people. He was really excited and said, I hope I can do good things for these people because they need people to fight for them. And he's not the enemy. He's here to help, and they just need to find a way to work together. That's all. But I think you should give him a chance. He's really, really smart, and he's a hard worker.
Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have anyone else? He beat you to it.
Bernie Dupuy, 6 Weathervane Lane, Marshfield.
Did you sign in?
Yes,
Okay, great, thank you.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I came here tonight more out of curiosity than anything else. And what brought my curiosity was the fact that I heard there was a petition to get rid of Joe. Shortly after his election, I happened to bump into Joe, and he said, I don't know if you've ever watched my TV channel show, but there's going to be something on this week. If you're interested, watch it. It has something to do with my being involved with the housing election, and I'm going to hopefully point out some things that residents would be interested in hearing. Never having watched Joe's show, I'm not a fan, I don't follow that. I said, hey, out of curiosity, I'm going to go and find out exactly what he has to say. And I did. And I watched him speak for an hour, telling about all of the incidents that are going on at T-Rock Gardens, about some of the conditions there that were in need of repair, a lot of things that needed to be done, heat that wasn't heating buildings adequately, snow plowing issues, all these things that I listened for close to an hour on his TV show, and him talking about funding for these things and trying to make improvements. And I finished the show thinking, I'm glad he was elected to office, because hopefully some positive things are going to come out as a result of this. Yes, I did hear him mention the word disabled. I didn't think of that as being a crime or offensive to the people that live there. In fact, in listening tonight, I heard Mr. Marassis use the term elderly and disabled. I heard Constance mention poor, elderly, disabled. Maryland, poor, medicated, homeless.
Excuse me,
And other people using the same.
you need to help us
Right.
understand how you have specific knowledge to help Joe with the complaint.
I'm getting to that. My whole point is, in everything that is said tonight, no one seemed to take that as a crime. They use their own words themselves as being disabled, and yet when Joe said it on a TV show, all of a sudden it became offensive and a crime. I didn't make the connection, because when I watched the TV show, my take on that TV show was, here's a guy who's really going to try to benefit the people that live there. Not only there, but he mentioned other areas about funding for other housing projects, the homeless, as well as, affordable housing. And I thought, here's a guy who really seems to want to put the time, energy, and effort into doing what should be done. So my take on that was totally different from the people that were watching the TV show. I guess I just want to finish very quickly by saying, I've been here for 5.5 hours. It's been a long process, long, arduous process. I've seen Joe at town meetings. He's loud. That's his nature. He's outspoken, he's passionate, and sometimes controversial. I've seen him at town meetings, and I don't always agree with the point he's making either. But I'll give him credit. He stands up for what he believes in, and he has a passion for what he's there. He's willing to fight for you people to do what I think is what's right. I'll end my comment by saying, Joe, I got some sad news for you. If you think you're going to get voted the Mr. Congeniality Award, it isn't going to happen. But on the other hand, hearing what was said at the beginning of this meeting, why would you be removed from office? Inefficiency? Haven't heard it. Neglect of duty, failure to perform? Haven't heard that. Misconduct, intentional violation, work conduct. You may have offended people, but I don't think you could say any one of those things would apply to what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a speech, but it wasn't supported.
Pam Keith, 73 Standish Street.
Mr. Galvin.
Yep, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I'm so tired, I don't know if I can speak coherently. And everyone's been very elegant, actually, very eloquent all over tonight, and so I feel like I really don't compare. I just want to, I think at this point, I think the board, I would just like to, if I can, recommend to the board, I think they need to weigh somewhat heavily, first of all, the timeline of the meetings, which has been brought up tonight. Joe was sworn in on May 1st and attended his first meeting on May 2nd. And Ms. Fiddler brought up like learning and wanting to learn. And we all know Joe's going to want to learn. He's going to want to, you're going to want to do a good job. I would want to. Usually the board, all that I've seen of most boards, yours might be a little different, but school committee, even at the DPW, people are not plunked down a nice big chunk of information from either their fellow board members, the chairman, or a director or anything. They're kind of just plopped into the seat, and in a way, no one really, I don't see people trying to go out of their way to help other people. It's just the way it is. I'm not blaming anyone or anything like that. So he's there in his first meeting for one day. Then this board goes 90 days, and we heard an explanation why. A problem, illness maybe in June, sometimes take July off. But I looked back at the last 5 years, the agendas are all online. And at no time did this board go 90 days. I think they maybe went 30 at one point, but they've never gone 90 days without a meeting. That's when Joe felt, I believe, that he had to put a petition in. He said, what is going on here? So he did that, and then they combined it with a meeting. I don't know that they were going to even call a meeting for August 1st. They may have gone even longer. But the point I'm trying to make is, of all this talk we heard tonight about fear and how much fear has been created, these people, 49 of them did not attend on May 2nd. And so some would have seen Joe in action on May 2nd. And then there was 90 days. He was not lingering on the property during those 90 days. He was nowhere to be seen. So for 90 days, these people had no connection with him whatsoever. And then, yes, they have one meeting, and it's a double meeting, and there probably was some contention because he went out of his way to call a meeting. And so I'd just like for you to realize that this has not been some ongoing pattern that's been going on over and over again. We're talking about 2 meetings here. The other thing I'd like to say is, as far as fear for the residents, first of all, I just make it real fast. I've known Joe from probably since about 2008 or so. The guy was just under my house, gleefully jumping under my house to help me see if I have a leak under there, okay? He's a good friend, he's a nice person, he's a helpful person. He is not someone to be afraid of, and I have noticed he's worn camo pants before, and they're nothing to be afraid of. And I do realize if someone feels that that's a type of dress that you shouldn't wear, then fine, he should not wear it. But he is not a person that you need to be afraid of. A lot of people have known him for a long time.
Just so you understand, we're making the decision.
Okay, I know, but
They're not making the decision.
I'm
trying to help you.
leading to my next point. My
Trying to help
next
you.
point is this. If this many people are supposedly afraid of Joe, to not just, they don't like his aggressive behavior, that's part of it, but to think that there's fear, like they can't take their trash out because Joe might be nearby. I believe that the other board members, I know no one else is on trial here, and I'm not trying to say that, but board members and other administrative people should be more helpful. Why would Joe be the only one who has to be respectful and helpful? Why are these other people not helping the residents to calm them or to help soothe their fears. And the one thing I want to end with is, you need to weigh that petition. You mentioned 49 signatures a couple of times, more than one of you, that had some importance to you, that there were 49, kind of a lot. Well, we already established that some of those people either aren't here, have never even seen Joe probably, and that petition, even though we're not allowed to talk about it tonight, it has already been brought up even by Mr. Pasevich, has a very false statement on it. A very serious allegation and false statement that he is some kind of a criminal. That is false. And for the executive director, who is up here in stature of all of us in this room, start to make that false statement here, and you have to stop him. After you warned him not to make that statement, have you warned all of us? For him to start to make a very false statement like that shows that he apparently believes the statement, doesn't take the time to find out whether it's false or not, and apparently has no problem repeating it in front of all these people. How is that okay? Someone on the rest of those board members or the executive director, they have a duty and a responsibility and a fiduciary duty to treat these residents honestly. And they're not doing it. And I've had that done to me, not to that level, but I was on the agenda of a board meeting once, and when I got there, the chairman, this is talk about respect.
So that has.
Well, I'm just saying, I've seen it.
That
There's
has
a
nothing
lack
to
of
do with this.
cooperation on both sides. It's a two-sided thing. You know, it takes two to tango sometimes, and the other side, you need to weigh that other side.
I do appreciate that, but you realize that there are not 49 complaints against Mr. Marathas. We're only here.
I didn't- I'm not complaining about Mr.
We're only here.
Marathas.
Mr. Marathas is not the subject of this
I
discussion.
do not complain about him. I'm just stating.
I just want to make that clear for the record.
I'm just stating that some of their opinions, we've already touched upon it, people have touched upon it, are based on a false, I have it. I asked for it. It's right here, and it's false. Number 5, it's false.
I understand. You've said it 6 times.
I know, but it's a false petition.
I stopped him from saying it. I do understand it.
False petition, and it's a false idea that has been put in their head.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, phone 617-6507 or something like that?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, you have the floor.
Name and address and swear.
We're going to need your name, your address, and then you'll be sworn in.
Right, Diane Jordan, 15 Bancroft Street. I have my right hand up.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Great, thanks. Okay, so a couple of observations. So with regard to the residents, and I appreciate all of the people that spoke. In my professional life, I've been working with individuals with anxiety, PTSD, and complex PTSD for 15 years. And so with complex PTSD in particular is really common among people who are dealing with major illnesses, poverty, history of abuse, and so forth, and that we have a lot of that population at T-Rock Garden. So the fear that they're expressing really comes from that CPTSD reaction. Now, when they're in a meeting, like was described, and the executive director and Joe are having this back and forth over whether he, has to sign this document, which Joe is clearly confused about and didn't feel he had the proper information to be able to even sign it. In my professional opinion, the executive director should have been much more cognizant of the residents there and controlled that interaction so that it wasn't so hyper-intensive and causing anxiety for ththese people, thinking that they were going to they were going to have their homes taken away because there would be no funding. The Chairman Kilcoyne made a good point that Joe has a difficult switch going from, where he's had most of his focus for many, many years, kind of on the other side of all the boards in town, to being on one. It's a really difficult switch. I feel like the Housing Authority, where they're dealing with a population that is vulnerable in very distinct ways, does need to have a lot of extra preparation for their board members going forward and now, with information on how to understand issues around anxiety, complex PTSD, and PTSD. There should be a dress code. There should be. And meetings should absolutely not ever get into an interaction that has people raising their voices or being argumentative, because somebody with a trauma reaction is going to be triggered by that, and they are going to feel fear, and it's not going to be the intention of anybody probably at that meeting to cause that fear. But there should be very specific information given to board members with regard to behavior, voices, sarcasm, dress codes, and so forth. And that really falls on the Housing Authority and the Executive Director to have been providing the correct information to board members so that they are aware of those things. Joe, is a person with an amazing heart and a lot of empathy and a ton of passion.
Ms. Jordan, Ms. Jordan, can you please help me understand here? We're trying to get people to speak that have witnessed or observed something that can support Mr. Pasevich against the complaints. That is where we are, not a PS discussion.
Right, so I'm speaking to the fear issue, in the complaint that the residents feel he's a danger. And
Did you witness or observe something? Did you witness or observe?
Like every speaker who's spoken on behalf of Joe, I'm witnessing and observing based on the testimony of this meeting. So every other speaker has spoken from the same perspective. And my point is that the Housing Authority hasn't prepared board members for the population that they're working with, and that the director of the Housing Authority created an anxious situation in the meeting by pressing for a signature when it could have been put off to another meeting. People were not going to have their homes taken away. And that was the impression that the Housing Authority director allowed residents to get from that meeting, which created fear directed at Joe.
Okay. Any other points?
What I'm saying?
Any other points?
I would like to see the Housing Authority be very proactive in preparing board members for this population.
Ms. Jordan, this is not about your view on what you think the Housing Authority should do. Your responsibility here is to help Mr. Pasevich based upon what the Select Board now has to deliberate, not what you feel the Housing Authority should do.
Yeah, I think Joe has stated that he's going to educate himself on how to, he said he's going to tone it down, and Lynn, Ms. Fiddler, did ask him how he was going to be doing that, and he said he would learn more about how to deal with residents from the perspective of being a board member. So I think the Housing Authority can help him with that. I think it's their responsibility to provide that helpful information to their board members.
Thank you.
Okay.
Do we have any? We have a gentleman at the podium.
Dick Ridden, 257 Foster Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Ridden. Did you sign the?
I did, sir.
You did. Thank you, sir.
Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You have the floor, Mr. Ridden.
I'm really not going to follow much of what you said about facts and stuff to present it. I just wanted to talk about Mr. Pasevich. I've known him for 35 years. His conduct's always been outstanding, and he's never insulted or coerced anyone. What bothers me is, I want to ask you, Mr. Chairman, about that question about defunding, when someone made that statement, because I think that was the whole basis of this problem that we've encountered. That scared the small amount of residents who were at that meeting, and it escalated into a situation where, and I was just wondering, Mr. Chairman, is the woman a man who went around with that petition? Are they here?
She testified.
What?
She testified.
earlier.
Oh, she testified. Well, and who asked her to do that?
Who asked her to testify?
No. Who asked her to go around with the petition?
This is not a Q&A session.
This is a simple question to get to the end
You have to understand.
of
you're
why
not
this
helping- you're not
thing
helping
took
Mr.
place.
Pasevich. This is not a Q&A session of the Select Board.
Well, it's
So
part of,
you're here to make statements regarding what you have knowledge about this complaint that supports Mr. Pasevich,
I'm
not
trying
ask
to
the Select
express to
Board
you, Mr.
questions.
Chairman, why this whole situation took place, if you want to listen. Would you like to listen or no?
Proceed.
What happened was, in my opinion, that upset these residents, which I can understand why, because they were going to lose their homes and their benefits, okay? So someone suggested to that lady to go around and get the petition. Can I ask who suggested that?
It's not a Q&A session.
I see a hand there. You? So I think that blew everything out of text. I understand where they're coming from, but I also understand when Mr. Pasevich was a new board member, commissioner, asking a personal question of Mr. Marcus, what his salary was, or he wanted a clearer paper of the financial statements. That's his job as a new board member, and he's feeling his way, and he wants to find out what's going on. So, I don't think he was in the wrong. I think he's an honorable person. I think if you give him a chance to be on this board, it's going to help all citizens in this town.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I got to say.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, sorry.
I'll be quick.
No worries. We're committed now.
I'll be quick. Janine Pavlik, 94 Pilgrim Trail.
Excuse me, did you sign?
Did.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. I am the chair of the Marshfield Republican Town Committee, and Joe is a member of our committee. I believe him to be honest, forthright, efficient, and effective. He is never intimidating, although in the beginning I thought he was. It was just my interpretation of it. He's just incredibly passionate about his, whatever it is he's dealing with.
He's
But-
part of the Marshfield.
But he's very inquisitive. He is respectful. He does linger a bit after the meetings. He lingers and talks with everybody, and none of us are intimidated by his lingering, but he is very respectful. However, none of us are afraid of him. He's come to meetings wearing his military fatigues quite often, and none of us are afraid of it. But he is trying to get clarity for the residents and taxpayers of Marshfield as to where the funds are allocated. Given the history of the theft from the Marshfield Housing Authority in the past, Marshfield residents deserve accountability, strong oversight, and answers. As a resident of Marshfield, I find it comforting and reassuring that we have someone willing to be accountable and do his job. And as a wife of a Marine Corps colonel who wears his fatigues, I'm not offended by anyone wearing fatigues. And that's about feeling. We've heard a lot tonight about feeling. People feel this way, people feel that way. Feelings shouldn't have anything to do with it because you need factual information. You may feel offended by someone wearing military fatigues. I may feel safe feeling them. Those are just two different perspectives. And I know I'm not the one that lives there, but please open your mind and your heart to a very kind man. I really think that you would be pleasantly surprised at how good he is at what he does. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, no. We have a guest. Guest, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right, guest, please state your name, address, and then we'll swear you in.
Lori Sweeney, 119 Marshfield Street, Marshfield, Mass.
Sweeney, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order. Is this person speaking on my behalf?
I am not.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is closed. So unfortunately, that session has closed.
Okay,
Sor-
thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Savage. If there is no one else, then we will move to close the public portion of this hearing. Seeing none, Mr. Marathis?
Mr. Chairman, are we allowed to ask any questions regarding some of the statements that were made this evening? He was
to you.
allowed to ask questions of me.
It's up to you.
I should be allowed to ask questions.
I understand. That was part of a proposed framework for this evening. And it was my decision as chair that once we heard all this side, and then we had questions, we heard all that side, we had questions, to go back, then maybe someone else might want to go back. At some point, you have to say, we've had enough discussion to make our decision. So I'm gonna say no to that. We're gonna, without anyone making further comments in support of Mr. Pasevich, I'm gonna make a motion that we close the public portion of the hearing. And I'd like to make a motion the select board vote to close the public portion of this hearing and begin to deliberate on the alleged allegations of violations of state law, and look for a second.
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne.
Aye.
Ms. Fidler.
Aye.
Mr. Darcy.
Aye.
Unanimous vote to close the public portion and begin deliberation.
Okay, so this is the portion of the meeting where the deliberation is between the select board members. There's no comments or deliberations from the public. You are free to stay and listen. So the first task is to determine if Mr. Pasevich has engaged in inefficiency, neglect of duty, misconduct in office in violation of MLG 121B, Section 6. This is a yes or no vote for the team. If after discussion it is a yes vote, the board will proceed to the sanction discussion. Now, finding for a sanction discussion, the board must decide what type of sanctions there are. And the potential sanctions, if you remember, we went over in the beginning of the meeting, it was 5 hours ago. But it is basically, we can find that he has engaged in one of these issues. And also, we can, from a potential sanction, do nothing. We could issue a warning, or we could remove. So those are the sanctions. And we would, warnings are usually reserved for a first-time offender. And as I said before, the Board of Select Board has the discretion, should it be multiple offenders over a long period of time, extenuating circumstances. Do nothing is a very easy one. People can understand that. If there's a no vote, no finding of violation, then the hearing will be concluded, Mr. Pasevich. And you will be thanked for coming in and giving best wishes. So this is where we are. So this is the task in front of us. So I'd like to open up for my vice chair here. Thoughts on this evening and how it affects your views on the three.
I'd like to suggest we start with credible evidence, Chair, and then work towards whether or not we felt that there was credible evidence based on the accusations, quantitative and qualitative. So unless town council has another way to go through this,
No, I don't.
Be
The
acceptable?
only other thing I wanted to add is that the board could also make a finding and then hold the matter for a period of time without imposing discipline. So,
I am fine with that.
okay?
I do need to write down what, the order that you said, though. You want to do what?
If we have credible evidence.
All right, go with credible evidence.
So we're looking at the number one, inefficiency. Do we feel that there is credible evidence in the argument that we had inefficiency in office, can include a willful violation of a law or regulation, also failure to perform one's duties? I would start there by saying I don't believe that there is credible evidence. And start there, and whether or not it's quantitative or qualitative, let perhaps Steve could join in and give me his, or us, your thoughts on that.
Sure, with respect to the credibility of the complaint and the testimony we heard tonight.
Yes.
Sure. So on that front, I did find the testimony tonight to be credible and consistent and compelling, and I would give a great degree of weight to the testimony we heard with respect to the complaint tonight.
My feedback? I found the overall testimony we heard this evening was very sparse on specifics. I think that maybe because the residents didn't understand the direct need for specifics, but that's only a speculation on my part. So we don't have a lot of specifics, and I think that is an important part of this deliberation, is because it was clearly outlined and that is necessary. I did find a compelling amount of consistent story, although it wasn't specific. It was like layer upon layer upon layer. It was the same story, so it really increased the credibility in my mind of what they said. So that's where that was my overall takeaway.
So I'm just going to tell you where I am on credible evidence.
Mhm.
Okay, so the specifics, the details, someone did indicate that they had an actual physical ailment during one of the meetings, and that I would consider to be credible. But the fear comments that were consistent, as you said, were what exactly attributed that feeling of fear, and how do we judge that as a board of just 3 votes here, whether or not that's appropriate or not appropriate. So as I said, fear is, I may be fearful about something where, you're not, so it's just a really difficult position. This is, and we're all tired, so I just want to make sure we give Mr. Pesovich the opportunity to have some pretty
Yeah, I agree. So,
open discussion.
because credibility of evidence, as outlined, was there must be a quantitative and a qualitative. I do believe that based on the preponderance of similar evidence, that a reasonable person could conclude that something might have happened. On the quantitative side, specific factual support was fairly weak and inconsistent. And I did outline why. So I'll just leave it at that. You can jump in. It's a
Thank you, Mr.
discussion.
Chairman. I would just be curious for feedback from our town council, Mr. Galvin.
Ultimately, I don't make the findings.
Right.
Right.
Okay? You know, for whatever it's worth and for you can accept or reject it in any way, shape, or form. I think it's patently obvious there's a problem there. I have concerns that Mr. Pesovich doesn't fully understand the impact that his behavior had on the tenants. And that's why I asked, for your benefit, if he had a plan to how to make it better, and I'm not sure I heard a solution. So I have concern there. I think Joe believes in his own mind that he has a right to certain information, and I think everybody probably agrees that he has a right to have that information. I think it sounded like the tenants didn't have a problem with questions. I think he may have become oblivious to their plight in the context of his zeal to get some information, and I think that created a problem, an environment that was unhealthy for everyone. And, you know, I think whether there was a violation has to be a determination that you all make, not I make, because I wasn't elected as selectman to the select board. But this is a situation that I think if something doesn't change, we're going to be back here really quick. And that's why I wanted to hear a plan. I didn't hear a plan. So, but I share some of the opinions that I've heard to date that that the evidence wasn't specific. I think that's a very fair assumption. But clearly there's a problem here, and I think the two things that I thought were really important to me, and hopefully you'll consider that too. I think Mr. Pesovich said he was sorry. He said he promised to tone it down. Gives me hope that maybe there's some solution here other than, you know, the drastic penalty, but those are kind of my thoughts.
Can I just, Chair, may
Yes,
I
you may.
ask Town Council for just a little clarification?
Certainly.
So when we're talking about credibility and the importance of being specific, can you just help me to understand where we draw the line there? I mean, I understand it's important that we get the details. I don't know.
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I know.
Is it
I
like
get
weighted?
that.
Is that what you're trying to say, Lynn?
Yeah, I'm just
It's like
trying to-
weighted
I'm just-
is it if you have a preponderance of non-specific, does it override the need for specificity?
I think you have to assess whether the lack of specificity means they weren't telling the truth. I don't think I can decide that for you. You have to decide that. I think that there were aspects that I might consider specific and aspects that I don't think were very specific at all. So I think it really has to be you that make that call. Inefficiency in office is a willful violation of a law or regulation, failure to perform one's duties. I think that if we looked at the handbook of what, you know, Housing Authority board members are supposed to do, certainly certifying as to truthful, accurate, and complete annual budgets, the salaries of the executive director, adherence to certain lead paint laws and regulations, and year-end financial statements, that's a duty. It sounded like he did it. It sounded like he didn't do it initially. I wasn't sure how long went by before his refusal and his ultimate agreement to say no, or if that's what he did do. But that's clearly a duty.
So, I struggled with that as a duty too. That was something I zeroed in on. But you can have lively debate, right, Lynn, at a meeting, right, Stephen? And still at the end of the meeting.
Oh, I agree completely.
Make a decision.
I think people should have the right to ask whatever questions that they have about finances. I mean, it is the authority of the housing commissioners to ensure that fiscally sound practices are being implemented. It's obvious that their responsibility doesn't extend to asking what individual employees do there. That's solely the province of the executive director.
But the thing I was driving at there,
Recording stopped.
Did we run over?
Recording in progress.
Oh, there we go. The thing I was trying to drive at is, I have no problem with that. I mean, he had an issue, he came around to it and he realized it, but we talked about this a few times with Ms. Pasevich and asked for potential, what would you do different? I know I asked that at least twice or three times. And I can never get an answer, although I had advocates that say that it's somehow the housing partnership's responsibility to help him. Well, I've been elected to boards, commissions. You're ready to go day one. I never got any counseling or helping at all. I don't think it is the responsibility of the board to do that. That's my personal view. I've served on a fair amount of boards now.
There's a law, Chapter 151, Section, I think it's 5B, that requires a new commissioner, like Mr. Pasevich, to be trained. And he was trained, I believe that was...
He took the training.
Took the training class.
But future training where they need to help him on his interpersonal skill sets or situational awareness, that's not their role, in my view. So that was the thing that bothered me. I don't see anything here that can include a willful violation of law or regulation. I cannot see anything Mr. Pasevich did that did that. I don't see in misconduct of office. I don't see Mr. Pasevich. I think it intentionally violation of a known and significant rule inherent in the obligations of office. I know that it can be connected. The outside work that he does, outside activities that he does, can be connected to these duties and responsibilities. So, did other work or other activities Mr. Pasevich have contribute to the reason why we have these complaints? I'm trying to get rid of one. Inefficiency of office, I just don't see it. Stephen, any thoughts on that one? You're looking for a piece of paper. I know what you're doing. I can hear you.
So you're referring to...
item number 1, there were 3 items.
Public Welfare, Title 17, Chapter 121B, Section 6, inefficiency. So a willful violation and failure to perform, right? I don't think it was a willful. So voluntary versus involuntary, somebody that does something intentional, is that what we're getting at there? Or am I overthinking it?
It sounds to me like you're ready for a motion on that first issue.
Yeah.
I was just seeing if my team was with me. I am.
I think I would agree with you.
I'm ready.
The first issue.
Yeah, on the first,
The first issue, which is inefficiency in office. So with Darcy.
I concur with both of you.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we have no finding in the inefficiency of office. I'd like to make a motion that is the sole finding of the board.
I'll second that.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne?
Aye.
Ms. Fiddler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
3-0, no finding in inefficiency in office.
Okay, so we got 1.
So neglect of duty or misconduct in office? Is that?
Those are the next 2. I do agree with Bob that unless Mr. Pasevich self-reflects on his passion, I love his passion, self-reflects on his passion, that we'll be back here. Because sometimes I think he in his passion to achieve what he feels is best for the people he represents, that he may lose track of the people he represents. That's sort of, I think, what happened here. I personally think it's very fixable.
So
You know, so,
Can I just add into Exhibit 6? There was.
6.
Exhibit 6. Misconduct is defined as wrongful, improper, or unlawful conduct motivated by premeditation and intentional purpose. I'm not sure where that excerpt came from, if it was something, I'm guessing it maybe is from the ethics. However, I would think that that is a pretty good explanation of what misconduct is all about. So in relationship to that, misconduct is wrongful. What happened, I believe, to be I am not in favor of rhetoric as it was described to us as in tongue-in-cheek, and that type of speech is, I feel, improper. However, freedom of speech is another conversation for us on another day. So, but I don't believe he maliciously tried to hurt these folks. But I don't.
Can I approach it from maybe from a different way? Because
Yeah.
we seem a little stuck.
Yep.
Would you be open to that?
Say that again?
Could I try to approach it a different way because we seem a little stuck?
Sure.
Okay. And we don't have to follow through with it. Let's go to sanctions and say, do you feel anything should be done at all?
I think you shouldn't reach the issue of sanctions until you make your
No?
findings.
I was trying to force an issue on, yeah.
I don't know, it seems not to make any sense, because he's not entitled to sanctions if you make a
That's
finding
fine.
that he's not
It was just an
responsible.
approach to try to get us unstuck.
Good
Am I
idea,
on
but
the
didn't
right-
work.
Am I on the right
no, I just don't think
legal-
it's
Fair
fair to
enough.
anybody to talk about a sanction if you haven't made a finding.
Yeah,
Responsibility.
as I said, I was trying to,
Is misconduct.
Force some things.
In Chair, if that's all right.
Yes, I will.
Misconduct in office described as unlawful conduct motivated by premeditation and intentional purpose? You're looking at it. It's right here.
I have it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I mean, that's another definition.
Yeah,
I don't think it's too different from the one that I provided you.
yep.
Are you looking at neglect of duty or misconduct in office?
I'm looking at misconduct in office.
misconduct in office. Does-
Neglect of duty.
What's driving that one for you? Is misconduct in office basically the comments that they made in the podcast?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Basically,
That's-
so that is,
I'm
that
kind of
is,
stuck on that. and
includes
that's
outside of work
his-
conduct?
Yes,
that has a connection to his duties and responsibilities of his office. So this was outside conduct, but he connected it to his duties and responsibilities as a commissioner in the podcast,
yeah, he
and
was
then it created.
reporting in a podcast of his,
Right.
yeah, so that's where I have a concern. Chair, our town administrator has his hand.
Yes, sir.
I just, something to contemplate, what we use effectively with employees sometimes, it just needs to be a little redirected. We use a PIP and maybe a referral to EAP.
Mhm.
Something for the board to think about.
Do the board members believe that given the testimony, the credibility of the testimony, that there was misconduct in office by making those statements outside of work, but conduct, but it was connected to his duties and responsibilities as office?
For that specific thing, not neglect duty as a whole, you just mean that specific podcast?
Well,
Do you feel
but that would result in a misconduct in office.
Right.
Because it's it's outside work conduct that has connection to duties and responsibility of one's office.
Yes, I think it does.
And I as well think it does.
All right. So,
But there may be, as you said, a solution that could help curb that in the future, and as our town administrator
Right.
just described.
but
But yes.
what we're charged with here is to make the decision yes and no, if based on the evidence that we had, and the credibility of the evidence that we had, that podcast, which is outside work conduct, that was connected to his commissioner duties and responsibilities of one office. And you concur, you concur.
Yes.
It's hard for me to argue I didn't. It was an hour about his responsibilities as a commissioner. And he has certainly the right, I think, to say those things, but that can then result in different actions and results. So if we all agree with that, then I'd like to make a motion that we find Mr. Pasevich in violation of misconduct in office based upon the conversations that he had and the testimony we had regarding the amen,
So-called.
so-called disabilities, and there was a third. Do you recall?
Lottery.
A lottery.
The lottery, yeah.
And a lottery.
Mr. Chairman, could I add something to that as well?
You may.
I think it's important, too, that any commissioner or board member, it's not your role to interfere with day-to-day operations or with the employees. And the employees have rights in the workplace as well. They should be free from bullying. They should be free from harassment. And clearly something is going on here where there's a culture of fear that's occurring in the T-Rock Garden. So I think all of those things in totality, I think, fit the bill for a neglected duty as well. And again, if Mr. Galvin has any more context that he thinks would be helpful, welcome to hear it.
Okay, before we go to neglect, could we?
But Mr. Galvin.
You want to go to Mr. Galvin?
Yeah.
I bow to your request. Mr. Galvin?
Well, the only other point is, I heard a lot of people being critical of the executive director tonight. And, you know, the executive director also enjoys the right to work in an environment that's free from bullying and harassment and things like that. And there's sometimes a fine line between bullying and harassment and one's right to request information a supervisor, because Mr. Pasevich is clearly one of a number of board members that have the right to supervise the executive director. But, you know, the staff there, all of them have rights also. And I think you have to kind of consider that as well. And clearly, information that's public should be provided in accordance with the public records law. You know, it sounds to me like there was an allegation of an open meeting law violation. Obviously, none of that is appropriate. Okay, but in the same respect, arguing in front of this vulnerable population was traumatic for these people, and it just can't happen anymore.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. So we'll go back. I think we all three agreed on the motion that I made. I'd look for a second for misconduct in office.
Second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne.
Aye.
Ms. Fidler.
Aye.
Mr. Darcy.
Aye.
Unanimous vote for misconduct in office.
So now the only thing that we have left is neglect of duty. Selectman Darcy just brought up a neglect of duty. Could you articulate that again for the board, Mr. Darcy?
Sure. So, you know, relating to what I said a few moments ago, the employees have rights too. And it's not the role of a commissioner or board member to interfere in day-to-day operations or with the staff. And, you know, they have a right to be free from harassment and bullying in the workplace. And we've heard ample testimony tonight that, you know, there's now a culture of fear that exists with attendants as well. So I think considering that in totality, I think it fits the bill for neglected duty as well.
And you're saying it fits neglect of duty under where?
Failure to perform one's legal or moral duty to a reasonable expectation. Negligent failure to perform assigned duties, performing them in a complete and efficient manner.
Okay, so those are the items. Ms. Fiddler, comments on Selectman Darcy's comments and why he say that they fit the neglect of duty?
I'm of another mindset on this. For the reasons that he is so new to his position as commissioner, and that I'd like to give him the opportunity to correct what he has I think, acknowledged that he has made some mistakes, and he has a few things he's willing to work on them. So neglect of duty so early in somebody, I'm struggling with that, and I'm just sharing that with both of you as well. So neglect, I think his intentions were good. It's just his approach was poor.
Any thoughts as a result of feedback? Or you?
Yeah, I think, he certainly stated that he was sorry, but I think the real measure of true contrition is what's your plan to improve upon it. And I didn't hear one, and that's concerning to me.
I didn't either. I did hear that he'd like to do some things different. I did hear that he was regretful of some of the experiences. I truly feel that this has been an very emotionally difficult time for Mr. Savage. I truly feel in his heart that this really, really bothers him. And that doesn't negate the fact that we're here. I know that town council probed maybe 3 different ways to ask, well, what's your plan to fix this?
I think you're going to remember to vote on the neglected duty issue first.
That's what we're doing right now, I thought.
That's what we're working on right now?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It sounded like you were talking about a remedy, so.
No. We're saying that I'm trying to figure out where I am between these two.
Okay.
On that. I did agree with Lynn that he's new. He came in, everyone's full of piss and vinegar, you come in. I get that, right? I did the same thing. So I do get that. I also understand Steve's position that even though Bob asked him 3 times, right? Mm-hmm. And he didn't have a plan how to fix it. I think at this time, Steve, I could just go with, he really felt in his heart this is what he needs to do. It was driven of him, and he felt he had to do everything he could to try to achieve those goals, and that was the right thing to do. But clearly, as a select person, if I start getting into the day-to-day operations of Mr. Maresco, and start talking to our employees and asking about this and that is clearly out of bounds for me. That is not my role nor responsibility, and I equate that to Mr. Marathis' role. And so I think the discussion may be that, now Mr. Savage has a chance to understand that that's just not his role. That's inappropriate. And it's going to create friction within the board. So I'm going to go with, I'm not quite there yet on elective duty. Although I would entertain another motion if you wanted to make one, but that's where I'd probably go.
Can I just share if it would be appropriate?
Yes, please.
So Joe was asked, what would you change? And he said, I'd like them to understand his goal is a fiduciary. And then he said, I'm willing to talk with them, meet them, and I'm shocked by this, and I'm open to suggestions. Well, it is kind of hard to be sitting in the hot seat and come up with solutions to all of this, so, I mean, we're all kind of trying to get to the bottom of it and make sure these citizens of T-Rock are respected in the future and they don't have any problems when he walks in the door. And I just want to just reiterate what he did say, and it was, he didn't really offer any specific, specific remedy. However, he did say he was willing to go that way. I don't know if that's enough to.
It's your view. All right, so hearing the discussion, I'd like to make a motion and see if it goes. I'd like to make a motion that we have no findings on neglect of duty, and I'd look for a second for that.
A second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne.
Aye.
Ms. Fiddler.
Aye.
Mr. Darcy.
Nay.
2-1 vote. 2-1 vote. No finding of neglect of duty.
Okay, so we've done all three, Council Galvin. So now we proceed with,
Misconduct in office.
no, we did that.
Proceed with
We
remedy.
did misconduct of office, we did neglect of duty, we did all three.
Right,
Yeah.
but we have to,
Oh, we have to
Make
do
a
misconduct of, so, right, so now we move to the sanction discussion.
yeah.
Each member can speak again, and we'll take some feedback from
I just
from
stand
both
up.
of them. Yes, I don't blame you.
Okay.
Prior to taking the vote, the select board should discuss, and we're gonna, why we feel whatever sanction we want to impose is imposed. And when the discussion is complete, we'll make a motion. If there's no finding of violation, the hearing is concluded. Are three things that we have, is once again, do nothing, issue a warning, or remove from office. Those are the three items that we have. Obviously, the warning is usually reserved for first-time offender, and removal is termination of office is usually reserved for the most severe offenses and circumstances. I personally will just say up front for part of this sanction discussion that I think the gravity of removing an elected official by the people is a really, really solemn thing to do. The best way to address that, in my view, is at the next election. I would really struggle on that fact. So I just want to open up with that.
An elected official has a responsibility to the community, the citizens, the residents, and that is really, really something we cannot take lightly. And in this situation, it's about the welfare, and that's why we're here on this particular, just a second, the statute. We're not talking about the bylaws, correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, we're here just.
No, you're here under Chapter 121.
Just under Chapter 121B, and that's public welfare. So I mean, I am not in favor of removing Joe Pesovich from his position as commissioner. I am up for a discussion on some sort of a warning or something to eliminate any fear that T-Rock has. Maybe they change their meeting location. I don't know. I'm just for a little bit and come up with some sort of a solution to kind of mend fences and make it work. So just throwing that out there.
Sure, it's certainly not an ideal situation, but this statute does exist for a reason. And based on everything I've heard tonight, I don't have any confidence that we're not going to be here again in a short period of time. And for those reasons, I would support removal as a sanction.
Okay. So my statement was based upon just a core innate belief. And I do believe Bob, if you can correct me, this is an extremely rare and unique hearing.
I've been a municipal attorney for 31 years. It's the first removal hearing I've had for a housing authority member.
So 31 years of law practice, the first time this has ever happened. So to get here, it must have been fairly big because it never ever happens. And I am a big believer in always giving people a second chance. And I realize that this particular code gives the select board the power to remove an elected official. I think it's the only, Bob, is it the only board that can remove an elected official like this?
It's the only circumstances that I know of where a select board can remove another elected official.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Galvin. So it's a huge responsibility because it's a one and done. And I do share your concerns that we may be back here. I do, because based upon the testimony, I don't know if Mr. Pasevich truly understands that his enthusiasm to achieve the objectives which he feels is best for the people he's representing, that he realizes that sometimes there's chaos that all goes on around it, you know? With all the best intentions in the world, I truly feel he has those in his heart. But I at this point, I could not right now support removal, although if I'm here again because I never want to do this again, ever, that would be probably a different story. Yeah. So could we agree maybe that we'll talk about warnings?
Sure. Do you have any lingering thoughts, Lynn?
I would like to hear perhaps our town administrator mentioned PIP. How would we maybe
I don't think we
between?
can, I don't
how do we
think I don't
kind
think
of
your
come
board
up
can
with-
impose a PIP
some sort
on
of a-
Mr. Pasevich.
On an elected
I think you can
official.
ask Mr. Pasevich to participate in an
EAP.
EAP program. It's voluntary. It's not something you can order.
Or he
I think the only thing
visits
you
us?
can order is a removal.
Right.
And I think you can give a warning that if you come back again with similar issues, the result is likely to be very different.
I think the EAP could be a recommendation from the board that Mr. Pasevich seek some assistance. You know, he did talk about being sorry and would like to change things. You know, we take everyone at their word, and if that is the case, then seeking some professional help will then prevent him from falling back in those footsteps.
I'm really sorry. I do know what a PIP is. I know so many
Employee-
acronyms in my life, but I don't know what an
It's an
EAP
employee
is.
assistance program.
Yeah.
Oh,
And it's available for elected officials and appointed officials.
Correct.
so the town would pay for that?
We have
Yes.
a program.
We have a program.
So there'd be
And
no cost to Mr. Pasevich?
That is correct.
And he can opt into that recommendation or choose not to do so.
Correct.
That's strictly
you can't
voluntary.
compel him to do it.
Right. It's only voluntary.
So that could be a recommendation.
Correct.
They might talk over some of the things that happened and offer some suggestions as to how it not happen again. They may want to bring in somebody else that was involved and see what their perspective was so that they understand it. But they're, counselors and, HR professionals and attorneys and things like that. And we've had pretty good success in some other tough situations.
So it's basically just a kind of self-improvement,
It's an examination of the conduct. It's an examination of what the rules of, workplace standards are, and it's an effort to have a constructive discussion about how you can avoid future workplace problems.
That would be strictly up to Mr. Pasevich, but we can convey that if we make a decision on that, and convey that it would be of no cost. Vice Chair? So I think we have a 2-to-1 that we're not going to remove at this time. And so we don't have one that we have to decide on. I believe it was misconduct in office. And so now the question is, do nothing or issue a warning. I know the clerk will be based upon this previous, right? Yeah. And I think a warning would be appropriate. I don't know what your thoughts are.
I think a warning would be appropriate, although I feel that he's good and he's gonna come through and do his job.
Is that a yes or a no?
That is a, what was the question again?
Do you feel the outcome of that vote is to do nothing or issue a warning?
Issue a warning.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
I know
I
it's
didn't eat
late.
before we came.
I know it's late. Yeah, blood sugars are down.
Yeah.
All right, so, I have it here somewhere. Worked on that all morning. Okay.
I'm glad you have that piece of paper.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the Select Board did find there's credible evidence of violation of MGL C-121B. And I'd like to make that motion and that we are officially issuing a verbal warning to Mr. Pasevich that future conduct.
I think you
Is
have
that
to
up?
make a written finding on the misconduct.
Written
And
finding.
you gave some reasons, and I've written them down.
Okay, have you
So
captured
I was
those?
going to suggest that you place it in writing and tell him that you're not taking any action to remove him, and if you take a vote and you decide to issue a warning, then
Okay.
we'll include the warning at the bottom of the decision.
So we doing that now?
Well,
We're gonna script it now?
No, we'll file that afterwards.
Oh, okay.
This be a warning, no.
Okay, well, that helps a lot then. I thought we were gonna write it now.
No.
Oh, thank you.
No, we're not.
So can you summarize that again, Bob? Because I was
Yeah,
like.
no, you made a
oh my
finding
God.
of a violation of 121B, Section 6, for misconduct in office by the use of the word so-called disabled, the use of the term lottery.
Amen.
And
Lottery, so-called disabled.
and the amen.
All right, so we'll make a motion that I move to find, the Select Board find there is credible evidence of a violation of MGL 121B by Mr. Pasevich for the following reasons. That he used the term lottery for the citizens he represents, amen corner, and so-called disabled, and that we will write up, right?
You'll give written findings and
Give
file.
written findings of the warning to Mr. Pasevich.
Findings of the misconduct.
Findings of
and
misconduct.
indicate a warning and no removal.
Indicate there will be a warning, but no removal. And I'd look for a second for that.
With a voluntary suggestion
Yes.
that he
Okay.
participate in an EAP program.
Yes.
So you'd like to add
I
the
would at
voluntary participation
the
in
commissioners.
town-paid EAP program? Yes?
Yes.
You want to add that too? All right, then I will
At
also.
his discretion.
I will also add, at Mr. Pasevich's discretion, we will provide a town-paid EAP program should he wish to take advantage of it. And I'd like to make.
I'll second that.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne?
Aye.
Ms. Fidler?
Aye.
Mr. Darcy?
Aye.
3-0 vote in favor of recognizing violation of Mass General Laws, Chapter 121B, Section 6, issuing a warning, voluntary EAP language.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion that we,
Time is up.
that we close, one. I'd like to make a motion that we close the hearing of, I wish I need that.
Now it's September 1st.
Now it's, now it's September 1st.
On September, I'm just looking for my verbiage.
Got it?
No, I'm looking for page 1.
Just move to adjourn.
Just move
So
to-
I will just then move to adjourn the meeting and look for a second, since I can't find the verbiage.
I'll second.
We have a second.
Motion been made and duly seconded. Roll call is in order. Mr. Kilcoyne.
Aye.
Ms. Fiddler.
Aye.
Mr. Darcy. Unanimous vote to close and adjourn.